Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day here at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. It is fairly gloomy, it's breezy, but it is dry. And the only bit of good news from the weather point of view, other than the fact that it's dry, is that it is at least a little bit warmer with the wind coming from the south today, but it is supposed to be a strong one. So whoever is bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, I think is going to have a fairly stiff breeze to run into. The match position with Middlesex 262 for 3 in their second innings, with the two Centurions walking out to the middle to resume their innings. Max Holden 105 not out and Ryan Higgins 102 not out. This partnership, which has taken Middlesex not just from a position of peril to a position of safety, but even a position where it's them who, as it stands, unless Gloucestershire can pick up some early wickets, are dictating things for this final day. The lead is 143 and still with 7 wickets in hand. Graham van Buren is going to bowl the first over of the day from the Ashley Down Road end. He's bowling to the right-handed Higgins, who leans forward to defend back up the pitch, and there is no run. My name's Ed Seaborn. Kevin Hand is with me from BBC Radio London as Van Buren bowls to Higgins, turns this down the ground to long on and takes a single. 264 for 3. No, 263 for 3. Scoreboard's already gone on me. Higgins 103. Commentary going out on the BBC Sport website and app via BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and London, and on the Gloucestershire live stream as Van Buren bowls to Holden, who is defending back towards the bowler. So with that time left until the second new ball, Gloucestershire's over rate is also -1, so a couple of reasons why Van Buren might be the one to start off today. As Holden gets his first run of the morning, turning it down to long on himself and moving to 106. But Gloucestershire might want to rattle through these overs to that new ball as quickly as they can, at least from one end, as Higgins will turn a single again down to long on. And Middlesex at the moment just happy to tick things along in this first over. I know with the field set as it is, not a great deal of turn there for Van Buren. They can probably score at 4 and over without taking too many risks, as Holden moves outside his off stump to play that defensive shot. And 3 runs have come from the opening over with no fuss whatsoever. 265 for 3. Morning to Mr. Hand.
Good morning, Mr. Seaborn. How are you?
I'm all right, yes.
You're filled with trepidation on many fronts.
Yes, well, we don't really know exactly what's going to happen today. I should say, having mentioned the
forecast,
forecast,
you'll get the man flu as well.
Well, there's that. Yes, there's the personal issues, but we do have a little bit of rain possibly in the forecast later. We've no idea what's going to happen with the cricket at all. What are Middlesex going to do?
Look at the wind on his trousers down there.
I know, it's going to be strong today, gusts of 35 miles an hour.
That might not be the worst thing. If there's only a threat of a shower mid-afternoon, then if it's strong wind, in and out, off you go. What you don't want is no wind and the rain hanging around.
That is one way to look at it.
Ever the optimist. You know me, Ed. What's for lunch? Here's Singdale moving away from us. Right arm over. He bowls onto the hip of Higgins, down to long leg. Higgins onto 105.
I think there's even more uncertainty about that. We're trying to work out whether it's enchilada or fajita, or it's some sort of Mexican-inspired wrap.
Gloucestershire could go from the best on the circuit in 20 years yesterday to the worst.
No, it tasted very nice, this particular lunch that we had last time.
Yeah.
It's just, I couldn't work out exactly what form of Mexican wrap it was.
Ooh. Mexican wrap on the final day. That'll get me home, won't it? That'll keep me awake. Singdale to Holden. He's around the wicket, he bowls, and Holden cuts hard in between point and cover for 4. That's a lovely shot. 270 for 3, and Holden moves to 110. And the lead, Ed, goes past 150.
It's your favourite music genre, isn't it? Mexican rap?
I was trying to think of a line in there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, I have to say, if there's one delivery that I felt we saw a bit too much of from Gloucestershire yesterday, credit to Holden, it was a good shot, but was width on offer, it was quite short. On day one in particular, that delivery seemed to be leaping up and causing some problems, but yesterday it just looked as if it sat up, and they didn't miss many of those.
Singdale's in, bowls, and Holden drops a single to the vacant mid-wicket. That's really well batted. Up to his ribs that was going from Singdale, but Holden's over the top of it, rides the bounce. 152 the lead. 271 for 3. At the start of the innings, we were saying that Middlesex, very minimum, had to try and set something around 180, didn't they, to have something to bowl at. Well, they're going to have that. They're going to have their first innings, you'd imagine. But, well, even with a freak collapse, 7 for 50 now, they're still leading. They're setting their first innings score to win, aren't they? But somewhere you'd have thought between 280, 300. As Singdale bowls to Higgins, and this is eased into the offside point and there's no run. I guess the easier it is for Middlesex to accumulate runs this morning, the more they may be fearful.
This is the
trepidation
thing,
themselves. Yeah. That they think, oh, maybe we need 330 on this. If hybrid pitch, end of the match, is it? Did Holden and Higgins just bat out of their skin yesterday? In the sun. It made hay while the sun shined. The pair of them, didn't they? It was a lovely... That's the other thing, the conditions today, you wouldn't mind a new ball in hand at the moment. That wind is across Singdale from his right shoulder to his left as he runs in to bowl to the right-hander. And he hits the crease now onto the hip of Higgins. It's down to long leg for a single. But the short boundaries, particularly down the ground, as short down the ground as you'd imagine. Somebody referred to it, it's almost like kids' boundaries. Not quite, but it is a very short boundary down the ground to us, isn't it? So... if you're chasing runs, the one thing you'd think at this stage of the season, the win would mean a lot, although it is 8 points for the chore again now, isn't it?
Exactly. So does
if it were
that
5
make
points
Middlesex more cautious?
Maybe. Singdale bowls, and this is driven to cover, and there's no run. I think after conceding a heavy enough first innings deficit, it would be a fair marker for the season to beat Yorkshire at Lords and then come here and turn around a match where they lost a session prior to tea on day 2, quite heavily, and that was the difference between the two first innings, wasn't it? They lost that in that session badly, and Gloucestershire accumulated their lead. However, to lose a session badly and come back and win a game, they'd have their tails up for Leicestershire at Lords on Friday, wouldn't they? If
they certainly would. I guess also though, Van Buren starts his second over of the morning. Higgins taking him on for the first time, slog sweep. And he's got that one out towards the car park. That is 6. And Marchand de Lange has to vault the picket fence over there and chase after the ball, which appears to be making its way towards the far end of the car park. Spectators gone right up towards the fence over there to fetch the ball. And Higgins has his 4th 6. The one chance that Gloucestershire had to break this partnership was when Higgins was on 62 and he tried that same shot, that slog sweep off Ollie Price, and Van Buren reaching up at mid-wicket, got 2 hands to it, but it just sort of hit his hands really and went down. Other than that, been pretty chanceless. This is wide outside the off stump from Van Buren, and Higgins has nothing to do with that one. He can afford to be selective enough, having picked up the 6 off the first ball of the over. This is another very wide delivery, but it's just within the bounds of not being a first-class wide. Would have been a second-class wide with those markers in place, and the plan's pretty obvious here from Van Buren. It's not an especially entertaining mini passage of cricket, this, with him firing every ball way outside the off stump, but
now sending cover back.
In fact, he's sending everybody back on the offside. There's a single everywhere, and oh gosh, that's got to be a wide that time. Yeah, this is bizarre, and a good job from Ollie Price to make sure that wasn't 5 wides, because at slip he had to take that one on the bounce. 279 for 3.
So Higgins' option here is to go down the ground, but the centre's wide as it is.
We got 7 runs from there. That's going to be another wide. That's outside the return crease from Van Buren. 280 for 3, and well, trying to help the over rate, bowling 8 balls in an over. Exactly great either. Van Buren bowls, turns a little bit actually and bounces,
bounced.
but it's from way outside the off. I think he's bowling so wide that's hit the foot marks.
I don't mind.
Outside
If you're
the off
chasing
stump.
runs later, Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Well, through it went to the keeper, and once again it's left. Bit of drift,
He gets
maybe
a
on
fair
the
bit of
wind
drift.
there from Van Buren, and that ends the over. So they've got 8 runs from that one. So not really keeping the runs down, and also in the end the overtaking longer than it might have done. 280 for 3, lead 161. Gloucestershire are not looking like a side that really believes that they're going to take about 7 wickets in this morning's session, despite the confidence that we had last night. The early signs are that certainly, at least from one end,
well, you'd rightly be fearful. You've got
you know,
your T20 opener in Max Holden. Your other T20 opener, Stephen Eskenazi's in next. I think trying to slow Middlesex as best they can and force them into an error, rather than be on the attack this morning. But it's a fine balance, isn't it? Here's Singdale. 63 overs bowled, so 17 to the second new ball. He bowls outside the off stump, and that is edged straight to Gully. He was looking to run it. Little bit of width. Singdale gives Holden the send-off. Quite the send-off as well, whether there was something prior to it that led to that send-off, but the double fist bump turning to Holden to send him on his way. And he was just looking to run the ball, wasn't he? But he ran it straight to the Gully fielder. And that's what we were just saying, wasn't it? Hope Middlesex make a mistake. Try and keep it tight and set of fields whereby the batter's forced to try and find something. And on this occasion, Holden found the fielder. So Middlesex at 280 for 4. Still with a very healthy lead. But Holden departs. There'll be a century, but no more than the 111. The Nelson strikes. But here comes Stephen Eskenazi. So look, we've all been weighing it up this morning, haven't we? What are the different ways for the fun to happen on this one? One of the ways is that Middlesex lose a couple of early wickets, and it just all happens at a pace then. So Middlesex and Gloucestershire almost go toe-to-toe through this morning session. Because for Middlesex, if you lose a couple of wickets, there's no point in blocking out and waiting for the 80th over and then getting bowled out. You lose a couple of wickets, you think, well, go on, just keep going,
yeah,
let's go at it. And there's plenty of time left in the match. Try and get the lead up around 250 maybe, 260, and then maybe that 280, 300's a little bit out of reach, but another 100 runs for here in the next 17 overs is not a ridiculous thought. Have a dart at them before lunch. If you were bowled out in that time, but
we have seen a couple of occasions, pretty memorable ones in recent times, both involving Leicestershire. One where Gloucestershire did it, and the other where Leicestershire did it, where they went so hard trying to set up a target that they ended up allowing the other side to win. So it can work both ways. It was very much a one-day shot, wasn't it, from Holden? It was, they've almost come out more in one-day mode because the field was set more like a one-day field. It was a good catch from Ollie Price. It was travelling, but it was that sort of one-day steer, wasn't it?
It's a power play field at the moment, isn't it? It's Singdale in bowls to Eskenazi. There's a long leg and a deep third, 2 slips, then everybody else on the single.
Yeah, so it's yes, as you say, it's gone from sort of mid-over field.
Yeah, it's
maybe
a power play.
I guess power play 2 in the 50 over format maybe, with one extra fielder up as it was, but now, yeah, exactly as you said, this is the sort of field you start
6
a
overs
game.
of a T20.
Well, now it is for Eskenazi, but for Holden it was more like a kind of a power play 250 over field.
Here goes Singdale. Apologies, a little sniff there from me. Man flu, if I haven't already mentioned it. Here's Singdale. He bowls down the leg side to Eskenazi. It thumps onto the hip. I thought he'd flicked it fine, actually, but it was an optical illusion. It was looping towards square leg, off the hip guard.
And Nelson struck for Holden as well. Almost never seems to happen, actually. Was there not some bit of extraordinary statistical work done by Andy Zaltzman on this? That actually 1-1-1, you're statistically less likely to lose a wicket than something like 1-1-0 or 1-1-2. He crunched all the numbers from the history of Test cricket and came up with something like that. I'm sure I remember something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on... Here's Eskenazi pushed into the onside, and there is no run. It wasn't because people kept on getting out on 1-1-1, was it? This came about. It's just, oh look, it's 1-1-1.
No, exactly.
But maybe people are more careful. When
that's what I'm thinking. Actually, you sort of think it puts an extra bit of determination in your mind not to get out for it.
Then the double Nelson, 2-2-2. Singdale to Eskenazi. This could be the perfect match situation for Eskenazi as his Singdale in, bowls. Eskenazi gets in behind this one, drops a single. Run out chance, big run out chance. The underarm throw comes in from mid-wicket. It limply rolls out of the hand of the fielder running in from cover, who is Goodman. He didn't quite pick it up cleanly enough, and I think it was rather a flick of the fingertips of the ball, which meant it just trickled towards the non-striker's end. Had he have struck, almost even with that throw, there might have been a problem, but he didn't strike. But certainly with a proper underarm throw, Eskenazi would have been gone by a long, long way. He has his first run off his fourth ball, and there's one to come at the over as Higgins awaits on 112. The field only changes slightly with second slip moving to deep square. Singdale's in, bowls, and onto the hip, down the leg side, pace and bounce. Fine take by Bracey, one-handed on the move. Higgins bemused by that bounce. 281 for 4 it is at the end of the over that began with the wicket of Holden running to gully, and his innings coming to an end with 111 on to his name. 112 to Higgins, then the leading scorer in the match now, and Eskenazi is off the mark. But yes, with Takeri's still to come as well. Middlesex, Takeri's is a top order batter, batting down the order at the moment with his off-spin roll, but Brooks and Helm can thump the ball a fair way, so could be some fun.
Yeah, I don't think Middlesex will be disappointed to see that over at all. There was one delivery which seemed to swing actually back into the right-hander, and that last delivery, the bounce was back. The bounce that we saw more in the first couple of days rather than yesterday. Here's Van Buren bowling to Eskenazi, and this has worked through the gap between mid-wicket and backward square, through the leg side for a single out to De Lange on the boundary. 282 for 4 as the sound of the African elephant next to me kicks up again. In goes Van Buren to Higgins. His front foot steer towards short extra cover for no run. Rattling through. Van Buren bowls wide, edged by Higgins, but wide of slip, and such a short boundary. It wouldn't really matter anyway. There's too much pace on it, and it goes down for 4. Would have been gobbled up by a second slip, but it's not a situation where Gloucestershire have got one, with somebody on 112 before that delivery. 286 for 4. I mean, at the moment, as I say, it's almost a situation where Gloucestershire are hunting wickets, but the opposite of what Kev was saying before about, in some ways, actually, if Middlesex score quickly, then they might have to be a bit more concerned. Gloucestershire concerned about the fact that there's stuff happening out there. Higgins cuts and takes 1 between backward point and deep point.
Well, that's the thing, if you're Middlesex right now and you're seeing there's still pace and bounce in it, the overheads appear to be playing a part, the swing, and the drift that Van Buren's getting, she quite rightly said, it's probably on that wind.
Van Buren bowls and poked cover by Eskenazi, no run.
But all the ingredients are there, aren't they, for a cracking final day today? So for a neutral right now, you'd think, oh, come on, 6 wickets, collapse. Let's have a game of cricket. Let's make sure that the bad light is the other part.
Van Buren bowls and turns into the onside, finding the gap at square leg. It's a single to end that over, so 7 from that one. Spin so far proving to be a little expensive, but as I say, Gloucestershire have got to bowl it because the over rate's -1. You don't want to be losing what points you do have, especially if you end up losing and you've only got 5 to play with.
The beauty of today is, genuinely right now, this game could go anywhere. It really could go anywhere today, so let's just hope we've got enough time. Let's hope that the elements don't intervene, because right now, honestly, both sides will be thinking we can win this.
The bad light, I think, is almost more of an issue. I know the forecast says that there's some chance of rain later on in the afternoon, but we know how much that's changed over the course of a few days.
But means that cloud will constantly be changing then above our heads.
But the problem is it's been like this quite a bit, hasn't it? We've had this blanket of it, and they might get whether it's going to rain wrong, but are they going to get the fact that it's going to be thick cloud wrong? I tend to be a bit less wrong about that.
A bit less wrong. It's a bit like us. Here's Singdale. He's in. Bowls, swing into the right-handed Eskenazi, who just offers the full face of the bat and picks up 4 to the kiddies' boundary down below us. He moves to 7 from 8. I think it was Nick Friend that said that. It's like, You've got the
She's just landing him in it now.
He's not going to mind, is he? 292 for 4.
I think he said almost. But, you know...
but that's not as funny.
No, it's not. And it also doesn't land him in
I was trying to make it look
hot
funnier.
water. So,
what does he want? He can't have everything.
I thought he was our friend. But apparently not. Should call him Nick Enemy instead.
Here's a lovely rising ball from Singdale. Look at that pace and bounce again. This feels like the most threatening I've seen Singdale in the match. For whatever reason, he just seems to be getting a bit more of a tune out of this right now.
Well, I think he's also got the wind behind him, pretty much. I know it's coming from slightly across, but I mean, the other thing is he hadn't bowled. Well, what did he bowl? He bowled 14 overs before the start of today, so he wasn't sort of overtaxed through yesterday. But having said that, this is his third match in a row. I'm impressed with the way that he's held up through these 3 games.
Singdale, top of off, right behind it. Eskenazi kills the bounce into the offside.
Sorry, I mean, the number of times I've heard a co-commentator say, "Oh, I'm a bit worried about that action. Is it going to hold? Yeah, is it going to hold up? You know, there's a lot of throwing himself at it every ball."
That?
Well, pretty much everybody I've worked with. You look at it and sort of gone.
How old is he?
Is it sustainable? He is 23, I think. Yes, 23.
There he goes again. It's a gentle start to his run-up. And just as he hits the crease, finds an extra bit of... No, I think it's... There's almost a little bit of... Who would you say?
Oh, gosh. I've not managed to find somebody exactly like that in terms of the gather and the sort of whip through it.
A little bit of Goff. Wacky, it's just that all action at the crease.
I think Goff was probably a bit more upright.
Wacker?
Little bit. Again, it's that way that he sort of falls over a little bit, but then gets his whole upper body through it.
Bowls now, and this ball's nudged away down to long leg for a single. Inside edge. Has hands on heads all around, feeling that they could have got through, but seemed in a decent position. It felt like it would have gone over the stumps as well. 293 for 4.
Somebody came up with a Pakistani fast bowler of yesteryear who didn't play a huge amount that I'd not heard of, and unfortunately I've forgotten the name.
He's got a slingy action, but not in a round arm
sense,
exactly. Like Malinga or Pathirana at the moment. It's almost an upright slingy action, isn't it? As you say, it's because the body falls away to the left as he bowls. As here he comes, and this ball's eased through square leg for a single. 294 for 4. If you think of Helms, very upright, high arm, whole body's upright as he delivers. But, if you then had Malinga at the other end with the arms that is round, then I guess Singdale sits somewhere in between.
Yeah, and it's also because he delivers from quite a low position. It's really skiddy pace, but what's been good is, as you said, he's looked possibly his most threatening in these last couple of overs in the match so far, and that's because he's managed to get that bounce. So I don't know whether he's made some little adjustment in terms of how he's bowling, or whether it is just the length that he's bowling, but he was kind of skidding it through, whereas the likes of DeLanger, Goodman and Actor, as Van Buren starts a new over inside edge onto pad there from Higgins, and there's no run. Just a slightly uncommitted defence there from Higgins. But Singdale wasn't getting the bounce that the other 3 Gloucestershire quicks were. As this is cut in the air, and a diving effort is unsuccessful from Singdale. He's just steamed in for an over. Van Buren looks furious with Singdale that he's not stopped that. Standing there almost Hulk style, the arms out by his side, staring at Ajit Singdale, and he's still giving him a stare even now. Double teapot out as well. That is about as angry as I think I've seen Graham Van Buren on a cricket field.
Was that a popular culture reference from you there, Ed?
298 for 4. Higgins 122. Van Buren bowls, leaning forward to defend is Higgins. It's the second edge that's flown off Higgins' bat wide of the slip.
Clip that, someone.
That one probably wouldn't. Well, it would have been a sharp catch at second slip for sure. This is wide outside the off stump, driven, not timed. Dent picks up and throws in that trademark fashion. Higgins is home. And it's backed up out at what was deep mid-wicket, 299 for 4. But yeah, going back to Singdale, I was having a look at the number of fast bowlers of that age in the country, as leaning forward is Eskenazi defends. There's not many quicks, 23 or under, that are getting regular county cricket at the moment, and a few of them are injured. So, as Van Buren is in, turned into the onside. No run, 5 runs from the over. The lead is 180, and it's 299 for 4. But I think it's only the likes of, so you got Adam Finch at Worcestershire, who I think is quite exciting. He's also tall, gets some bounce. He might not be as quick as Singdale, but he's got that height.
Oh, look, Singdale and Van Buren are having a natter. Look.
Yeah, they're having to make up now after Van Buren gave him at least in terms of a staring match, a bit of a volley. But who else did I find? Well, it's John Turner, who's injured. You've got Josh Hull, who's not played yet this season. I've just, well, I wrote this stuff down.
So the answer's yes.
Yeah. I just wrote them down because it's easier to put them in a list that way.
Here goes Singdale to Higgins, who uppercuts in between slip and gully, and it could have gone to either. It didn't go to either of them, and it's 4 runs, and that was what Max Holden was kind of looking for earlier, but it works for Higgins, and the 300 is up for Middlesex, 303 for 4.
I mean, I wasn't going to go full on tediousness, but I'm doing this fantasy cricket draft again, which I did last year, but I thought this year...
Is that what wakes you up at the morning?
No.
At 4 a.m. in the morning, your fantasies?
No. Thank you. I'm only going to select cricketers 23 or under this year.
Or will I go for cold sweat in the middle of the night at 4 a.m? Singdale's in, bowls, and this is onto the pads of Higgins, and it falls away down towards long leg for a leg bye, 304 for 3.
I think you're drifting into the realms of fantasy yourself, Jones. But yeah, so this year I'm only selecting people 23 or under for my fantasy cricket team because I want to see how people are doing around the country. It's quite a good way of monitoring how people are going and who's looking promising, that sort of thing. Ollie Price is in there, as is Singdale. But in terms of seam bowlers, so I've got Scott Curry, who's had a pretty decent start for Leicestershire on a season-long loan from Hampshire, so effectively using Leicestershire like a sort of a farm team. There's Cullen, who's not in this game for Middlesex. Rafi Weatherall at Northamptonshire.
Deep square comes up for Eskenazi. Second slips in as Singdale bowls. This is ease to cover and there's no run.
Ben Gibbon also at Worcestershire. And then a couple of lads at Yorkshire who at the moment aren't getting in because they're fit. The likes of Leach and Cliff up there. And you know, that's the thing. You get down to those sorts of players who are being blocked by several other bowlers quite quickly. So for Singdale, I guess what I'm saying is it shows actually how impressive it is.
And he comes, bowls. Oh, Jaffa! That for all the world looked as though it'd take out middle stump if Eskenazi didn't get bat on it. He didn't get bat on it, and it beats his outside edge. Beaut. Absolute beaut from Singdale. Unplayable, that. 304 for 4. Eskenazi prods away on a surface, but the Middlesex bowlers should be relishing the start that the Gloucestershire attack have had this morning.
That has done too much. Like you, I thought that must be taking the top off, but it's clearly done enough to miss it. But you know, how many of those bowlers just listed? Not many are regular first teamers. How many of them are bowling at this pace? None.
The thoughts of Ed Don Topley Seaborn there, as here comes Singdale in bowls, and This ball's pushed up to mid-on by Eskenazi in this narrow. We need to play less cricket, Kev, then we'd have faster bowlers.
Oh, is that what I was saying?
That's what Don always says.
That's what you've taken my...
All these, no, I'm just winding up. It's an opportunity to wind up Don Topley, isn't it? All these fast bowlers we've got, they're all brilliant, but we play too much cricket and they all break down. But if we play less cricket and they're injured, then they'll have no opportunity.
Well, what's amazing is that nearly all of them seem to get injured when they're not playing cricket anyway.
Well, exactly, because they're all in the gym, fiddling around with their actions in the nets, and they should be out in the middle playing plenty of cricket. Here's Singdale, he's in, bowls, and this is worked away through square leg for a single by Eskenazi, moves to 9, 305 for 4. End of the 68th over, 186 is the lead, and 88 overs remain today, so 12 to the second new ball.
And I think one of the real differences this year versus last year has been the fact that Gloucestershire have gone away for the pre-season. Yes, they didn't play a huge amount of sort of, as it were, warm-up games, but they were at a dedicated training facility in Stellenbosch in South Africa, and they could come in off their full runs, charge in. Singdale last year, with Gloucestershire not going abroad and it being such a rotten March, April, which, to be honest, how can you rely on March being good weather for running in and bowling? Van Buren starts the new over. Eskenazi, turns around the corner for 1 on the leg side. 306 for 4. Eskenazi moves to 10.
Oh, blue sky, Ed. Blue sky up there, look. Where's the sun?
Bring out the sunblock. Actually, they do have sunblock dispensers here during the T20, which is a great idea. Van Buren bowls, guided through the offside by Higgins. Single out to deep point. Moves the lead to 188. But yeah, I think in terms of last season, I was saying Singdale couldn't even come off his full run. They went over to the Oval, I think, with their massive marquee thing, which ran almost the length of the outfield. So I think that was basically the only time he was able to come off his full run until the first game. There's the drift again from Van Buren, but unfortunately, from his point of view, all it's done is drifted it further onto the leg stump of Eskenazi, who sweeps it through deep backward square, and it's a boundary. So the lead to 192. He's cutting a pretty disgruntled figure at the moment, is Van Buren. He's got annoyed with Singdale at backward point. He's not, I think, best pleased with how that one's come out either, as this is wide outside the off stump left by Eskenazi. I mean, whatever the run rate target, 6 runs off the first 3 deliveries can be selective. So that's nicely bowled by Van Buren this time, on towards off stump and drawing Eskenazi forward into a defence. And already at the end of his mark, as he's just pointed deep mid-wicket to go out onto the boundary, so just mid-on and 45 in the ring. As Van Buren bowls, Eskenazi had to think about trying to work that one short onto the onside, but finds the bowler. And 6 off the over, 311 for 4, so 69 overs bowled. So 11 until a new ball will be available. 1 wicket this morning. Holden guiding Singdale to Ollie Price in the gully, out for 111, so adding 6 runs to his overnight score. Higgins so far has scored 26 more, and Eskenazi now has 14. Lead 192 and 4 down. And Singdale appears to be having a breather. Ooh. The sponsorship is read out.
Do you have full side with the sponsorships read out?
Well, no, I just was going to wait for Ian to announce that Dom Goodman was bowling and then reveal to the listeners that way that Goodman's coming into the attack, but then we started getting sponsorship. Other forms of IT solutions are available. Singdale is the one this year who's being sponsored by funeral directors, which, as a fast bowler, you know,
It's pretty good.
connotations, doesn't it?
The dentist, another one.
Yes.
Here goes Goodman, bowls, it's short, and Higgins looks to punch off the back foot through the onside. It just ricochets back down the track to the bowler tamely, and there's no run. 3-11 for 4.
I think when it comes to that sort of thing, though, my favourite, as I always like to mention, was the one, the only Kieran Noma Barnett,
Oh, yes.
who is sponsored by
Bob
a
Hunt
gourmet
favourite.
burger company.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Here's Goodman in bowls and in swinger to Higgins. He defends on the front foot.
Oh, he was magnificent.
Bob loved him, didn't he?
He did. Well, I think everyone loved watching him. Tried to.
No, he just loved him in general.
Well,
didn't he?
yeah,
Everything
but,
about him.
you know, hit the ball out the park with the bat.
Where's he now?
Kind of rumbling with the ball. I just assume he's probably retired
Oh,
by now.
really?
I think he went back to play maybe a season or two in New Zealand domestic cricket after he left here.
Goodman bowls outside the off stump. That's flashed away for a single. That's deep point. One more to the total for Higgins. How old is he now?
I'm not sure. No, well, he's only 30. I say only 30. He's about to
Yeah.
turn 37 in. What?
37
Yeah,
what?
37 in June. Yeah, and hasn't played though since 2021.
Oh.
I had a feeling he wasn't playing anymore.
312 for 4. The lead's 193. Eskenazi's on strike on 14, and this one's full outside off. Driven by Eskenazi, but mistimed and fielded at mid-off. The umpire holds out his arm, but he's asking, is it 2 to come at the over, to his colleague at square? And the acknowledgement comes back that yes, 2 to come.
Went back to play for the Stags in New Zealand domestic cricket. Central District Stags.
Goodman's in. Bowls and in swinger. That is a no ball called. He premeditated it, the umpire. Still 2 to come at the over.
He's going to make the signal again now. Yeah, there we go. Just got to make sure. Yeah, last professional match, January 2021, Central Districts versus Auckland in the Super Smash.
On a length, this one rises on Eskenazi. He plays it as though it spattered him, but he rides the bounce to gully. No run into the over. 3:14 for 4.
You've got to have some, you know, bashing, crashing, smashing, whacking, that sort of thing in your T20. You know, all these Premier League type ones. They just need to, you know, they need to take more of the Antipodean approach, I think. The big bash, super smash. Make it alliterative.
Oh, I forgot, of course, there was a no balls. This is the last one of the over. It's tickled for a single through square leg by Eskenazi. He's on to 15 from 27. 3:15 for 4. That's the end of the over. 196th lead. Thwack it, as Bumble called it. Thwack it.
The super thwack. Oh dear. Yeah. Actually, of all the kind of major T20 tournaments around the world, that's probably the one that I watch the least, actually, unfortunately, because it's, apart from anything else, it's really horrid times for us here. And they have, I think, more day games in the Super Smash than they do in the Big Bash. The Big Bash tends to be more evening games, which means that they work quite well for something to force you out of bed in the morning during the Christmas period when you'd rather just pretend it didn't exist. Van Buren bowls work round the corner for a single to deep backward square by Eskenazi, who moves to 16. The lead continues to work its way up towards 200. I bet you're rushing downstairs at 5:30 in the morning to see what Santa's brought you on
Absolutely.
Christmas Day. As Van Buren bowls, giving himself some room to try and whip this down the grounds, Higgins, but Van Buren has collided with Eskenazi and then got in a tangle with him, and, well, there we go. There's the smiling Graham Van Buren back. It wouldn't take him long. Van Buren bowls wide outside the off stump. It's stroked to short extra, no run. Yeah, for me, the Big Bash works great as something to get me through the Christmas period. Van Buren is in, and a forward defence back towards the bowler. But yeah, as I say, I think that the Super Smash more day games at the smaller grounds. They don't all have floodlights, so they tend to watch a huge amount of it. But certainly a lot of, in fact, particularly in terms of the women's side of the Super Smash, a lot of England players go out and play in that, or English players, I should say, as Higgins drives and takes one to deep cover, 317 for 4.
Back to your pace attack conversation. So Gloucestershire, comfortably the quickest attack in the country. Statistically.
Yeah, might well be.
Which means they're comfortably, it doesn't even say statistically, do we? We know that they're comfortably the quickest attack in the country.
Van Buren, flight to delivery. He's tried to clip this one through the onside as Eskenazi, but bottom of the bat, I think. End of the over, 2 from it. The lead, 198, 317 for 4.
Haven't won a game in a year and a half. What does that tell us?
Well, it tells us that quick attack hasn't been available, partly. Okay. Yes, I know. I take your point very much so. Singdale, well, he was injured towards the back end of last year. I don't think he played a championship match for any of the last block of championship fixtures. Let's see how many.
Well, I just mean there's constantly an obsession for pace, but
oh yeah,
you know, I always quote Dave Fulton. I will face a 90-mile-an-hour man any day of the week over an 85-mile-an-hour.
In fact, he didn't play a championship match since June last year, Singdale. And as I say,
to be fair, that means he played more than half the season. He
played half the season, yeah.
Here's a scoop from Higgins, but doesn't connect, and through to the gloves of the keeper, standing up for Bracey now to Goodman. But yeah, Fulton said, look, happily, 90 miles an hour, no problem. If it's gun barrel straight, if it's 85 and it's moving, that's trouble. So,
but it also says that they are young, inexperienced bowlers as well. I mean, they are Actor, Singdale,
Talanga.
Yeah, all right. But again, Marchand was injured.
Yep.
Even let's say a third of the way through the championship season last season. He played 4 games.
Goodman bowls, forward defence from Higgins. They run.
But Goodman, Actor, Singdale all played fewer than 20 first-class games, and then you throw in the likes of you throw in the bowlers that Gloucestershire were having to put out last year. Luke Charlesworth making his championship debut. Van Meekeren played a bit. He was pretty quick, but only played a couple of championship matches. But yeah, exactly. And also the fact that you've got quick bowling on slow pitches as well, usually here, means that you've got to bend your back to get anything out of them.
Goodman's in, bowls, and that's punched away through the covers. That's a glorious shot. Oh, he's timed that. 4 runs. Higgins. I thought it was just a little push into the offside there. The deep point wasn't able to get around and cut it off. 4 more. Higgins is on to 130, a Middlesex lead. He's on to 134. A Middlesex lead by 202. So were they to lose 6 wickets for no runs now, then Gloucestershire would be set Middlesex's first innings total to win, which was the bare minimum we were discussing for this innings, wasn't it? So they're 1 run shy of equalling Gloucestershire's first innings score. So it's got a little gloomy again out there.
Quite curious to know, actually, whether this might be Higgins' highest score on this ground.
Oh. Goodman in, bowls. Oh, Higgins is squared up by that one. He was just looking to tickle through square leg and tries again. Then plays a defensive or a tickle to mid-wicket. Then he plays a forward defence. In the end, he was squared up, just getting the bat face down to block it out for the actual shot that he played. 3-2-1 for 4. Back to Ted Rogers again. Dusty bin.
Sorry, I'm afraid I wasn't really listening to what he was saying. I was too busy trying to look up some statistics.
Here goes Goodman in, bowls, and it's again inside edge of the bat from Higgins. Squared up last ball, now it's the inside edge. So plenty of movement out there for the batters to contend with. 3-2-2 for 4, and indeed Middlesex have now equalled Gloucestershire's first innings score.
And it is also Higgins' highest score on this ground. In fact, it's only his 2nd century. His previous highest, 102 not out. Didn't have a great record batting at Bristol, averaged 26. So well below his career average.
Slip and a gully go down, deep points back, deep square, long leg, and it's edge just short of Slip, who's standing probably at 2nd. And as he's a wide slip, is he slightly retreated on what he would have been for an orthodox 2nd? He looks very deep there.
Did fall a long way short of him, though,
because
didn't
he's
it?
covering so much ground, maybe he's that much deeper. But 3-2-2 for 4 it is at the end of the 72nd over. 8 to the second new ball. The lead's 203. I reckon they'd want a minimum 70 more, Middlesex, but possibly another 100 more. Which with Higgins there and Eskenazi, De Carey's to come. Oh, and Jack Davies. Why have I missed Davies off all this? Davies then De Carey's. Jack, I ramped 6 at the Oval Davies.
Buren bowls, stroke to short extra by Higgins. There's no run.
Cracking shot that was.
So was that in that ridiculous game with...
Yep, where Middlesex ended their losing streak.
Yes, where every Surrey supporter decided they'd won at halfway. So this is driven, not timed by Higgins to short extra cover.
Well, most Surrey supporters, to be fair to them,
well,
decide they've won on the way to the ground in the morning. But
yeah. Round the wicket goes Van Buren. Bowls, sweep shot comes out from Higgins. He didn't try to clear that mid-wicket boundary that time. Tried to place it between the deep square and the deep mid-wicket, but only picks up 1. 136 to Higgins, 323 for 4. Yeah, I was trying to think back through Higgins's Gloucestershire hundreds, and to be honest, I couldn't really remember one here. I think it must have come all the way back in his first year with Gloucestershire. Surprising, really. Van Buren bowls driving. Just a calm drive to Dent's left at short extra. And again, a single is the result. Lead 205 as Van Buren continues unchanged so far this morning from the Ashley Down road end as Higgins turns down the ground. 1 run added. It's pretty gloomy now, I've got to say. We've got a few patches of blue over to our right, so I don't think it's going to last too long, but I think it's like this at 11:45. I do worry a little bit about what it might be at even 4:30 or 5 o'clock, as this is played respectfully back to the bowler by Eskenazi to complete the over. 73 bowled in the innings, and what have we had so far this morning? 63 runs for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Lead is 206.
gloomy, isn't it? See that patch of blue, but it's almost as dark as it's been all morning.
I mean, no, I'm not going to say it.
Go on.
I'm not going to say it. Well, I mean, it genuinely feels about as dark as when they went off on
Well, the thing
day
is, I guess
2.
it's early. You know, the sun's high in the sky at the moment, isn't it? So when you get to 5 o'clock at night and the sun's that little bit lower in the sky and you've got this kind of light, then umpires get twitchy later in the day, don't they? But Goodman in bowls, and Higgins times that one nicely. Back of the square on the leg side. I'll pick up a couple here. He places it in between deep square and long leg. 2 more to the total. 327 for 4. The lead is 208. Higgins 139. Hit a double century the other week. Ryan Higgins, first of his career. And I'm not sure, I'm not suggesting he's going to get another one now, but certainly he'll be looking to thrash. Middlesex won 100 more runs. He won't be far off if he's still there at the end, as Goodman's in, bowls, and this is driven away just wide of mid-off for a single. The scoring rate's 4.5 and over, so yeah, they've been going along nice enough this morning, haven't they, Middlesex, without slogging. But you do wonder with that second new ball, maybe they're of the mind that when the second new ball comes, that's the time to hit, you know, the hard new ball a long, long way.
Yeah, well, that is the possibility.
You know, keep the in batters for the second new ball and then go after it.
And especially the first, 5-6 overs of it, we haven't seen much appreciable swing until those few overs with these new balls, so it could be actually the best time.
Goodman, 2 behind. Eskenazi's in bowls, and that ball swings past the edge of Eskenazi's bat and over the top of middle, I would suggest, as he came charging down the track to it, looking to hit back over the top. That's the challenge, isn't it? There's something happening out there. Morning, Kev, says Peter Mead. Who is your co-commentator? He sounds a lot like Nish Kumar.
Nish Kumar.
Yeah.
I've never been told that before.
What lead do you see Middlesex needing, and how many overs to bowl Gloucestershire out? Or how long's a piece of string on this one? Well, the thing is, Gloucestershire will be chasing a win here, won't they? First in September 2022. As here's Goodman, he's in, bowls, and Eskenazi dabs the ball to mid-wicket, no run. So it's almost as though you want to keep them interested a little bit, don't you?
Well, I think if you're going to have a really good chance of bowling Gloucestershire out in that number of overs, then you almost have to. You know, at the moment, what are we down to? We're down to 80 overs if they declared this instant that Gloucestershire would have to bat for, whether that be survive or score a total.
Here's Eskenazi on strike, looking to paddle. He steps all the way across outside off stump, makes no contact, and the ball's through to the keeper, and no run again. Can't
imagine that Dom Goodman's really thinking about engaging Eskenazi in a staring match, but you know, I'm sure even to as incredibly nice a man as Dom Goodman is, he's going to turn into a grumpy fast bowler eventually, isn't he? Surely.
It's a rite of passage.
Yeah.
Eskenazi's on 17, he's on strike, and Goodman bowls to him. An inside edge, falls away into the onside, 3 off the over, 328 for 4. There is an element that feels as though, I mean, look, he's charged in that over, he's looked to paddle, he's looked to scoop. So they're trying Middlesex, but yeah, you don't want to take too many overs out of the game, do you? 82 remain. I was wondering if things went particularly well this morning, would they have half an hour before lunch? Or declare half an hour before lunch and have 20 minutes before the interval at them. But yeah, there's enough in it for the bowlers out there for Middlesex to feel pretty interested on this one, I suggest.
Yeah, I think so. And Chris Dent has just gone off the field, so not for the first time in this match. Zafar Gohar's and Chris Dent have done a swapsies, but the previous time was about 11:15 when Dent replaced Zafar Gohar in the 11, and he's called into action straight away, Zafar, as he's fielding up at a deepish mid-off, and Higgins drives for a single to that fielder, 329 for 4. I can tell you off the top of my head what Ryan Higgins' highest score for Gloucestershire was. It was quite a memorable one because it was 199.
Yes, it was, yeah.
So as he pushes this one to short extra, does Eskenazi, there's no run. So,
looks like, yeah, that was then he got the double century
exactly,
last week.
Yes, it would be quite typical if he came back and scored his highest score. Well, a higher score, I should say, than he ever did against, well, for Gloucestershire, I should say. As Eskenazi drives, and I don't know how he's managed that. He's managed to drive it to the keeper, I think, on the bounce.
I
don't think that was just dropped by Bracey. I think there was a noise of bat on ball there. Bracey's body was in the way. As played back to the bowler, this next one for no run. So 1 run off 4 balls. I mean, in a one-day game you'd say, oh, pressure building here. And Buren bowls, driven away. A one-handed stop at short extra. That's a really good piece of fielding by Miles Hammond. I'm not sure in the end, though, that it was strictly necessary. They might have thought about a second out to the fielder in the deep.
Van Buren's done a good job of keeping this tight, hasn't he?
But yeah, recently I think
4 and over.
He started a bit dodgily with that one over that went with, well, the 6 and then the 2 wides. But yeah, particularly in the last few overs, and that's not going to be a run either, as Higgins reaches for that one and hits Hammond at short extra cover. So 2 from the over, 330 for 4. There's 5 overs left until the new ball's available. And Van Buren 16 overs, 0 for 62.
Oh no, is that a light meter reading?
Oh, surely not. It's brighter than it was 5 minutes ago.
Oh, it was as well. Unless the bail blew off, but he's just put the bail back on. Yeah, he's got something in his hand. It must be that it is the light meter. It's going back into... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's an old Bob Hunt on this one, isn't it? No. Yeah, we haven't been happy with the light meter readings in this match, have we?
Not really.
Nobody has. Off goes Goodman to Eskenazi on 18. 3:30 for 4 Middlesex. And Eskenazi's forward defending. No run. 2:11 is the lead. I mean, they're not far off, are they? I wonder what they've got in mind. How many overs? How many overs has each innings lasted in this match so far? We're into the 75th over of the Middlesex second innings. The first innings lasted barely 60, did it?
59.5.
Oh,
yeah.
Goodness me. It's frightening, isn't it? Frightening.
Gloucestershire's
Some folks,
98.
Some folks use notepads, you know. Here's Goodman. He's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track. There's no run. And sorry, Gloucestershire was what, 98? Yeah. So Middlesex's second innings, 75.
And only 4 down. You know, you working on the basis of it
That's the
growing,
thing. You
or
kinda, yeah.
you know. But as we've been saying, there's been enough out there for Gloucestershire this morning to excite Middlesex with the runs they've got on the board.
Goodman bowls, full straight and clip through mid wicket. There's a deep square in place though, so it'll just be a single, even with that big boundary out there. The lead moves to 212 and 331 for 4 it is. It's a waiting game at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're still not absolutely putting their foot to the floor, and you wonder whether there will come a point when that really does happen, and you start to see the charge towards what overs they want at Gloucestershire.
It's cut by Higgins for a single to deep point. 332 for 4. Well, do you feel like there's a plan? They've clearly got something in mind, because if these two weren't executing as the team this morning most likely agreed upon or decided upon, there'd be a drink run out every over saying, get on with it. So there's clearly a magic number in mind for Middlesex.
They've been quite happy for Eskenazi to batter under 3 and over so far.
Yeah, play himself in.
Yeah.
Here's full ball to Eskenazi, stroked it to mid-off, but then, as I say, he has been attempting the scoop and the paddle and the charge, so it's not without the effort to go at, as you say, he's just below a strike rate of 50 at the moment.
No, I mean, he would feel, I guess, that the shots that he's attempted, actually, in terms of the ramp especially, to a bowler like Goodman, who's not bowling Yorkers, he's not bowling slower balls. At his stage in his career, Goodman is a 4-day bowler. He's barely played one-day cricket. He'd say that's probably quite a safe shot for me, actually.
Goodman's in, bowls and beats the forward defence of Eskenazi. He wasn't looking to do anything other than defend that, and the ball swings away past the edge of the bat. And it's 332 for at the end of 76. There are 80 overs remaining of the game. Lose 2 for the change of innings. Unless they... Oh, hold on, drink being run out. Right on cue. Get the drink out to Higgins. Towel. He's got to change of gloves, to be fair. There's the drink. I think there's a change of gloves, isn't there? There's the drinks. Run out to them. Get on with it.
He's certainly thrown off the gloves. Almost the first hour.
I mean, there's a lot of batting to come. As I say, you could imagine, all right, you've had your first hour. The second new ball's 4 overs away. So what do you do now? Do you charge now, lose a couple of wickets, and then the second new ball comes? It would seem an odd time, perhaps, to begin the charge just as the second new ball's about to arrive.
It does feel as though they've got the idea of second new ball, then a few overs with that, then go, which, what does that mean? I mean, it means you're down to 65 maybe, something like that? 70? Even 70? You'd be charging with the new ball from ball 1 of the new ball, even with 70, wouldn't you, pretty much? Curious. And the great thing is, I always think in these situations, you've got people that know exactly what the plan is, just not exactly within shouting distance. As this is cut away, Van Buren bowling to Higgins, cut for 2, with Singdale sweeping up behind square on the offside. 2:15 is the lead. Got people just that close who know, and we don't. We're the ones with the mics in front of our faces. Cruel game, cricket. Higgins on 144. Van Buren bowling and nudged through the onside into the middle of 3 fielders, but only interested in a single. 335 for 4. Just having a look elsewhere. Surrey closing in on a victory at the Oval, with Hampshire now 7 wickets down, trailing by 66 still.
Oh, Kevin James in Division 2.
Pure and bowls. And is this going to be a single, is it? Ooh, well, it was a misfield from long on, but fortunately for him, he deflected it to deep mid-wicket, so it is just that one. 336 for 4. Former Gloucestershire man Dan Worrell, who was lured to the Oval, the 3-year deal and the possibility to play as a local player. 3 for 35, 2 wickets each for Roach and Atkinson. And Buren bowls right up to the bat. It's driven firmly down the ground. The boundary is really short there, and long on fielder had to get his skates on, and it's a single taken. Essex 370 for 4. They're now in front against Durham, leading by 12. Century for Feroz Kushi, and Nick Brown is 127 not out. Durham attack continues to struggle to take wickets, which I must admit I did not see coming. Eskenazi drives for 1 through the offside. 338 for 4. Warwickshire versus Nottinghamshire, that continues to look as if it's heading towards a draw, with Jacob Bethel and Danny Briggs putting on a partnership at the moment. Warwickshire 239 for 5 in reply to Notts 400 all out. Higgins defends to short extra, so that's the first dot ball of the over. 6 from it, 338 for 4. Somerset 38 for 1. Kidderminster, having lost that wicket overnight, they trail Worcestershire by 100.
It did strike me somewhat that could Middlesex have not done a slightly better job of the number of dot balls this morning. And the over after the drinks are taken, 6 off,
yes,
no boundary.
They did have a lot of deliveries which were played to short extra, short mid-wicket.
Well, even in the last couple of overs, you were looking at it, you're thinking 4 dot balls in that over.
Division 2, just to wrap that up, Leicestershire 157 for 4. Incredibly, they are playing today at Grace Road after those scenes yesterday.
Yeah.
That's an amazing job by the ground staff there to get all that cleared up. Leicestershire 157 for 4. Northamptonshire 453 for 7 declared.
Goodman's in, bowls to Eskenazi, who steps across outside the off stump, and he's beaten by a ball that finds some good bounce on a length through to Bracey. 2 slips. Eskenazi shrugs a little at that one.
Now the other Div 2 game also seems to be mostly about bonus points, with Derbyshire 238 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 450 for 5 declared. Joe Root has taken a wicket, that of Wayne Madsen, for 104.
Wayne Madsen. Here goes Goodman bowls, and that is edged off middle over gully. Eskenazi swinging hard, giving himself room, and you'd imagine that message was probably quite clear. Although, as I say, it's not for the want of trying. Eskenazi has been trying the charge and the paddle and the scoop so far to Goodman, but this one he gets away courtesy of a thick edge off the stumps. The lead is 2-2-3. 342 for 4 Middlesex.
I would actually like to know how the message is conveyed by 12thers as they go out there. You know, I mean, you know, does somebody sometimes actually come out there and say, get on with it? Because sometimes you'd imagine it might be as direct as that.
This is full, turn to mid-wicket. Eskenazi's on 25, 342 for 4.
I'm sure it's not like that. It's like those strategic timeouts in the IPL where you kind of wonder exactly how the message is conveyed to some of the most experienced international cricketers in the world, what they need to be doing out in the middle when they're mid-innings. You sort of be curious to know, and then sometimes you hear stories later on about some of the things that are said on the cricket field, and it's totally different from what you'd imagine.
Here goes Eskenazi, and this time he gets him away, but gets too much on it, and long leg will hold Eskenazi to a single as he steps across outside the off stump and looks to paddle. But all along the floor it goes for the single when he was looking to get it away finer.
The danger with scooping from outside the off stump is that you end up doing the sort of falling on your sword bit and scooping it right onto your stumps. Saw that a couple of times last year. I think Tom Abel did it in the local derby down at Taunton. Never looks amazing.
Length ball, run by Higgins down to long leg for a single. 3-4-4 for 4.
Oh,
Light meter.
the walkie-talkie out this time from Shanmugam.
What's he
Always
saying?
looking up at the sky. Oh no, it's looking dark now.
Turn the lights on. Oh no, we can't.
We can't. He's had a good old point round at the sky.
I mean, both sides want to be out there now. There's a game of cricket to be had. Gloucestershire will be happy for a chase, won't they?
Wind's really getting up as well.
In comes the bowler again, Goodman. It's defended into the offside by Eskenazi, and there's no run into the over. 3 dot balls in that one. 4 a leg by and a single. 3-4-4 for 4. 2-2-5 the lead. 78 overs remain. 78 overs bowled in this innings, rather pleasingly.
Well, I think we might have another light meter reading here. Yeah, off goes the
yes.
bail, on goes the light meter. It is 12:05.
Stop it.
And it looks as though... Oh no, need another reading. That one wasn't quite... Oh, just need a heavy light meter.
Yeah.
Heavy bails. Need a heavy light meter. Oh, we can continue. Excellent.
This does not bode well.
It does not.
Although the gazebo down below is about to be blown from the mound stand to the...
God, don't. That reminds me of last year when we had the... Was it last year? No, it was 2 years ago now. When we had the umbrellas at Cheltenham on the balcony to try and stop the rain from getting onto our kit.
Yeah.
It wasn't our umbrella, but I think maybe one of the scorers' umbrella. It flew off and down into the stand in front.
Oh.
Thankfully, everyone was okay.
Good. If you'd have grabbed it, you'd have been like Mary Poppins up into the sky, wouldn't you?
Van Buren continuing. Slog sweep high in the air, and he has hit that one. Oh, mind the windscreens. God, just about missed that. Oh, my goodness, there's a gentleman who's just got out of the car that very nearly hit. It's landed right between 2 cars.
Has it hit? Has he got out to have a look? No.
No, it landed right between that red number and that sort of flat-backed looking one with the silver one. It landed there and then it bounded off the concrete.
He's got out of his car to pick up his foldable seat and his bag, which was sitting out of the car. He'd gone to sit back in the car, obviously.
So Higgins reaches, as busy looking after the ball into the distance, reaches his 150. The 350's up for the innings as Van Buren bowls wide outside the off stump, cut away, and that will be, I think, another 2. It will indeed. Higgins to 155. So, as has been pointed out, Higgins has brought up his 50, his 100, and now his 150 with a 6.
All of the covers have been blown over the advertising boards over there.
Oh, that's not good. Wide outside the off stump again from Van Buren. It's slapped a short extra cover. Dent's back on the field.
Off go the ground staff to go and drag it back over.
Yeah.
There's a chap sat right behind them. He could have been draped by that. He wasn't far off.
They've got to keep their eyes on the ball the way Higgins is hitting it at the moment. He's slogged this one up in the air though and should be caught by mid-off, who tumbles in and takes the catch. And that is the end of Ryan Higgins' innings. He gives his thigh an almighty wallop with his bat as he looked to drag that one across to the onside and hoisted it up in the air towards the mid-off fielder. I think it's Hammond who's come in and tumbled and caught it. And Van Buren gets a wicket, that of Ryan Higgins. They're not exactly mobbing each other in celebration though, because Higgins very much falling in the pursuit of quick runs. It's 352 for 5. What a return to Bristol in terms of championship cricket that has been for Ryan Higgins. He looks absolutely distraught as he's walking off there. Just about had enough energy to raise his bat to the crowd. But he looks like a man who's walked off having done that on 5 rather than 155. Terrific knock from Higgins. You've seen him do this so many times. I'm sure you have, and I have, from a Gloucestershire point of view. Maybe not quite to the extent of 155, but coming in with his team behind against the wall, and Higgins delivers yet again. 17 fours, 5 sixes in his innings, strike rate of nearly 90. And he's taken it from a position where Middlesex were in serious peril to one where they lead by 233.
Jack Davies comes out ahead of Josh De Carey's, Henry Brooks, Tom Helmeath and Bamber to come. We're getting towards the end zone of this innings, aren't we?
Feels that way.
79th over, 77 remain to be bowled of the day after this. What are we at time-wise? Because I wonder is lunch on their mind. Either to declare at lunch, which saves you a couple of overs.
Yes. So Jack Davies, the left-hander, to face Graham Van Buren, slow left armour, and a defensive shot is played by Davies pretty much from the crease to his first delivery.
Yeah, he was stuck in the crease on that one, wasn't he, Higgins? Got right underneath it, just scooped it up really, didn't he? As the batter rather flayed at the ball, got underneath it. And
last ball of the over, and Davies watches that one through to the gloves of Bracey as Van Buren's targeting the rough very wide outside the off stump.
no deep third there, though. I don't think Davies will wait long for a reverse sweep if he puts it there again. Look at those partnerships on the screen to our left. Holden and Higgins, 201, 72 Higgins and Eskenazi. Now Eskenazi and Davies. Right-handed, left-handed again. Oh, it was trouble at 9 for 2, wasn't it? 5 for 1, 9 for 2, 70 for 3. Deploy was just one of those. We always talk about he can get in at the number 4 early. Number 4 is generally your best player.
And he had looked as though he'd got himself pretty set. He had a really awkward start to his innings, got struck on the glove again, then went for a couple of massive yahoos, one of which ended up onto his own head. But he seemed to have settled himself down, and then he got out, which at that point you felt they're pretty strong position here, but one partnership, that's all it's taken. Marchand de Lange is into the attack. We haven't seen anything of Zaman Akhter for quite a long time.
And de Lange bowls a bouncer to Eskenazi, who gets a long way down underneath that. There it goes.
I don't know that Akhter has... Well, he's not bowled since... Well, probably midway through the long final session yesterday.
Brightened up a bit since Wednesday they took the meter reading, I'm delighted to say. What does it look like? Funny old one, isn't it? Because you look at the sky at the moment, the wind's coming in from over the mound, isn't it? So here's de Lange, he bowls to Eskenazi, who rides a single backward a square on the leg side. The keeper goes round to collect, shines at the stumps, hits the stumps, big appeal goes up, and unless Eskenazi did something wrong in terms of not grounding his bat, then he was comfortably home.
Could be defying the laws of physics there. He'd have had to have floated into his crease without grounding his bat at all.
Well, yes. Yes, exactly. It looks a lot brighter over the back of the mound at the moment, though, doesn't it? So we'll be all right for lunch.
What, no bad light for lunch, so you'll be able to see what you're eating?
Go sit outside, yeah. Based on the food this week, I think this is about the only county ground where you probably would happily eat with a blindfold, wouldn't you? You'd be like, yeah, trust it, food's good.
Well, like I say, with these sort of Mexican wrap things,
Yeah.
you're probably better off not looking at them, but they taste terrific.
So I do need the blindfold.
You might do.
What's that Netflix one with... It goes to Lange, bowls to Davies, rides the bounce to Gully, looking to guide it fine, but cut off by the fielder with Sandra Bullock. Goes along on the boat with the blindfold on.
No idea.
Honestly, it was the big thing of last year. A bit like you said, I've heard. Oh no, you were the big thing of 2 years ago, weren't you?
Well, if I assume what you're talking about, I suppose technically yes.
Here's de Lange, who's in, bowls, and Davies pushes this one into the offside, and there is no run. That movie was called... Wasn't it something to do... Bird Box, that was it. Yeah, Bird Box.
God.
What?
Sounds atrocious.
Brilliant movie. Brilliant movie. Couldn't take your blindfold off or you're in trouble. I can't remember why, but... de Lange bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone through to the keeper. No run again. Davies happily leaving alone at the moment.
So, effectively they spend the entire film not being able to see. in terms of acting, or do they have some sort of technology to
No, actually got to
make
put
it look?
blindfold on.
Yeah, but I mean, they might be able to see through the blindfolds that they're
you
given.
mustn't. No.
Oh, the
I
method
see.
acting,
I see. Oh, it's all too much thought, that one.
Who'd sign up for that?
DeLanger's in, bowls, and high on the splice. It felt that one hit as a forward defence from Davies, falls away into the offside.
Is Sandra Bullock not one of those people, actors or actresses, who've won both an Oscar and a Razzie?
What's a Razzie?
I'm amazed you as a film buff don't know what a Razzie is. It's the
one of those
golden
sort of-
raspberries.
Oh. And what do you get a Razzie for?
Worst acting performance, worst film, worst directed film.
What was she in for the Razzie?
I don't know, but I have a feeling that she turned up and actually accepted it as well, which was just incredible.
Oh, nice.
You know, it's basically the ultimate flex.
Google that now.
We've got the new ball available.
We do.
Whether it's going to be taken, yeah, I think it is. Van Buren is out of the attack, so presumably he's done his job in terms of keeping some sort of a lid on the scoring rate. In fact, he's got rid of Higgins just before the new ball as well, so that's certainly a big tick from his point of view. But whilst the over rate does still say -1 on the board, I suspect that will update over the lunch break, because I can't imagine that Gloucestershire will still be at -1, having bowled quick spin from one end for an hour and a quarter. And I thought that umpire Pratt was signalling a free hit for a moment there, but he was just waving the ball in an almost lasso type motion. So it is the second new ball then for Gloucestershire. 76 overs left in the day, so we're down to 73 already in terms of overs that Middlesex would have at Gloucestershire. Two slips in place for Singdale, bowling from the Ashley Down Road end with this new ball, and he starts off with a delivery which is tight to the body of Eskinazi, chest high and chopped to backward point, and there's no run. I'm going to have to look that up now. Sandra Bullock takes bow at the Razzies. All About Steve, the film. Worst actress performance in All About Steve 2010. Here goes Singdale in now, bowls, and Eskinazi taps into the offside, looking for a quick single that certainly is not there, with Hammond prowling at cover and then bowling what looked like was a leg break to mid-off. I think I've seen Hammond bowling the leg breaks before. Yeah, there we go, turning the wrist over. Former off-break bowler, of course. I'm trying to think who it was. End of last season at home. It might have been James Bracey was bowling a couple of leg breaks. It's a bit of fun before the start of play. Singdale bowls, driving Eskinazi, no timing at all. And up to mid-off it goes. No runs, so 3 dots to start this over with the new ball. Sun has come out. This could end up being one of those really frustrating afternoon evenings where the umpires take a light reading that's too bad, and then you get a small period of sunshine where they can go out there. Oh no, let's really hope it doesn't get to that. Singdale is in, digs it in on a good length, and played back up the pitch by Eskinazi. 26 from 58 for Eskinazi. So, you know, again, in terms of quick scoring, which Gloucestershire would potentially have to do, depending on what Middlesex set them. The fact Eskinazi isn't finding this particularly easy, also not really a great sign when it comes to trying to score quick runs later on. Singdale in now, bowls, and Eskinazi is living ever hopeful for a single somewhere through the offside ring, but he's still not been able to find it, and this is in danger of being a maiden over from Singdale. DeLanger at mid-off, Hammond at cover, Dent at backward point. Bancroft and Ollie Price in the slips. deep third fine leg and deep forward square on the boundary for the last ball of this over. Been a tight one from Singdale. Last ball in and wide delivery. That was the one that Eskenazi could have put away, but again it made that slightly tinny sound off his bat, and it's fielded by Hammond in the covers. So 3-5-3 for 5 remains the score, and the lead 2-3-4.
Sandra Bullock. That was a childhood crush. Who was your childhood crush, Ed?
Carmen Electra.
Yeah. What was she in?
Good question. A poster.
I was trying to bail you out of that one by the fact that she was in a film as well, but fair enough. A model.
Well, I think she was in a film, wasn't she?
I think she was. Actually, she was in Cheaper by the Dozen too, wasn't she? She played the wife of Eugene Levy? American Pie 2? Not American Pie 2. Cheaper by the Dozen 2. Here's DeLanger, he's in, bowls to Davies, eases into the offside and there's no run. Good movie, that. Come on, bail yourself out of it. Think of a movie she was in.
Epic movie. That one I have. Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of. Actually, I know there's one that I've seen that she was definitely in. Oh, she was in Scary Movie.
Oh yeah. DeLanger's around the wicket to Davies. 2 slips and a gully. He bowls, and Davies looks to run the tall, fast, quick, fine. He can't do so, and ball runs away down to long leg. Lunch is served, thank you, sir. Can they top yesterday's effort? I'm going to go and see at the end of the over.
What,
we
with
can have
like
our lunch
cheese or something like that?
Cheese? That's not going to top yesterday's effort. Yeah. Do more than cheese to please me. Here's DeLanger around the wicket, beats the edge of the forward defence of Davies.
I don't think that Zaman Akhtar is on the field. I don't think he's taken the field today. Actually, it was Zafar swapping for Dent, but there must have been another sub on before, unless he started but hasn't got on. So Gloucestershire are down a bowler.
Davies drives down the ground, lovely shot. Typical Jack Davies, that one. Always remember that was the first shot I saw him play, opening the batting against Hampshire for Middlesex. Against Abaddon, Abbas and Barker, a decent attack. Drove one down the ground. It was only a brief innings, but early straight drive from the left-hander suggested this lad's got something.
And again, you see that and think, well, not sure you'd have seen that shot on day one. He's driven that pretty much on the up. Well, more than on the up, I think. I mean, it was almost good length from DeLanger.
Of Middlesex's top 8, I think only one of them hasn't opened the innings. 2, indeed. This ball's left alone outside the off stump by Davies, through to the keeper. For Middlesex, they may have done so for other counties. Yeah,
that's a good question. From Gloucestershire's perspective, Ollie Price and Van Buren, I think, would be the only ones who haven't. Bracey has. Bancroft, Charlesworth.
Top 8?
Yeah.
Goodman.
In terms of... Oh, we're going down to 8, are we?
Yeah,
I was only doing the specialist batting.
Well, that's the point. The top 8 for Middlesex specialist batters. Forward goes De Carey's, driving to mid-off and there's no run. De Carey's and Davies both made their debuts for Middlesex as opening batters. The 7 and 8. Eskenazi, pretty sure, has opened at some stage. But for the majority of his career, he's been a number 3. Higgins and Deploy, if they've opened, they haven't done so for Middlesex. So whether Higgins ever opened for Gloucestershire, I doubt it. Deploy, there's a fair chance he's opened at some stage in his career. And then Holden was started life as an opener as well. Stoneman and Fernandez in possession of those positions. End of the over that was. 3-5-7 for 5. The wicket of Higgins has slowed things again. Davies 4 from 12. Eskenazi 26 from 6. Yes, they slowed things again. 4.35 is the run rate. They're not exactly. It's not exactly tumbling, is it? But it's slowed any prospect of the charge, or it's halted the charge.
At least for now, yes. Singdale bowling, and Eskenazi coming forward. Ball rolls back for Singdale to field. I suppose there would be one of those silly situations where a bowler comes out to open the batting with, 1 over to go in the day, something like that. I can't remember personally a situation where Gloucestershire have done that. I mean, you can think of innings by night watchman Liam Norwell's being one that stands out in particular, but I don't think in terms of opening I can think of one like that. Singdale bowls across his stumps. This has been skewed off a thick edge and has gone looping over where a gully would be down to deep third for a single. He pretty much tied himself in a knot there, did Eskinazi. Moving all over the crease, and that edge, thanks to the pace and bounce of Singdale, could have flown somewhere more useful from a Gloucestershire point of view, but it was useful for Eskinazi as it gets him up the other end. Apart from anything else, 358 for 5 as Eskinazi moves to 27. Doing a swap between mid-off and cover as in comes Singdale round the wicket bowls, targeting the stumps, but Davies moves across his stumps and turns a single wide of mid-on. And it's 359 for 5. So Davies on to 5. A few more gaps in the clouds now. And it is blowing through quickly, so who knows what's behind this, but thankfully I don't think that umpire Pratt will need to exercise his light meter any further for the foreseeable. Singdale is in, bowls tight to the stumps, and Eskinazi plays back towards the bowler who knocks it down on his follow through, and there is no run. Ooh.
It's either lasagna or enchilada. I haven't opened it yet. It's in its little tub, but it's red.
Right. So why have you decided to take it out of its tub that's keeping it warm at 25 past 12?
Because I'm going to eat it.
Really?
And you're over.
Now? Wow.
Breakfast at 8:30.
What's going to keep you going through the afternoon?
Seconds.
Singdale bowls. Oh, he's had a feel for that one as Eskinazi, and then taken a hand off the bat and stumbled awkwardly forward as the ball doesn't go very far. Is this really clever mind games from Eskinazi here? Oh, he's doing all sorts. Oh, look at that. That's bounced up a mile.
Eski's technique always lends to the pitch doing all sorts because of the way he plays. No, he is. He's such a wristy player, plays with angles, and he can get squared up with his technique, almost intentionally. So, if it misbehaves slightly, it looks as though it's done all sorts.
It was a little bit like Dupleix earlier on in his innings. In goes Singdale down the pitch, and oh my word, he's had a massive wipe at that one, aiming for the memorial ground, and got an inside edge that has somehow missed the stumps and been stopped by Bracey behind them. 359 for 5. That was a shot of the charge, but perhaps also the shot of somebody that realises they've just faced another over and only scored 2 runs off it, a single himself, but 2 runs in total. So Singdale's bowled 2 overs with this new ball and conceded 2 runs. 359 for 5, so the lead 240, but Middlesex, thanks to some pretty tight bowling with the old ball and now the new one, not really going too far, as there's a waft and a miss outside the off stump from
you were still
Davies.
Talking. I didn't think anything was happening. Sorry.
Well, I went right up until the ball was released, and
he broke all the rules.
There we go.
When he turns to bowl, shh.
Oh, if you want that, forget the summarising. Off goes that button.
Go and get your enchilada. No, I'm only joking. The enchilada is very nice. Very nice. This is Delanga bowls, and this is cut away to backward point. There's no run.
I've got the tempting smells wafting at me as well.
I see what you mean about the little bit of spice in it.
It's covered in More cheese, I think, this one than the last one, which looks good.
Oh, that's it. It is. It's almost like a pizza, isn't it? I've had that down at Hove. And if you go on the final day at Hove and they've got the chili con carne left, I think it's the chili con carne. What do they put in the potatoes down there? Is it chili con carne?
I don't know. I don't think I've had potatoes down there.
Delanga bowls outside your stump through to the keep. So basically, final day, when basically the kitchen's got a load of stuff left, and you order the pizza, they ask you, do you want a sloppy Giuseppe? Which is basically get the chili con carne and pour it all over the top of the pizza. There you go, sir. Thank you.
We weren't allowed pizza, by the way, in the end down there. No, they banned. You can only have pie or sausage roll on the final day.
Here's Delanga bowls, a lifting ball that beats the edge. Davies across. It's surely pizza's far cheaper for them. It's a bit of it's the cheapest food imaginable. Majority just a bit of white dough, a slither of tomato sauce, and the tiniest bit of cheese.
I should also say that on the final day they did allow us to go across to the pavilion and get the lunch there, because I think my moaning might have worked on day 3.
Yeah, much to be said for moaning. Here's full ball driven away into the covers and have a quick single. Oh, that's a brilliant piece of work. Is it Dent who's come in from cover and throws underarm, misses. The backing up wasn't so good, and they have an extra run. 2 more to the total.
It was a slightly wild throw at the stumps from Dent in the end, but yes, to get there and make something of it. You can see why he thought maybe I've got a chance of running out here, but yeah, I think there's a certain amount of post-mortem going on there. I think Dent does feel that should have been backed up, and the mid-on fielder thinks that, well, how can you expect me to back that up? It was a couple of feet wide.
Delanga. He's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's full, driven away to the covers again. He hasn't quite timed it, Davies. He'll get a single on this occasion. There's no throw, so no overthrows either. I would go as far as to say they're the best enchiladas I've ever had. Delicious. Really good. They're good enchiladas, aren't they? Yeah, there's knowing nods all around, yeah. I was a bit worried when he said, oh, enchiladas for lunch, really? They're good. Yeah. So they haven't skimped. Oh no, he's adjusting the bails through the light meter.
Light meter now, no way.
Ridiculous.
No. It is red, though. Still.
Yes. You'd be a little bit worried if your enchilada wasn't red, to be fair.
Yeah, well, no, but I
think how many days
what I mean is that
it
keeps up its.
Well, they go for their tomatoey based sauces, don't they?
That's a good way to guarantee flavour, isn't it? Tomato-based sauces, whichever cuisine you go for.
That's not to say it's better than yesterday's, but it is the best enchilada I've ever had, I think. So I'm not a big fan of enchiladas. I always think, these are well, as you say, lots of cheese, but also lots of filling. Very good. Well done, Gloucestershire, and thank you.
There is something going on. There's some attention, I think, here for... Is that Zaffer? He's on as a substitute, and it looks as though he's having something done with his hand. The umpires are just talking to each other. I thought to start with that the umpires had noticed something, but no. On physio out there, and I think that is that Zaffer, the substitute fielder there? It looks like him. So he was injured with a shoulder injury and not quite past fit for the match. Said yesterday that he was fine now. Goes out there to field as a substitute fielder, and it seems as though his finger is now a bit of an issue. The over rate, by the way, is +2 now, so they've updated that. It's gone from -1 off to +2. So that's no longer really a worry. They're certainly taking their time over whatever this is. No, in fact, it was Singdale getting the attention rather than Zaffer. But he seems to be okay to continue. It looked like he was just having something wrapped up on one of his fingers. Yeah, it looks as though he's just about to see as he's walking back. It looks like maybe the little finger on his right hand. It's got a little bandage on it. I mean, the old days, the batters probably would have gone, oh, no, you can't have that on. And that's your bowling hand. The plaster, can't have that. They seem to be a little more relaxed about that sort of thing now. So Singdale's been patched up and is ready to continue to bowl now with the score 362 for 5. And he's bowling to the left-handed Davies, who jabs off the back foot down into the gully. And it's smartly fielded by Chris Dent. And there's no run there.
On a day when you're a bit delicate with man flu as well. Enchiladas for lunch. Not sure about this.
You didn't need the with man flu,
this was
actually.
What do you mean?
You just said...
On a day
well,
when
you're just always a bit delicate, really, aren't you?
I am, to be fair, I am. I do not deny that.
Londoners.
I almost say so with pride. Yeah, this is substantial. This is good.
It is. Round the wicket, Singdale bowling, cutting wide of second slip and down to the boundary for 4. And Singdale is holding that newly bandaged hand to his forehead. He's not had a great deal of luck, for my money, over the last 2 or 3 games, actually. But there we go at this stage. Well, 2 slips in a gully. It's yet another one that's flown through that region, though. I've seen so many 3rd slip, 4th slip, more really than a first, second.
He's looked a better bowler to me in the second innings than he was the first. And in the first, Middlesex was scheduled for 203.
366 for 5. Lead of 247. As this Fulham on the pads, turn to mid-on, quick single, and even Van Buren is quick out of the blocks. Can't prevent that run.
But isn't that the way cricket goes, though? You look at De Lange, 6 for, and then in this innings, not much has happened for him. Singdale in this innings, for me, he's looked a constant threat.
Yeah, and it so often it seems to happen with the really quick ones as well. You don't tend to get that sort of consistent, 2 for 60, 2 for 60. There's your 30 average. It might be more like 0 for 70 and 0 for 70 and then 5 for 70 or something. In goes Singdale bowls, and there's a cut shot from Eskinazi close to his body. Cramps him up a bit so he can't really carve it through the offside, and Dent fields at backward point. Bowls the ball to Hammond. No leg spin this time, as Dent's gone from spin to left arm medium pace if he bowls. Why not? Chuck the ball to Dent. Left arm wobbly stuff. 367 for 5, Singdale in now, bowls, and guided to Dent once again for no run. So even though this over's had a boundary in, still 3 dots, and I know it's the new ball, so perhaps they are being a little bit more timorous in terms of what they want to do in terms of attacking, but a few dots being eaten up. Deep point been sent back, so allowing Eskinazi the single off the last ball of the over through that area, as it's short pulled by Eskinazi. Times it pretty well, but that wasn't very comfortable. De Lange slipped a bit and they're going to come back for a second run. His feet just went out from underneath him a bit there and he couldn't get back up to his feet particularly quickly. Singdale not best pleased, but 2 runs the result, and that brings up the 250 run lead for Middlesex at 369 for 5. It was a little bit closer to the boundary and a bit finer, but Charlesworth turned his ankle over on that leg side boundary as well, and that does tend to be where, if it is a bit damp, that's where it's going to be on this ground. And De Lange slipping there very noticeably as he fielded that ball.
Delicious, that. Really was. What's for mains?
Have you eaten your greens?
What's for seconds? Is that what seconds is? The greens. That's the mains.
A gobstopper.
Yes. Take more than that. Here's De Lange. He's in. Bowls outside the off stump. This is cut away down to deep backward points for 4. 254 the lead. 373 for 5. Wasn't that the Willy Wonka line, which doesn't match up with Roald Dahl at all? Everlasting gobstop had stopped the infernal so-and-sos that Was that basically for the naughty kid, was the everlasting gobstoppers? Because, of course, Roald Dahl was the great turn off the TVs, hand them books, hand them toys. So the gobstopper doesn't quite align with the theory, but maybe it was just a little line from Willy Wonka about naughty kids. Here's DeLanger. Bowl short, heaved away through the onside, and that is going to be 4. Sorry, bobbling after the rope, but I wasn't sure if it pitched and rolled or whether that was the second or third bounce. But 4 more it is. And DeLanger, the destroyer of Middlesex in the first innings, is now none for 78 from 16.2, which we know is 98 deliveries. So he's nearly going at a run a ball.
How do we know it's 98 deliveries?
Well, there's a competition, you see, called the 16.4.
Is it?
And apparently that's 100 balls.
Is it called the 16.4?
Well, that's what we say whenever you're in earshot of Don Topley.
Ah.
Well, we talk about 50 over and 20 over, so we have the 16.4 over as well, don't we? 2 slips crouched down. Here's DeLanger around the wicket. Bowls. This ball's through to the keeper and there's no run. It's at this point I look at my phone and Kevin House says, "Can you please welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra?" Then my career further goes up in flames.
Yes, well, pretty much every game is in action at the moment. In fact, every single game. I would imagine that he's looked at the commentary team at Bristol and gone, Kevin Hand plus Ed Seaborn, bottom of the pile.
DeLanger, short, top-edged. Hook from Davies, long leg is underneath it. Singdale drops it. A dolly spills out of the hand, spill forwards. He had the bucket ready, fingers pointing to the wicket-keeper from whence the ball came, but it rolls forward out of the hands, and we've all been there. Now I think they only took a single, didn't they? They did, because Davies pretty much dropped his head forward and thought that's the end of me. 22 from 26 he moves to. 378 for 5. To be fair, there is a swirling wind, and it was up there a long, 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 long time.
It was, but he set himself.
Yeah. But it's it was set for so long that you think, oh, hold on.
Yeah,
come on.
I must say, the way that he set himself, I thought, well, he'll probably take it, but it does look a bit dodgy.
DeLanger bowls to Eskenazi. They drop a quick single to the vacant point region. Even if there was a point, I think they'd have got a single there. It's DeLanger who fields off his own bowling. And it's 1 more to the total, 379 for 5. Back to Davies for 1 more time in the over. Time-wise, they're probably not going to have a bowl at them before lunch, are they? Declaration at lunch, are we thinking?
If they declare within 10 minutes of lunch, then they'll take lunch, won't they?
Yes, so if they declared now, they'd have...
So if they declared in 10 minutes' time, then they take the lunch break and not lose the overs.
Yeah, if they declared now, you'd have a 10-minute burst of them, wouldn't you? But here goes DeLanger, bowls, and Davies tees off down the ground to the short boundary. It wouldn't have been 6 on most grounds, but it's 6 on this one over long on. Just drops behind the rope, and that over has accounted for, even with my horrific maths, 16.
But you managed to pull off the 16.2 earlier on in the over.
Well, that's thanks to the
extraordinary maths.
Thanks to the new competition.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think it was down to your mathematical ability or just being modest.
How many's he bowled now then?
DeLanger. He has bowled 17.
So that's but how many deliveries?
Oh, that's too difficult for me.
104? No. 102. For 102 balls, he's conceded 86 runs.
He just took that metaphorical gun and just aimed it directly downwards. In comes Singdale, bowling now to Eskenazi. He runs that one through the offside and sets off for a single.
The car park's busy today, isn't it? What's going on here today then?
Oh, are they all here for the AGM? They haven't come to watch the cricket. They're just sitting there in their cars,
is that what's
ready for the AGM later on.
Something being set up.
Yes.
I was hunting something earlier, as I always am at a cricket ground. I'm always hunting something at a cricket ground.
It's AGM day today.
And yeah, there were all the seats were set up down there. I thought it was a conference or something.
We might need those blood pressure checkers back again.
Oh my lord.
In comes Singdale round the wicket bowling, and he's tried to pull that one away as Davies. And has he Q-ended that, or has he whacked himself on the body?
I reckon that's hit somewhere around the left. Oh no,
No, he did Q-end it, yeah. That's the way that came off, I sort of thought he might have done. Because he wasn't exactly looking as if he was in huge amounts of pain. So he's actually got a bit fortunate there, because if that hits anywhere else, then that would be a bruise at the speed Singdale is bowling, and he'll have his, well, he'll have his pace up, you'd think, now, trying to atone for that dropped catch in the previous over. Get Davies out himself. Charges in round the wicket and bowls another short ball. He's got on top of that as Davies played it nicely to deep backward square for a single. Lead up to 268. He does tend to take those high catches like that, Singdale, with palms facing down always. And most people now don't take their high catches that way, because I think the feeling tends to, if you take it palms up, then you've always got a chance, maybe if it pops out, of then getting it on the rebound. Whereas if you go palms down, then if it bursts through, then you're just a goner. Singdale in and bowls to Eskinazi wide outside the off stump. He slashes it and misses it. Bracey drops the ball, but there wasn't an edge. So in terms of his bowling again, just 2 from this over. Eskinazi's almost at the point where, I mean, particularly early on in this over, with Davies having hit 2 4s and a 6 in the previous one, you kind of felt Eskinazi was thinking, well, he's hitting the ball better than me, so maybe I should just get a single and have Davies on strike. 2 balls remain in this 87th over of the innings. Singdale bowls and whipped through the onside by Eskinazi. They might think about 2, but they won't this time take on De Lange as the ball's in his hands, as there's a wayward throw. Really nasty one for Bracey, but the backing up's good at backward point. I think it's Bancroft who's moved from slip there. This has not been, I must say, Gloucestershire's best fielding performance for a while. It's certainly been their worst fielding performance of the season. We've had a couple of dropped catches, we've had a couple of overthrows, some misfields. Not sure that will especially please Marker Lane, given the fact that they were still in this. Singdale runs in round the wicket, bowls another short ball, and Davies ends up not offering a hook at it. 3 from the over. 69 overs minimum remain in the day. 388 for 5, so 12:46. Might be 2 more overs. Then Middlesex could declare we'd have a 10-1-ish lunch and resume 10 minutes earlier with no change of innings. And also, that gives more time in the day for Middlesex to bowl more overs. I'm not saying that would necessarily happen. De Carey would have to bowl a lot of overs for that to happen, but those extra 10 minutes could be important if you're really pushing for a final wicket or something with a couple of overs to go.
So 269, 300, the magic number. 338 for 5. De Lange to Eskinazi, steps outside the leg stump, opens the face and runs for fine of deep third. Now, whether that was more luck than judgment, but maybe it was more fortune favours the brave, because he could see what he was intending and he went with soft hands at it, guided it, pass slip, fine of deep third as well, and picks up the 4. He did very well to hit that particular angle, which is why I'm suggesting, was there a little bit more luck than judgment in that one? But
I guess it's one of those things, isn't it, where you've got a quick bowler, you've effectively made it into a wide delivery by backing away so much, you just kind of put the bat to it, don't you, and where it goes almost.
De Lange bowls. This is dug out by Eskinazi for a single to long leg. 5 off the over. The lead's 273. Do they want 300 at lunch? 13 minutes to hit another 26 runs. So what, 4 overs?
Yeah, Gloucestershire have got no obligation to bowl these overs quickly because of the fact they bowled their overs quicker earlier on.
Even 3 overs, a short boundary. At this stage, if they needed wanted 26 off 3 overs, you'd have thought Middlesex would be able to get close to that. Deep square deep mid-wicket and long leg back on the onside, and it's a low full toss from De Lange, which is slapped past the wide mid-on, who's a deep wide mid-on, but even wider of him, that's 4 more. Davies moves to 33. And Middlesex, 397 for 5, 278 is the lead.
Just putting him to the sword now, De Lange. I mean, he'll be fuming, I'm sure, about the fact he should have had Davies out in the previous over, but Davies has had his way other than that.
De Lange in low full toss, slapped in the air and gone at deep mid-on this occasion. De Lange slips as he delivers the ball, he ends up on his knees, but it could almost be a goal celebration, couldn't it? On his knees sliding now, he can fist pump the air and celebrate a wicket. Davies is gone for 33. Deep mid-on taking the catch, 397 for 6. The lead is 278. We are nearly at lunch.
And Matt Taylor on the field as a sub there. He was doing some bowling this morning, so again, decent signs for Gloucestershire that at least he might be pretty close to returning. Not fair to say, I think, up there with the wickets that he's taken in this match. That one, Marshall De Lange with a filthy full toss, cloth to mid-on, but at least he'll feel a little better about having eventually got his man. And also, change of batter, that's going to take another couple of minutes out of proceedings, so from that point of view, Gloucestershire are just looking not to bowl too many overs before the lunch break. That will help. So Carey's coming out. Was there maybe a thought of sending out somebody like a Brooks to give it a bit of long handle, or does Carey's can he do that as well?
Yeah, he can. He's in fact, it was against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College when Carey's first showed his prowess with the bat in a T20, I think. He was swinging here, there and everywhere for, at the top of my head, a quick-fire 25 in a losing cause for Middlesex, but he nearly kept it alive.
He made his championship debut just before then, hadn't he? But in terms of that T20, my abiding memory will be that absolutely ridiculous Glenn Phillips catch off Eskenazi.
Yes.
Sliced Matt Taylor out towards deep point, and I don't think I've seen somebody move so quickly and then move into the dive.
Didn't Hanscom take a pretty good catch in that one as well?
Oh, I don't remember that.
My abiding memories, the lunch courtesy of the St. Lucia. Was it St. Lucia, the sponsor?
Cayman Islands.
Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands. We had a pass, didn't we, to go and get jerk chicken and all the rest. That was my abiding memory, I have to say.
Yes. Kevin Howells was with us for that one, next to the world's loudest automatic hot water dispenser. Change of ball, I should say.
I thought there was a pearl of wisdom from the
here.
other end of the commentary box, but I think it was a complaint. Not about us, as far as I know. But a change of ball which has taken an eternity. As ever. De Lange to bowl a bouncer. Oh, gets away down the leg side. De Carey's ducks underneath it. For a moment, you thought that was going to keep swinging.
Yeah, well taken by Bracey to get his skates on to move across. I mean, it's signalled as one for the over. There's 2 balls left in the over. I suppose if it's a no ball, then they've got to signal 2 for the over plus the no ball. But I mean, it's fairly self-evident then, isn't it? But there we go. Guess they've got to do it.
Right behind this one, De Carey's drops a single into the onside, and 398 for 6. De Carey's moves to 1 from 2. End of the over. Wicket of Davies holding out to mid-on, deep mid-on. De Lange with his first wicket of the innings, his 7th of the match. Of course, De Lange's still on for a 10-fer. Mustn't forget.
He might only have one more over
to get
it in.
Well, it was three wickets in an over to end the Gloucestershire innings. Henry Brooks, who's next in.
It could happen. Yeah. Zaman Akhtar still just bowling the 8 over, so Gloucestershire have been down to 3 seamers plus the spin. Dom Goodman's returning from the Ashley Down Road end, so a 4 over burst with a new ball from Singh Dale. and done a pretty good job actually of not allowing Middlesex to charge off into the distance. Depends, I guess, how absolutely psychologically Middlesex want it to be 300. I mean, if it's 297, you know, it doesn't mean that they have to score 21 from these 2 overs. Be nice for them, I'm sure. As Goodman bowls to De Carys, who looks to drive, doesn't time the ball. Hammond fields at extra cover. So you try and ascertain from the way that De Carys plays this over exactly what level of charge he's been told to go out there with. Maybe they would come back after lunch. They'll probably keep Gloucestershire guessing for as long as they have to. Through the lunch break, Goodman bowls. De Carys is driving through the covers. There's no fielder at deep cover, so any fielding has to be done by Dent from deep backward point. And 2 runs that bring up the 400 for Middlesex. So back-to-back games here where we've seen 400 in the second innings. This time it's Middlesex at 400 for 6. De Carys on 3. Goodman not wasting too much time actually bowling to De Carys, hand off the bat, as this time he just looks to play defensively out into the offside. So I mean, again there, not necessarily the actions of somebody who's been told to just get out there and slog it from ball 1. Helm, Brooks and Bamber to come.
I mean, maybe they've got a figure like 350 in mind, 350 off 60.
Yeah, could be. Goodman into De Carys, who jams that down to deep third. And that will just be a single. 401 for 6. Did your shy hit the target? I didn't see. No, it didn't.
Don't tell him.
So he's now going to be a good citizen and go and pick up whatever it was that was thrown towards the dustbin. Field is just milling about. It's not a field set for anything other than Eskenazi attempting to clear the boundary ropes. In fact, as it were, only 3 fielders inside what would be the ring, all on the offside, everybody back on the leg side. Goodman bowls. Eskenazi runs this one down to deep third for a single. 402 for 6. Lead up to 283. So I think we're only going to get 1 more over in before lunch. De Lange is not going to race through that over. So to be honest, from this over, I'm guessing Middlesex are coming back after lunch, personally.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. Have they got 350 in mind, or 55 overs maybe? I'm not sure. 1
slip goes in place for the last ball of the over. Goodman in and worked into the onside. It's calmly taking the run that was available to Carys. Moving on to 5, the lead is 280 for 403 for 6.
Of the rule changes, they've moved 5 points for a draw back to 8 points for a draw, but they've left the first batting point at 250.
Yes.
Did they get it the wrong way round?
I think they might have
change
done.
Back? Should they have changed back the other one? Because right now, when you're weighing up this situation as Middlesex, you think, well, actually, 8 points are quite valuable, so let's go for the win. But their level of risk in going for the win is perhaps balanced by the fact, well, 8 points.
Yeah, I mean, I must say I was in the minority of actually not minding the 8 points business in terms of result pitches. I don't know.
De Lange to De Carys, the last over before lunch, worked through square leg. They scamper the first quickly, back they come for the second, and the throw comes in from deep square. Couple taken. 286 is the lead. For
my money, the big problem is that I know what they're trying to encourage. They will say you need to bat quicker. We want you to bat faster, score the runs more quickly and give yourself more time and better pitches. But the problem is, A, not every captain is Ben Stokes and not every coach is Brendan McCullum. But also, B, there is actually quite a lot to lose for these sides in the Championship, which there isn't so much.
De Lange bowls outside the off stump. This is left alone by De Carys through to the keeper.
There isn't so much in a test series where you walk in with the mindset of we actually don't, well, not that we don't care about the result, but we aren't focusing entirely on winning test matches as the absolute be all and end all. And I know it seems a bit ridiculous to say, oh, well, there's less on an England game than there is on a county game.
DeLanger to Carey's, dabs defensively into the onside. There's no run.
But essentially, you could look at it as tests are almost friendlies in that I'm sure you'd love to make the World Test Championship final, but the way that England lose points due to overrates and all that sort of thing anyway, do they really care about making the World Test Championship final? I don't think they really do. It's just another game they've got to play.
What's the delay now? Is there a chat between the batters?
Because it's 12:59 even as it's just ticked around. I don't know.
3 balls left to this over, the 90th of the innings. DeLanger's in, bowls to Carey's, ducks underneath a bouncer.
They're not going to get through another over anyway.
It's a long old chat between De Carey's and Eskenazi before that delivery, wasn't it? And maybe the chat was, well, we know we're coming back out after lunch, so don't give it away in this over.
Yeah.
Well, what else would the chat have been about at this stage?
It's getting
dark.
They're not
giving it the charge either.
Let's get the light meter out.
Well, DeLanger bowls, De Carey's defends, and I think, Ed, that confirms we'll be back after the interval.
Well, I think we will. I hope we will, unless the enchilada like yours is
spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, I survived the milk on the first day, didn't I?
You did.
Was it first or second day?
I think it was the second day, wasn't it? Yes.
Can't blame the milk for the man flu, can I? The travails of a trip to Bristol. Now, this is the last ball before lunch. DeLanger bowls to De Carey's, who drops a single into the offside. It's fielded at point. De Carey's moves to 8 from 13. Middlesex move to 406 for 6. Eskenazi has 38. De Carey's on 8. The lead 287. We doubt that's the end of the innings. There's 66 overs to go today. Were they to declare at lunch, there'd still be 66 overs to go today. As soon as they come back out to continue this innings after lunch, then we know that we will lose 2 overs from the day's play at some point, when either the end of innings, the declaration, however it comes, when that arrives. So I'm thinking, they're thinking somewhere around 3:30 off 55.
Could be. I mean, that would make it very difficult for Gloucestershire to chase, and they would have to collapse in almighty fashion.
Well, that's where I'm going for the 8 points as opposed to 5. We're at 5 points on offer now for the draw. Would Middlesex have been more likely to have a thrash in this last half an hour and declared at lunch? But we'll see.
We will see. I think that's probably the most sensible thing that either of us has said all morning about about what Middlesex's plans might be. So the lead is 287. We know, as Kevin was saying, we know that even as it stands, if Middlesex go back out there, they will only have 63 overs. But it won't be that, because they're not going to declare immediately at Gloucestershire. So, from Gloucestershire's point of view, if you're getting bowled out on the final day within 60 overs, then I think there would be a serious inquest. But it happens, so we will see. Again, great summary. We'll see. Middlesex 406 for 6, Eskenazi 38 and De Carey's 8. And that all-important number at the moment, the lead of 287. Myself, Ed Seaborn, and Kevin Hand will be back with you after the lunch break. I'm going to go and enjoy my enchilada. Hopefully you've got something nice as well, and we'll see you in 40 minutes.
both Matt Taylor and Jack Taylor are fielding as substitutes for Gloucestershire for Zaman Akhtar and Ben Charlesworth.
Hello everybody, welcome back after lunch here on the final day between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex having, unsurprisingly from the cricket that we saw before the lunch break, they have not pulled the plug. So they resume on 406 for 6 with a lead of 287 runs. Stevie Eskenazi and Josh De Carey's out in the middle. Dom Goodman to bowl the first over after the lunch break from the Ashley Down Road end. His 19th over the innings, 2 for 67 so far. He's bowling to De Carey's, hand off the bat and playing the ball towards mid-on. And there's no run. We've been having a look at the updated forecast over the lunch break, and it has to be said that the weather for later on this afternoon has got even worse in terms of the predictions from the site that I'm looking at. 60% chance of rain at 4, 80% at 5. Goodman runs in, bowls wide outside the off stump and short, and De Carey's cuts, but will only get a single with a boundary rider at cover. 407 for 6, so De Carey's moves on to 9. All sorts of theories flying about the press box about what Middlesex might want to set. But I think, to be honest, a lot of the consensus was, well, 8 points for the draw. Clearly they're thinking it's a game where we, Middlesex, were 120 basically behind on first innings, battled our way back. Let's not give it away now. This is edged and right where a first slip would be. There is no first slip, and it's down to the boundary for 4. 4-1-1 for 6. So Eskenazi gets his first boundary after the break. Looked like it caught fairly high up on the bat. He was looking to run it down there. I mean, it was edged where a slip would be, but it's a shot that he's played knowing that there are no slips in place. So can hardly say that he got lucky, even if he wasn't, I don't think, meaning to get it as fine as that. Moves on to 42 though. Lead to 292. Goodman bowls and beats Eskenazi, who reaches forward outside the off stump. Don't think the ball's done an enormous amount there, but he's wanting to field bat on ball and score off pretty much every ball. Still nothing particularly wild being attempted by Middlesex in the early stages. 65 overs remain after this, so again we're already down to 63, even if they declared at the end of this one. 55 overs, 50 overs. Goodman bowls flicked fine by Eskenazi as he steps across his stumps, and it's fielded by Taylor down at fine leg, and in fact leg by is signalled. 412 for 6. One result in from this round of championship matches. Surrey having completed an innings and 11-run victory over Hampshire. Bowled them out for 197, 5 for 47 for Dan Worrell. As Goodman bowls, that's driven in the air and it falls short of mid-off. Tantalisingly short of Van Buren. I thought that Van Buren was actually moving in quite comfortably to catch it, but in the end doesn't get particularly close to him. No run to complete the over. 412 for 6, the first over after the break. So lead 293. So with Essex looking as though they'll probably draw with Durham. Essex 450 for 6, leading Durham by 92, but they're going to have the same sort of problem Middlesex potentially, not saying for certain, but potentially might have here, in that they're not really left with an awful lot of overs to bowl Durham out in. Looks as though, therefore, Surrey will, certainly at least for now, they are top of the championship with that win. Here comes De Lange, starting the first over after lunch from the pavilion end, and he bowls down the leg side to Eskenazi, who is not able to glance it away. In this division, it looks as though all the matches are going to end in draws, because even though Derbyshire have lost a few wickets, they're now 7 down up at Headingley. They are going to avoid the follow-on. De Lange bowls, driven. Nice looking shot from Eskenazi on the front foot, flowing drive to mid-off, but there's no run. So Derbyshire 300 for 7 in response to Yorkshire's 450 for 5 declared. But avoiding the follow-on, I think, really removes any jeopardy from them in that game. DeLange bowls wide, cut away. Oh, he's timed that. He's only going to get a single for it, though, with deep cover point fielding. That's probably one of, if not the best shots Eskenazi's timed in the innings, but it's only a single. It brings up the 100 that nobody wants to see when they're bowling. DeLange 1 for 100 now. 413 for 6. Here is DeLange to De Carey's, who's for defending away. Back towards the bowler. DeLange to De Carey. So we got any other possibilities of that sort of exciting action in county cricket, Mr. Hand, alongside myself, Ed Siegel?
Not sure.
Used to be a bit more common when we used to have rather more Colpack players in county cricket, I think. DeLange in now, bowls and dabbed towards deep third by De Carey's. And he'll come through for another single. Just 2 runs from this over so far. Lead up to 295. Of course, we could have had Roland Jones playing in this game. He was in the squad. I'm sure people got extremely excited over double-barrelled cricketers.
Yeah, the most double-barrelled dismissal.
Oh, yes. This is driven away. That's a glorious shot through the covers. He's played that with such a neat flow of the bat, and it's gone underneath the fencing over there. And it looks as if it's potentially rolled all the way towards the burger van. Nice looking boundary from Eskenazi. Takes him to 47 and ruins what had been a cheap over from DeLange. 6 from it. The lead is 299, so that would be 300 to win for Gloucestershire if Middlesex want to interest the home side in a chase. 418 for 6.
So if they declared now, there would be 62 overs remaining.
It's basically 5 and over, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the exact lead at the moment? Or is
299, so they'd need 300 to win.
300 off 60. Or 2 overs now. 330 off 60, if they could smash 30 off 2 overs. 320 off 60, something like that. Here goes Goodman. And he's right arm over the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end. Radcliffe Road ends. Actually down road ends. It was because I've had such a good lunch.
Am I looking too much like Dave Bracegirdle for you?
You are. Yeah. A swing and a miss from De Carey's. Through it goes. It's because I've had such a good lunch. Usually when you've lunched that well, it's Trent Bridge. And today, well done the press corps, they have finished all of the lunch as well.
Ah.
Which, being the soldier that I am, I've made sure that the lunch has been finished on each of the 3 days so far. Never send any lunch back, because next time you get less. It's an old... Everybody knows this. Here's Goodman, he's in, bowls, it's run away down to deep third for a single. 419 for 6. But if in each of the 3 days so far, the food would have been sent back to the kitchen, we sent them up too many, the next match you'd have had not so much food. And you know what would have happened? There'd have been more people in the press box next match as well.
Well, I was going to say, though, I think this is probably at the fullest press box we've had since Gloucestershire versus Yorkshire in 2022, when Yorkshire had started that season.
It's like an international press corps next door. It is. Here's Goodman, he's in, bowls, and this is pulled away through mid-wicket powerfully. Goodness me, that's a fine shot by Eskenazi. And that brings up his 50 from 83 balls, and a fine 50 from Eskenazi. He raises his bat to the pavilion, and that was typical Eskenazi, square of the wicket. Really good timing, really good roll of the wrists. Scores in unusual areas, they say, Eskenazi. That was a well-placed boundary in front of the deep square out there. 423 for 6, the lead It's 304.
It's absolutely impossible for a Middlesex batter to bring up a milestone, not with a boundary.
Yes. Goodman in. Down the track comes Eskenazi, and hooks fine for 4. He bisects long leg and deep square. Or fine leg and deep backward square, probably is a better description. 308 the lead. 427 for 6. What are we thinking? 320, 330 or 60 maybe?
Maybe. He's suddenly timing the ball much better than he was, Eskenazi. He looked as if he was struggling for it through a fair amount of the early part of his innings, but his last 3 boundaries been walloped.
Goodman has a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, fine leg, deep thirds quite fine, deep backward point, 4 on the single, and he's in now. Bowls to Eskenazi, punches to backward point, there's no run. 1 to come of the over, 427 for 6.
Yes, we have got a rather full press box over there, including Nick, enemy of the state.
Yes.
And Tim Wigmore from the Telegraph. I've been inundated with correspondence for this game.
In comes Goodman. Bowls, cut away in front of the deep point, and they will pick up a couple. And 2 more to the total, makes 431 for 6.
Stevie Eskenazi's half century came from 83 balls.
83 balls. 7 fours, there we go. That was Stephen Eskenazi's half century. 310's the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder actually how many would Middlesex have scored if they hadn't had to go for it. Had the last 2 wickets, Skyer caught mid-off and another ball slammed in the air to mid-off. I wonder how many they might have got. This at last looked like a game where Gloucestershire might be able to take 20 wickets, but at this point, even if they were to take 20 wickets, you wouldn't necessarily say, well, they've taken those 20 wickets entirely of the merit of the bowling attack. And again, you go back to that being the primary worry, really. Or as much better as things have looked at a lot of times this year. De Lange bowls a short ball, and he gets on top of that, does to Carey's, and plays it down to fine leg, who fields in awkward fashion Goodman, but he keeps the ball in front of him. The ball was travelling down at him. Lead moves up to 311. But even with the hybrid pitch, even with the quickest attack they could put out there, they're still in the position again where they are struggling for 20 wickets. De Lange bowls, rising up. There, Eskenazi has done that thing where he almost falls face first into the floor as he looks for a single that isn't there as he plays it to backward point.
Well, you know what they say, Ed, we need more pace. You know, this isn't a quick enough attack Gloucestershire have got here. We've got to completely revolutionise county cricket and get more pace into it.
Yeah.
Just not quick enough, the Gloucestershire attack. Quickest on the circuit by far.
De Lange is in, bowls, and jamming that one down into the ground, hand off the bat, and taking a single, and Eskenazi is, oh dear, right hand, waggling it about. That sort of looked more like a kind of a something's really happened here, rather than just a, ow, that's a wrap. Oh gosh.
De Lange's asking you alright. He's such a nice guy, De Lange, isn't he? He's genuinely asking you alright.
Yeah.
Eskenazi, South African born, of course. Stephen Eskenazi. Pete Waxman's out there, tending to matters. Ishank Kaushal runs out of drink. So too does the 12th man for Gloucestershire, who's hooded. He's, yes, Little Red Riding Hood, apart from
He's
wearing
got a
black
mask
hood.
on it. You know, he's got one of those kind of Guy Fawkes mask things on the front. Stealth.
The stealth 12th man.
Stealth 12th, yeah.
The stealth 12th?
Yeah. Actually, does the person to my left who doesn't like to be named know who that is? The 12th is.
Zaf.
Oh, that's Zaf. Of course it is. Now I see him. There we go. Unless it's somebody with one of those cutouts on his face. Yeah. He looked like somebody quite Well, actually, to be honest, I thought it might be somebody who was here the other day, Ahmed Said. But yes, now he turns around, you can see. Ready to go again, so Eskenazi's been patched up. It's not the delivery that you want just after you've received a wrap on the gloves. He's played it very nicely, actually. Standing tall and playing down to deep third for a single. They've crossed. My apologies. Thank you. De Carey's with the single. So it's not the ball that you want to see at the other end. Having just received a wrap on the gloves. Oh dear. De Lange bowls. This is to Eskenazi. It's a genuine bumper. And Eskenazi gets down almost below stump height there to get underneath that one. So another over which has started cheaply from De Lange. Can he complete it?
It feels like it's going to be a very, very good win from either of the teams to win it from here.
Yes. De Lange bowls backing away and hooking round the corner. Eskenazi, nice piece of fielding by Goodman, tumbling away and then gets to his feet quickly and throws. And that looked as if it was going to be at least 2 down to him, but he's done pretty well there, limiting it to a single.
Bearing in mind that Middlesex have struggled to up the run rate above 4.6, despite starting the day with 2 Centurions and a tired bowling attack, and 20 overs against the second new ball, against an older ball, sorry, before the second new ball. You know, Middlesex, Gloucestershire are going to do very well to chase 330 off 60, 330 off 55, whatever it's going to be. They've got their work cut out, haven't they, to win it from here, Gloucestershire. But who knows? We shall see. I just worry for Middlesex that they're not leaving themselves enough time to take these wickets. Here's Goodman to Stephen Eskenazi. Passes the umpire, bowls, and it's a half volley outside off stump, but Eskenazi just offers the single to deep point.
I've been told
Have you?
to ask you a question from your friend and mine. When was the last time Middlesex dangled the carrot in a chase?
Oh. Did he say he's not to be named? Just
Well, I
your
didn't
friend
necessarily say that, but you know, it was. I've been told to ask you that, but I haven't expressly been told to say it was me.
Here's an edge past the keeper for 4. A swing at a length ball. It got big on De Carey's and it flies probably or possibly over what would have been slip. So no chance for the keeper. Let's have a look again. It was, it may well have cleared slip even had there been one in place. Bracey wouldn't have had much chance. When was the last time Middlesex dangled a carrot in a chase? I'm trying to think of Gloucestershire games now, since whether this is a trick question. As here's Goodman bowls, and this ball is skied by De Carey's. Long on is underneath it, and Long on takes the catch. I'm pretty sure that is Singh Dale down there, so he'd have been under a little bit of pressure having put down one earlier. But De Carey's departs for 17 and edged the ball before a skyer with that one. And Middlesex are 438 for 7. The lead is 319. There are 3 wickets standing and a couple of long handle fellas to come in Brooks and Helm now to join Eskenazi. So perhaps Middlesex will go on for a couple more at this stage. There are still 62 overs remaining, including this one to be bowled today, 61.3 to be precise, and 4.63 is the run rate. They're asking Gloucestershire to score at something far better than that when they're struggling to do so themselves in a pretty decent position.
Yes.
438 for 7. That's why I'm just worried that this game is going to peter out to a draw. Helm has come out ahead of Brooks, which is a slight surprise, but clearly they feel Helm's 6 hitting ability is better than Brooks. Has he pulled rank? Now in his 30th year, Helm, has he pulled rank? Who knows? 438 for 7. I'm struggling to think, but the person who has asked the question, we did see on the far end of the ground the first day of the game, and I saw him this morning on a rather large poster downstairs, pulling an extraordinary pose, which was so typical of him. And I looked at all of the people in the picture, which included Ryan Higgins and Tom Smith, fellas that I knew. And I thought, good olds. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say his name, but anyway, he was pulling a pose, and I thought, perfect. Best character in that picture.
I'll need to
I'm thinking,
find that
I'm
picture
pondering,
again, actually.
I'm pondering the He was striking a pose at the back of everybody. Big smile on his face. Yeah, I'm having to ponder. Middlesex last setting, dangling a carrot. His helm, and it's Goodman. Same field for helm as it has been thus far. Is that the wind's just picked up that we can hear?
Yeah, I think so.
There's something
It's really
rattling.
blowing Bracey's shirt. It makes him look as if he's been to the gym and only worked on one side.
Goodman bowls and forward goes helm, pushing back, no run. Yes, the gazebo is fluttering down below. Well, it's more than fluttering. That's going to fly in a minute, isn't it? Look at it. That when I stepped back from the press box to our commentary box, the howling wind from the gantry upstairs. There's a little trap door up top, isn't there, for the camera crews to get up through. And the wind whistling through that was extraordinary. We haven't heard that all match. So that's how strong it is.
But I hope that our effects mic, which is up there, doesn't break. Otherwise, you'll have to go up and fix it.
Goodman's in, bowls, and this is edged in the air but short of deep third. They have a single. Helm is off the mark. 439 for 7. Did you go up there to put the effects mic in place for this match, or is it up there
Surprisingly
permanently?
not. No, it's just up there all the time. I don't actually know exactly what the setup is up there because I've not been allowed up. I don't think, strictly speaking, having said that, I'll get a massive slap on the wrist now for even suggesting that you should be allowed to go up there.
Goodman's in, bowls, and this ball's cut away out to deep backward points for a single. Eskenazi thinks 2. Helm says no chance. Oh yes, there is a chance because there's an overthrow. The ball, the second bounce, or maybe first bounce, and a no ball as well. Oh goodness me. It's bounced under the gloves of Bracey, so they've got through for a second with an overthrow, and a no ball's called by the umpire. So we've got one more to go at the over still. Middlesex lead by 322. There are 61 overs remaining. After this delivery, so my estimation of 60 overs to chase 320, stroke 330 is now gone. We're looking at about 340 or 55.
Oh, who knows at this point? I mean,
They go in round figures. They're not thinking of 57, are they?
No,
So.
no.
Here's forward on the front foot, Eskenazi dropping a single, and he'll keep the strike. End of Goodman's over is 21st. He's 3 for 94. And Middlesex are 444 for 7.
Good. I'm glad you got that last couple of deliveries there. My
To explain
vague kind of, sort of soporific feel at the moment with the
Enchilada hangover.
Enchilada having been, and the fact that until Middlesex actually do pull out of this, yes, there's going to be some whacking about, but the real crunch period, the business part of this day, is going to be the start of Gloucestershire's innings. And if they can start well, whether that be simply starting well by not losing any wickets and rendering the rest of the day fairly useless, or whether it be starting extremely quickly and setting up something that could be quite exciting. But the possibility of that is disappearing the longer this goes on, with Middlesex in the middle. And there's from their point of view, as I say, I'm not having a go at them whatsoever. I can understand exactly why you'd want to make the game safe before having some sort of a go. Got spin coming back with Van Buren having a go from this pavilion end. Haven't seen a huge amount of spin from this end. Van Buren's tended to prefer the Ashley Down Road end. And everybody's back on the boundary, other than a short third and a fine leg, but even that fielder's allowing a single. Van Buren bowls to Eskenazi, who's going to play it to the one fielder that could have stopped the single, and that's the bowler himself. So there's no run. In goes Van Buren to Eskenazi, flicks away to the onside. Now, can they grab 2? They can't, because of the fielder on the 45. 445 for 7, so Kevin can put his right leg down on the floor, but he won't because he's assuming a relaxed pose, suspended on the back of his chair next to me. Van Buren to helm, And just turning into the onside, they'll sprint the first one. There's a long boundary out there on the leg side, and it's 2 runs as... Oh, did that come off Eskenazi onto the stumps? I think it did, yes. He's just rubbing his left glute, so it did. So an assisted direct hit by Eskenazi, but a long way home. Helm has 3, 4, 4, 7, 4, 7. As Van Buren bowls down the leg side, flick and a miss round the corner from Tom Helm. The blue's gone from the sky, but it's not as dark as it has been so far today. Van Buren to Helm and turned down to long on for a single. Is there a single person on the balcony? Any of these apartments? Yeah, nobody out there.
Yeah, all at work.
Van Buren Eskenazi, who's forward and nudging towards point, hand off the bat again, as he does quite often. And they've milked Van Buren for 5 runs that over, which means the lead is 330. Oh, and that's it.
330 off 58. I was close. I went for 330 off 60. 330 off 58. Or 331 indeed is the target.
That came from nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously had a figure in mind, didn't they? They obviously played to it, because, again, there was never particularly a charge. But then when they did try to charge, they failed. Eskenazi was playing his shots, 65 off 96. And that's why, for Gloucestershire, they're being asked to go at a run rate which Middlesex couldn't achieve themselves in setting the target, which carries far less pressure than a run rate when you're chasing. So I'm usually an optimist. I'm a little bit fearful for today's game in terms of a result for either side. I think the most unlikely result from here is a Gloucestershire win, because Middlesex have failed to go at 5 and over themselves in setting this target with plenty of wickets in hand and plenty of set batters, and not the pressure of the chase. So it mainly feels as though if you were to eliminate the draw fully, who's most likely to win from... Well, no, I wouldn't say that, actually. It's perhaps not the way to go about it, but if they get off to a bad start, would they be able to shut up shop for the best part of 60 overs on this pitch? You thought so?
Yeah. I mean,
but equally,
you would think so.
But equally, it's a funny one. It's been very difficult to go at 5 and over on. So we shall see. 449 for 7 declared.
Yeah. So the required rate will be 5.7 and over,
which we haven't seen in this game, have we?
No, although
even with set batters in this innings.
Yeah, but having said that, you have to take out of the equation the fact that Middlesex were about 19 off 13 overs to start their innings, so they have scored at probably 5 and over ish since the start of their innings. So yeah, I mean it still took Ryan Higgins making 155 at nearly a run a ball for that to happen. So it's going to have to bat well to get these runs, but I guess in terms of an absolutely impossible run rate, Middlesex haven't completely removed the possibility that Gloucestershire might get there, but what they have done is meant that Gloucestershire are going to have to bat extremely well and are going to have to decide at several points, because they are going to lose wickets. They're going to have to decide at several points, are we going for the win here, are we drawing, what's our decision as to what we want to get from this game? And it may be that already that decision is we want to draw, but equally, given, as we've been saying, that Gloucestershire haven't potentially even been this close to a win for a long time, do they look at this and go, actually, where we are as a side, we need to try and go for this and risk losing, because we need a win to propel ourselves forward in the championship, and we need a win to really give ourselves...
Needs to win in this game?
Gloucestershire, surely, in terms of the fact they've not won yet this season.
Have Middlesex banked on that slightly?
They might have done.
I wonder, is 2017 rankling still a little... I'm probably overthinking that, but I wonder, is 2017 rankling... There's probably not many left of that 2017 setup. I'm trying to think who the coach was then. Big fellow with a beard.
Big fellow with a beard. Oh, you mean Gloucestershire's coach? That would have been the Dawson era.
Yeah. Wasn't interested in setting up a game.
No, I mean, Dawson was very much... His mantra was effectively you make the game safe and then you go for the win. He was very much about you go into the final day with a chance of victory and then you decide whether you want to win or draw. He was very much about playing the long game. We don't.
Yeah, that was what he said.
Yes.
Teach him how to win properly.
We don't necessarily know at this point what Elaine's philosophy on that would be.
You know, it's a difficult one because for all the world, the sporting enthusiast in you would say, come on, you've got to go for the win. Why would you not? But then you go for the win and you lose. Then you have all of the flack that comes with it. So, yeah, it's a tough one because Mark Elaine, you'd feel, is probably an attack-minded, positive-minded coach. But equally, in the back of his mind, you know, you think, oh, you go for it and you lose. And it's another game without a win. Another game without a win, which is drawn and actually won the first innings of the match, but Middlesex had a good third innings.
And you've taken more points out of the game than the opposition in the end because first innings is more important than second innings.
And it's 8 points for a draw, not 5. So live to fight another day rather than hand over points to a side. I mean, Gloucestershire shouldn't be ruling out the possibility of going up this year.
Well, Mark Elaine certainly hasn't. He mentioned that he thinks there is, and he's done that consistently, even as recently as the Yorkshire game here that they managed to save. He said, I don't understand why nobody's talking about us. So from his point of view, he's certainly, at least in terms of trying to get the group to think more positively, and this is another thing that he has said, that he's felt at times almost expectations are too low. They have been too low over the previous couple of years, and that almost that has ended up being a self-fulfilling prophecy that you then don't win many games and you don't have success. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. They may be at a point where they might be thinking, well, perhaps even from a supporter's point of view, and you can't in professional sport think, now what would the supporters want us to do? I don't think really. But I do think you could see a situation where Gloucestershire supporters would take losing knowing that there was a possibility to win versus just patting it out for a draw. And actually they might see, there will always be a section of supporters that will play contrarian to whatever you do, but equally you could see quite a large section of people going, well, actually we're glad that the team went for this win. And I don't know, in terms of mapping out sort of staging posts, I mean, if you gave yourself even 10 overs, something like that, 10 overs maybe, just to quote-unquote bat normally, you'd be left needing basically a run a ball, wouldn't you? Give or take. You'd reduce it to about 300 to win from 48 overs, which is certainly not impossible in a 50-over game, but it's certainly going to take some doing. And this is not a 50-over game. It's a red ball. There's no fielding restrictions, and no, more from the point of view of the power play rather than anything else. Because actually, if you need 6 and over, having everybody back on the boundary makes it incredibly easy. But in terms of how long Gloucestershire could give it before they really have to make any sort of a decision, actually, you so often you find you've got a bit more time in these chases than you think just to assess things. And somebody like Bancroft can just go out there and bat the way that he does for a while. I assume it'll be Dent opening the batting with him, and Dent in general would nowadays probably look to play quite positively anyway. So you could see a situation where they give themselves 10 overs and actually they're still not at such a steep rate in terms of the requirement that they'd still be able to go for it if they wanted to. But yeah, equally, if you're then 2 or 3 down after 10 overs, then I suppose your decision has basically been made for you by losing those wickets. Then it's quite simple. You just got to bat the overs out. And of course, the other thing that is in play here is what is the weather going to do. It still suggests, the forecast that I look at, that we are more likely to get rain from 4 o'clock than not to get rain.
Doomed, we're all doomed. Yes, like I say, I've not been very optimistic about today for many reasons, starting with the rain prospect, added the bad light.
Yes.
And then a case of how bold would either side be. Somebody's really going to have to let rip in this innings for them to chase 330 off 58 once this innings resumes or starts. Somebody's going to have to play very, very well. And again, it's one of those chases where you don't do it in bits and pieces. You really need somebody to go big. You do it from the top down, this kind of chase, don't you? If they're 9 for 2, Gloucestershire, then it's hard to see them picking up their scoring rates over 5 and over at any stage.
Somebody would have to play, somebody would have to play absolutely out of their skins. I mean, in that middle order, there's not many players who've made 150s lately.
Of course, the other way that sides do take it now is they set up a T20, don't they? So they try and go at a pace to the last 20 overs of the match. So what would they need to score? 58 off 38 overs, score 150 off 38 overs.
So if they went at 3.5 and over for 38 overs, that leaves them leading 10 and over off the last 20.
Which is still a stretch, isn't it?
Exactly. So
that's why I'm not so optimistic.
Yeah, I mean 3.5 is basically that's been roughly the scoring rate, hasn't it, for most of the game? Forget when Higgins was going on. Higgins' innings at nearly a run a ball. Yeah. So that's the way that he plays.
I mean, unless you're none down with 20 overs to go, score at 10 and over for the final 20, and that's without losing any overs, which we're fearful that we may. The batters are ready, but the fielding side are ready as well. They're in a huddle. I couldn't see them in a stanchion, behind a stanchion, because they were all in a huddle. Helm charges out, deploys behind him. Higgins jaunters out. Ethan Bamber is taking off his sweater. Which end are we starting from? Is that this end? And Bamber. It looks as though it may be. But out go the openers, Bancroft, and, well, as mentioned as well, we've got a runner for Charlesworth, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
So, yes, here comes the fun.
And also, Zaman Akhtar was not out in the middle for that innings just then, so and he has been useful with the bat.
27 in the first innings.
Who knows if he would? I mean, we haven't heard anything yet to say that he wouldn't bat, but there are a couple of question marks in the Gloucestershire lower order, which again maybe means, are you feeling quite as optimistic about saying to the top, I don't know, 3 or 4, okay, you can go for it? So, sorry, I wasn't sure whether you were going to pick up or not. It's Ethan Bamber to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. There are 2 slips and a gully, so I haven't gone over attacking the cordon, but they've got a short leg in place. Here's Bamber then, bowling to Bancroft, who's running the ball towards backward point, and there's no run. First delivery, Middlesex up and about, swarming in the field, looking to create some pressure. Doubt in the minds. Fortunately, we get the run rate required on the board next to us, which saves me doing what I usually have to do, which is put the numbers into the online calculator every over to get the number. Bamber in over the wicket, bowling to Bancroft as that ball bounces nicely, but wide of off stump and not interesting Bancroft in a shot. 331 from 58. Probably best write that down. I mean, in terms of some of the chases that we've seen on this ground, and chases that Ryan Higgins would remember very well because he'd been a part of all of them. As Bamber bowls to Bancroft, he turns that one firmly on the bounce to short leg. That's a good piece of fielding from Stoneman under there. So that might even have been a boundary if that had got by him. But Higgins will remember the 2021 season where we had 3 successful chases by Gloucestershire on final days. And in terms of those 3, none of them really match up to the situation that we've got here. So I'll give you those numbers in a moment. After this next ball from Bamber, who runs in now. He bowls to Cameron Bancroft, and this is guided down into the gully, half stopped, in fact more than half stopped in the end, as it doesn't get at all far away from Helm, who's sharp in that area, and there's no run. So those 3 chases, Surrey set them 228 from 63 overs, so that in itself doesn't seem like a particularly steep rate, and it's a much lower target, but there was rain involved, so Gloucestershire ended up chasing it in 37 overs and might only have had about 45 overs at that, so that's not at all similar. Bamber bowls wide outside the off stump, and no stroke from Bancroft. Northamptonshire set Gloucestershire at the end of the season 266 from 85, which, again, this is more runs, fewer overs, although that pitch was doing all sorts. I'm not actually sure that this pitch is doing as much as that one was. That's probably some of the most seam movement I've seen out of a Bristol pitch, actually, in my time doing this. Sanderson was getting the ball to deviate every ball. Bamber in now, bowls. Oh, that comes back late at Bancroft. It probably wasn't quite as close to off stump as it looked as if it was from the way that it swerved after it passed. And a maiden over to start with. So that's already put the required rate up to 5.8. And the other chase, Leicestershire set Gloucestershire 348 from 82 overs. And they chased that in 78.3. And Leicestershire were down a bowler. So potentially they might have been thinking, if Higgins was involved in the decision, he'd have been remembering those 3 chases and gone, don't want to set him anything particularly close to any of those. And as it is, it's more runs than any of them in far fewer overs.
Here goes Helm with that second over. Dent, the left-hander on strike, short leg, 3 slips and a length ball defended by Dent into the onside. There's no run. Cloud cover's pretty consistent overhead at the moment. Not too much too heavy, but equally no breaking up of the cloud, which would be nice to see. Especially with that little bit of a threat of a rain. But it has been coming in from our right today, hasn't it? As where it's been coming in from our left before, as we look across. Here is Helm, bowls, full straight and defended by Dent, solidly in behind it, no run. 5.82 the required rate. .331 the target. Bancroft managed 12 in the first innings, bowled Higgins. Dent was bowled Bamber for 3. Batting down the order though. So here goes Helm. Bowls, and this is dabbed to short leg where it's fielded under the lid. The slip cordon is Eskenazi at slip, deploy at second, Higgins at third. Backward point is Fernandez. Mid off Holden, mid on Ethan Bamber. Stoneman's under the lid at short leg, De Carey's at mid wicket, and long leg is Brooks. 3 wickets and an over to wrap up the Gloucestershire first innings. Can he produce something similar at some stage in this? Here goes Helm in bowls, leg side. Oh, has he flicked it through? He has! Dent hangs his head to one side. He can't believe it. A feather down the leg side. And Helm has the opening wicket. Gloucestershire in their chase, a 0 for 1.
Well, Chris Dent's testimonial year this is. And unfortunately, that is another dismissal that he will not want to remember. A strangulation job down the leg side. And yeah, it happens sometimes. Helm is quick enough, I guess, that you're more likely to get it potentially off.
Quick and tall and extra bounce.
Yeah, the bounce, exactly. Yeah, so it's not entirely something that's completely luck driven, but equally it's not a delivery that Chris Dentwood feel he should be getting out to by any manner of means. And so it's the dream start for Middlesex with the early wicket, and maybe it does just already leave Gloucestershire thinking we're just batting these overs out. I mean, Ollie Price coming out at 3.
How's that rain forecast doing?
Well, might be looking at that soon. Ollie Price
Well,
has
for both
effectively
sides.
been opening, to be honest, and we said this earlier. Batting at 3, you're basically opening nowadays anyway. But this season, pretty much what? Let's say now 4 innings out of 5. I think Ollie Price has effectively been the opener. I think there was only that one real sizable opening partnership in the first innings at Hove. I think that was a 50 partnership between Bancroft and Charlesworth, but otherwise Price has been out there within about the sort of 7th over at least every innings so far.
3 slips a gully and a short leg for Ollie Price. Backward points, mid-off, mid-on, and long leg. So here goes Helm. He's a right arm over, bowls, and a swinging ball starts wide outside of the off stump and continues to swing away through to the gloves of the keeper, and Price having nothing to do with it.
Already seemingly more swing, isn't there? And actually, unlike a lot of the new balls we've seen in this match, it's not taken very long for that to come at all.
Yes.
Last ball of the first over, that was the first one that really went from Bamber.
There's a little bit of blue sky creeping over the back of the mound stand. This is Helm moving away from our commentary position. He's right down below us, and that's a lovely line and length, just a little bit too wide in the channel, and Price leaves alone, but good pace, good bounce, good accuracy from Helm. If he could leave 6 and over there, then there's nowhere to go at all for the batter. Dent caught Davies, bowled Helm for a 4th ball duck with a feather down the leg side to the keeper. And again, you'd perhaps just put into play that little bit of bounce on this pitch. He was batting a long way across, wasn't he? And then flicking at one down the leg side, not wholly in control, the extra little bit of bounce, and an inside edging it through to Davies. They all knew they had him, and the umpire agreed. Gloucestershire after 2 overs remain 0 for 1, a wicket maiden for Helm.
Actually, the second dismissal this season to a ball on Dent's pads. He turned one to square leg in quite close against Yorkshire in the second innings. Here's Bamber bowling to Bancroft, who gets really caught up there trying to clip through mid-wicket, and I think it almost never closed the face on that and spooned it out into the offside.
Who's the most likely to defiantly deny Middlesex were this to go wrong? Who's the batter that say, I'm nailing my colours to the mast, he will save this game for Gloucestershire?
Well, I mean, I guess you've only got to look at the last home game here, where Ollie Price made 147 and James Bracey made 102 to bat almost the entire final day against Yorkshire. Bamber into Bancroft down the leg side again, and he just wondered whether we were going to see arms.
Did they ever
going
come close to winning
again.
it?
No, they didn't. No, there just wasn't enough time. Yeah, I think they got
so
there
it was
with
peril. It was peril, that partnership to begin with.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yes, I mean, they'd lost Dent early. Bancroft hadn't lasted very long either. So they were about 20 odd for 2, I think, at one stage. And then Hammond was out the previous evening, slapping a ball to mid-wicket. Bamber into Bancroft, who squeezes this one down fine. Don't think he really rolled the wrists on that. But Gloucester should get their first run, and Bancroft's up the other end, 1 for 1. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think about Hammond as well in the last game, 77, and he batted for, well, let's see if I can get the exact number up, because it's better than an approximate one, but batted for, I think, around about 5 hours in that match at Hove. 77 from 204 deliveries. Bamber in, bowls on drive from Price. It's a good looking shot, but it's plucked out of the air on the bounce by Bamber, and Price gets back in his ground. But again, Bamber far too nice to throw the ball. He's not going to chuck it at you. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure there's necessarily really one player that you'd say they've got to go big, but I think already you might say, given how reliant Gloucestershire have been on him at times, Bamber bowls to Price, turns past short leg and gets off the mark with a single as Fernandez mops up from mid-wicket. And both batters now on 1, 2 for 1. As much as Gloucestershire have relied on him and as much as thought of him, Ollie Price and I guess the overseas here, Bancroft, you know, you get one of these two. And as much as Hammond's coming off an innings where he's spent more time in the middle, top scored for Gloucestershire in that first innings, and then that 77 at Hove. Yeah, get one of these two, and it's already feeling jittery. Bamber in and bowls, and Bancroft has turned that one off the thigh pad, I think, to short leg. I don't believe there was bat there, but he did not look comfortable at all. Fell short of short leg. And the end of the over, 2 for 1. So the required rate is already basically at a run a ball, having gone 3 overs and only scored 2 runs. So, yeah.
My point exactly. You know, when you chase him 5.8 as it was, that's not allowing any time for a drop-off, which you would naturally expect in a first-class innings.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be a Middlesex serving it up on a plate from ball 1. Then the start's going to be slow. There will be a tumble of some wickets at some point, which will slow it further, and all of a sudden your required rate is gone.
Don't talk about drop-off at this point in the day, though.
Well, yes, especially after the enchiladas. 3 slips and a gully. Helm bowls outside the off stump. It swings away from Price. Has nothing to do with it. Short leg is Stoneman in place as well. Oh, it's a noisy kettle. Sorry, I should have gone and done the one next door, shouldn't I? Put the kettle on at the back of the commentary box.
I don't know. They probably can't hear it wherever they're listening from.
Or if they could hear me blow my nose, they can hear that thing. I've even got the lid on it. It sounds like it's like a plane taking off in the background. Here's Helm.
It's like been back at Headingley.
Yeah. Helm's in, bowls, and on the back foot, Price defends.
Yes, we were trying to work out during the lunch break which ground in the Caribbean it was, where the planes come in basically
overhead.
over the top of it.
Grenada was suggested. Was it Grenada?
Yeah, I think that was one that was suggested. To be honest, I can't remember.
OJ Price, that's how we got onto Trading Places in the first innings, wasn't it? The price of OJ. The plot of Trading Places. Or part of the plot, anyway. Helm. 3 slips, crouch down as Helm is in, bowls. Oh, that jags. Did it swing late or did it jag off the surface? It might have been a little bit of late swing just before pitching.
Yeah.
And then really changed the line of it. But
I thought it was
trajectory,
live.
A foot or so before. Yeah, I think it was swing.
Yeah.
I think it swung, then pitched, and then continued on the line from which it swung.
Apparently they can't hear the kettle.
Who can? Who's told you that? Nobody's messaged you and you're not reading anything. You've just made that up.
Just got a message alert. Disappeared before you could see it.
I see. Helm. Past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball is played off the body down to long leg. A cry of catch for the short leg. It's much finer of him, maybe in the air for a moment. In the old days, when basically it was me and Churchy traipsing around the country on our own doing it, people always used to think we made up the emailers. Mark in Madrid.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody used to think we used to make up the emails. We didn't.
I mean, yeah, that's a lot of credit to give somebody. I mean, first of all, you know, never mind anything else, but on top of the fact when you've got to commentate on your own.
No, they thought we were probably up all night sending emails to ourselves.
The creative process involved with making up an email that you've just received whilst trying to keep up to date with what's going on in the middle.
In hindsight, on some of the very quiet, long, slow days, and I'm thinking of Taunton 2007, maybe I should have made up an email or two, but never did, not once. Nobody believed these people existed, though. Here's Helm. 3 slips gully, leg gully and a short leg. He's in, bowls, and right in behind this one, Bancroft defends, and there's no run. Mark from Madrid, of course, is a Gloucestershire fan, as you all well know, I'm sure. But all the ones in America, Texas Tom, there's loads of them.
Right. And they all had those names based on where
exactly.
they were based as well.
I guess that's why people thought we were making it up, maybe.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering.
Here's,
and then the Void.
The Void, yeah, exactly. Helm bowls, and this swings, but down the leg side through to the gloves of Davies, end of the fourth, 3 for 1. But yeah, still get a few emails every now and again, or tweets or messages from those who were there back at the beginning. Then there's those that are sadly gone. Tony in Twickenham, I remember, was always again, TNT, Tony in Twickenham.
Yeah.
Sadly passed on now. Big Middlesex fan and member. Used to regularly keep me company on a quiet day in the commentary box with his emails. The Americans are the great ones, though. Extraordinary. Spokane Dan. Or was it Spokane?
Spokane, I think, isn't
Spokane.
it?
Yeah, but it didn't rhyme with Dan then. Spokane Dan.
Spokane. Keeper up to the stumps. And
silly mid on in place as well. Higgins.
Sort of straight silly mid on with.
We've just been told off by the producer. Focus.
Yeah, got to be careful not to stand on the cut strip, Higgins, but he's about as close as he could be to doing so. As Bamber starts the 5th over of the innings with the ball on Price's hip, and that's flicked down to fine leg for a single, 4 for 1. We've got some shadow batting going on next. It's almost like Melissa's story back in the commentary box. This is very disconcerting. A slight difference in looks between the person next to me and Melissa, but fine leg.
The Bancroft Strangler is the topic of discussion at the moment. I think they can strangle him.
Fine leg, leg slip, short leg. And, well, he plays it right between short leg and leg slip, down to fine leg for a single. And it is 5 for 1. That does, I mean, we're talking about the Goon Show on day one. That does sound like an episode of the Goon Show, actually. The dreaded Bancroft Strangler or something like that. Actually, speaking of emails, we've got somebody from Bexhill on Sea who regularly emails Adrian Harms at Hove. As Bamber is in. Bowls! Oh, how's that missed? It's missed everything. And it's gone down for 4 byes. Over the top of middle. How on earth did that not bowl Price? Oh, maybe off stump, actually. I think Ollie Price can believe he's still standing there. 4 runs, not that it probably matters a great deal at this stage, but 9 for 1, and good grief, what a ball that is not to get a wicket. Seam swing. Just over the top of off stump. Bamber in now, bowls, and this is cut by Price. That's a good shot. There's nobody back there on the offside. The ball's not exactly whistling to the boundary, but it will make it comfortably enough. And 13 for 1, so back-to-back boundaries. The chase is on.
The chase is on. The chase is on.
The chase music.
Actually, which one of the 3 of us would be off the chase? Who'd be the chaser out of the 3 of us? Is the chaser the one that sits at the top, or
yes.
the one at the... Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they then get chased down the board. You'd go for the high amount every time, wouldn't you?
I beg your pardon.
Well, you know, in terms of middle amount, high amount, low amount. As Price dabs into the offside and takes a single to point. It's 14 for 1.
I don't watch it, actually. So
yeah, right.
I thought you said the high amount.
Yeah. I see.
Not the high amount.
Well, the chase is always on the higher amount, at the top of the stage.
It's a slanderous accusation by yourself.
I don't know, would you be the Sinner man? Paul Sinner? I don't think you'd be Mark Labette.
I really like the presenter of that show. I think he's brilliant. Bradley Walsh.
Bradley Walsh, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
In comes Bamber down the leg side. They continue to try to strangle Bancroft, but Bancroft moves so far across his stumps, doesn't get particularly close to that. End of the over, 14 for 1. Very nearly the second Gloucestershire wicket falling in that one, but Price is still there on 8. Bancroft has 2 for what it's worth. Target 331, and the required rate basically bang on 6 and over, 317 more required. Yeah.
And he does gladiators with his son now, doesn't he?
Does he?
Yeah.
I haven't
Bradley
seen
Walsh and
the
his son,
most recent
Walsh Jr.
incarnation of that, I don't think.
Yeah. I watched a show recently, actually, with my daughter. It was good.
There's a great clip from the chase with Bradley Walsh having to read out the name of a certain German skier.
Yes. Helm's in. That's a good leave by Price, and there's no run. I was thinking exactly that, but I was thinking that we can't pretty much go beyond that, can we?
No. In fact, I think on the celebrity version of that show,
Yes.
they deliberately write the questions in order to force him to have to read out those sorts of things. There's a great compilation. I don't know if it's still up there on
So
a
it's
well-known...
German skier.
Yes.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, must look it up online. German skier Bradley Walsh. Very funny. Here's Helm. He's in, bowls, and he's punched through the covers. Lovely shot for 4. And Price rattles along to 12, and it's 18 for 1.
And Middlesex, having taken that early wicket, very much going on the attack. And so does open up the potential for Gloucestershire to move back to something a bit more like perhaps what we'd suggested, where they could score at 3.5, 4 and over for a little while at least and then make a decision. But at the same time, there's still plenty happening out there.
Helm in bowls, overcompensates down the leg side. It's taken by Davies.
I mean, because there's a few patches of blue that we can see from here, but already, again, even with the cloud that there is overhead, you do still go back to what's this going to be like in 2 hours' time.
Oh, we're an hour from tea, aren't we?
We are. Tea fixed on the final day.
We'll look as though we're all right until tea, looking at that skyline. Unless... So it was coming over our left shoulder until today. Is it our right shoulder today?
So.
Helm's in, bowls. Oh, wow, that goes through everything again. I think it beat the outside edge. Could have only just missed the top of off stump, that one. That was mightily close as the batter was squared up, and it's gone over the top of Midland off that. 18 for 1. Ollie Price on 12. Middlesex, the bit between their teeth. They can get a good start, and that's what you fancy. They need a good start and then need it to keep going, really, because I don't fancy they're going to get all of the overs. Well, 52 remaining after this. So here's Helm, bowls, and forward goes Price, pushing into the offside mid-off fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, the off stumps looked accessible a couple of times so far. Admittedly, it's taken some serious movement for it to be. It's not as though Price is staying leg side of the ball or something and just leaving it there. It's been because the ball has nipped away from him as he's been thinking it's going to be a middle stump delivery and then it shapes away. But I guess you really are thinking top of off.
Here's Helm, bowls, and a bounce, which tennis balls through to the keeper, and no ball. It was so short, that one. Well, with the rate that things are going here at the sideways movement, a bit of swing, up and down pace, you wouldn't be surprised if middle stump was exposed again.
Well, we have needed a change of middle stump once before in this match, haven't we?
Was it middle that was broken, yeah?
I think it was middle, yeah.
Apparently middle stump was exposed last year as well, on a number of occasions. So here's Helm in, bowls, and this ball's just full of a length. Oh, now is that a put down? I think it is, or did it carry?
I think it was just
Helm
short.
doesn't look disappointed. Oh, yes, he does. Or he's hurt. I think, yes, he's hurt. So it was just short. Diving forward at backward point. Nobody's gone across to ask if he's okay. Did it definitely... Did it definitely drop short? Nathan Fernandez is a lovely young man. He's gone across and given Holden a pat on his back. What, you think it carried?
I thought it fell short, personally. I thought it fell...
The cry of catch went up. Everybody was exasperated as it popped clear of Holden diving forward. The fact he had to dive forward at point tells you it was difficult. So he's done well, but the lack of sympathy for Helm, having hurt himself diving forward to take a catch, just is making me wonder, actually, did that carry?
I didn't see an awful lot of hands to head heads either.
Oh, there
though.
was.
Oh,
There
was
was.
there?
There
Well,
was.
I mean, in terms of, he's dropped it type rather than, it nearly carried type. Here comes Bamber, body language experts up here. Bancroft will nudge that one through point. There is no fielder at point, so they take a single, 21 for 1. Bancroft moves on to 3. Got runs in his first innings, scratchy runs at that, but made a 70 and hasn't had a score of real note since. So I'm sure, particularly in this situation, Bancroft will be wanting to take on the responsibility and score some important runs here one way or another. Bamber into Price, who plays late down into the ground, and there is a backward point for Price, so there's no run. And they're certainly loading the leg side more for Bancroft than they are for Price. I still think as much as the strangle, they're trying to get Bancroft to move across to the offside, because that is what he does with his technique. Try and trap him LBW as much as caught fine. Price, facing to Bamber, turned wide of mid on, and a single is taken, 22 for 1. Price moves up to 13 from 21 deliveries.
Winston, I was making my way to you. Winston Gutkowski says, greetings from old-timer Winston, formerly of Brussels, now enjoying the wilds of Girvan on the Ayrshire coast in Scotland. Your match looks like the only one left that has a glimmer of chance of results, so sticking with you guys for the duration. Thanks as always for the commentary.
Bamber approaches, bowls, Bancroft forward, solidly pushing to mid-on.
Winston, it brings a big smile to my face to see a message from you, and only just after I was talking about the originals. Winston was one of the originals.
From Winston?
He was not Winston from Winston, no. Or Whitstable. Winston from Whitstable.
He'll have to move.
He was of Brussels. And now of the Ayrshire coast in Scotland, Girvan. Yes, Winston was one of the originals. Is that why you've just chosen to message Richard, Winston? Did you just hear me talking about the originals?
In comes Bamber bowls. Oh, it's a no ball anyway, but Bancroft has moved across his stumps and seen the ball just leap a touch at him and passes outside edge. 2 runs to the total, 24 for 1. I mean, he's sort of withdrawn his bat there, but his move across would be enough to interest Bancroft. Well, the originals, I mean, we're back to talking about the 100 again.
Stop it.
Bamber running in, then out bowls. Bancroft's had that one come off a piece of protective equipment, which he's then adjusted. First up, I thought it was thigh pad, but then perhaps it rattled around a little bit in that area. But again, not really looking as if he's enjoying live batting out there at the moment.
We can pretty much rule out the chase now, can't we?
Looks like it, yes. Pretty much. Bamber in now, bowls, and turned through backward square by Bancroft. Should be at least a couple. In fact, the fielder's going to have to do well to stop that. He doesn't. It's just, unfortunately for him, gone behind him and then on to the rope. He had just about enough time to get up to his feet and look where the ball was, and he had enough time, almost like somebody who's played on and just seen the ball as he's turned round trickle onto the stumps. De Carey's watched as the ball went into the rope. So a boundary for Bancroft, his first. He's got 7, and it's 28 for 1. Yeah, just looking elsewhere. In Somerset were 3 down, but they're about to move towards the lead against Worcestershire. I mean, none of the Division 2 games, other than this one, are going anywhere. Surrey already wrapping up the win. Durham only 1 down, trailing Essex by 111 at Chestley Street.
Helm in bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone through to the keeper. 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, not mid-wicket, sorry, short leg, and long leg. It's funny old light out there at the moment. It's the kind of light where there's immediately a dark cloud above us, but everywhere else we're actually surrounded by some pretty light fluffy cloud, some brighter skies. It was almost the opposite a moment ago. It was almost as though we were in the middle of a volcano. We had a bowl shape of horrible, nasty cloud all around us, and we were right in the middle of it all, but actually quite bright. Here is Helm bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-off by OJ Price. You're taking exceptions.
Did you just describe Bristol as the middle of a volcano?
Well,
how dare you?
Ashley down, but maybe not Bristol itself.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't think any of us lives in Ashley Down.
No, it's nice. The brick around here, it's like the pavilion, isn't it? When you pull out of the ground, they've got all the distinctive... it's not the Cotswolds, is it? But that certain type of West Country brick, because this ball's full outside of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper. And there's no run. I mean, there's plenty more that have been built since then, but there's a good few, isn't there, of the on the Neville Road side of the ground more so, isn't it? Where I nearly ran over you with your headphones on the other day when you crossed the road without looking. Generation X's. Headphones on straight away, head down.
Not Generation X, that's you.
Oh wait, so what are you? I'm a Generation X and you're a millennial.
I'm millennial.
Oh.
I'm right at the back end of millennial.
Helm, bowls outside the off stump, and through it goes. 28 for 1. True to come. Either that or one umpire doesn't like the other.
Yes, there was one of the international umpires that did use to signal 2 remaining in the over. Clearly, I can't remember who. It might have been Damascena, actually. I think at one point was signalling 2 left in the over like that. I don't think he does it anymore.
Helm. Bowls.
Ooh.
Full straight, defended. Resisted by Ollie Price onto the stumps that one, but just pushed back patiently.
It was obviously less disconcerting for Price than it was for me. I think it was a big bit of mud that just kicked up off Helm's boot, and it was almost as though 2 balls were flying.
Oh, I didn't see that. It's quite a dampness to the crease, isn't there, where the batter is? It's almost as though there's a little green patch. Quite a lot of grass on the wicket at that point, it would appear to be, but it almost looks green from here, but as you look at it on the camera, it just looks like a dark, damp patch. As here comes Helm, bowls, and up on his toes, Price defends this one. Winston says, indeed, I did hear you. Talking about the originals. Sorry to hear about the death of one of our merry band. Yes, Tony in Twickenham. I remember that match at Taunton well. What was it? 1,800 runs for 10 wickets? Something along those lines, with 3 centurions in the Middlesex innings, a triple century for Justin Langer, and 3 other centuries in the Somerset reply. Not many wickets fell, lots of runs, and I was on my own, but for the merry band, as Winston says. We're getting the gang back together this afternoon. Are they all going to tune across? Well, even the splitter, Spokane Dan, who now follows Clive Eakins' lot because he found some Warwickshire ancestry.
Ah.
So he split across to Warwickshire instead.
It wasn't anything to do with the commentary then. Laughter without mirth. Here comes Bamber bowling. Forward goes Bancroft. He plays defensively to mid-off.
He chose Eakin over me.
Well, they are quite a merry band up at Warwickshire these days. You never know quite who you're going to get. I mean, it's Clive Eakin must love Bristol because he always seems to come here.
If there's one thing you call about the band at Warwickshire, it's not merry.
Yeah, there's a good 4 of them at least, isn't there? It's a bit like Essex, the lucky dip at Chelmsford. Here comes Bamber bowling, and Bancroft whips this one through the onside, wider mid-on, and that will have enough to go to the boundary. So a second 4 to Bancroft. Oh, the bat tap. Very COVID throwback from Bancroft and Price there with the bat tap rather than the glove punch. 4 runs, 32 for 1. Bancroft's got 11. Higgins warming up at leg slip. Might still have yet more of a say in this match after his 155 has set up this position for Middlesex. Runs required under 200. 300. Forward goes Bancroft and pushes defensively into the covers. 299 from 49.5 overs. So actually they're not that far off what I said in terms of 35 off the first 10 and then see, but they have lost a wicket, which would not have been part of the plan. So roughly 10 overs in, the required rate's only just climbed up above a runner ball. But Middlesex are setting an attacking field still, allowing for boundaries to occur. Bamber is in. Bancroft touches that one round the corner aerially, but short of Higgins at leg slip, who does well to keep it to a dot delivery. Just looking at the sort of percentage of the sky that's now bright, and it's gone from about kind of 50% already to 30%.
What?
Yeah, it's dark to the left now, it's sort of dark to the right. As forward goes Bancroft and takes a single. Again, that field with all those catches on the onside, meaning that there's plenty of room offside for Bancroft to tap and go, and that's what he's done. Moves on to 12, and it's 33 for 1. So are there any other quiz shows that you watch then? Is it me that watches the quiz shows and you watch the films?
Yeah, I don't think I watch quiz shows, to be honest, no.
Yeah. I was wondering whether it was just the chase that you didn't particularly watch. I don't know whether you had one that you were especially loyal to. I mean, like any good late millennial, Pointless is pretty much a daily occurrence for me. More ways than one, as that's let go by Price to end the over, 5 runs from it. And it's 33 for 1.
Some would say Pointless is a way of life for millennials.
Exactly, that's what I was meaning.
Ah.
Yep. 298 from 49.
Helm. Someone's got to burst the door open here for Middlesex, don't they? How long till tea? 44 minutes till the interval.
It's going to be a long evening session, isn't it?
Well, again, weather permitting, light permitting. I mean,
yes.
Should we have our full allocation of overs today? What time will we be here until?
Well, I was going to go there next, having said, we won't still be playing at 7:15.
Yeah, exactly. Helm's in, bowls, and this is down the leg side, a lifting ball through to the gloves of the keeper. Little fended it from Bancroft, but through it passes. 33 for 1. We have 49 overs remaining, 48 after this. So that's 3 hours worth of cricket, plus 20 minutes for tea, which at 3 o'clock puts us at 20 past 6. So not too bad. It's not going to be a 7:20 finish. However, over rates if wicket starts humbling. But Middlesex would be advised to get through their overs quickly in case lights. They don't want to drag this out. Need to bowl these overs quickly. As Helm's in, bowls, and through to the keeper that passes. There's no run. No chance of extra overs in the final hour for Middlesex then. Once the final hour won't be taken at 5 at this rate.
But it's still, they'll still tap their watches for it.
Yeah, but if you tap you
still have to have. You still could get. Then it moves to time rather than. I mean, it's
Yeah.
We don't help ourselves really with this stuff, do we? To be honest.
Yeah. 16 overs tapped. Yeah, fair enough. You are correct. Helm. One of the longest run-ups in the match, I'd suggest. He's in. Bowls and just a fraction too straight, and Bancroft happily behind that turns to short leg, and there's no run.
It's all just very smooth, isn't it, for Helm? I mean, we've been admiring his action, but he mentioned the long run and just everything smooth and easy going. Something almost quite languid about Helm's action, those long arms, that gather, release.
Here goes Helm. Hits the crease, bowls, and that's tucked for a single through the vacant mid-wicket. Bamber bustles across to collect on the square, and it's 34 for 1. Bamber bowled a useful bit of spin today, didn't he? Whether we see some Liest Ploy, Nathan Fernandez, and Josh DeCary's, of course, as well.
Yeah, well, Yorkshire took this attitude a couple of rounds ago. Yorkshire basically took the attitude of we're just going to try and bowl as many overs as possible, but then that was Kookaburra ball flattening pitch.
Helm bowls short. That's hooked handsomely by Price for 4. 38 for 1. He's on 17.
That's always going to be a method of scoring for Price. And in that 147, in that final innings against Yorkshire that I was referring to, the number of times they carted Matthew Fisher through that region, Fisher just didn't get his short ball right. In fairness, it was quite hard to on that pitch because there was no life in it really, or in the ball. But Price just kept finding the gap between long leg and backward square, and there's no backward square at the moment.
Here's a length delivery from Helm, push back. 38 for 1. What were you going for? Spokane or Spokane?
I went for Spokane.
So it is definitely Spokane.
Is
says,
it?
Winston, I used to live in Vancouver, British Columbia, just over the border, well, a few hundred miles. Oh, so well, there you go. We had Vancouver Winston.
Right, okay, that's something new there.
Yeah, Spokane Dan. His surname was the problem. It was KNAACK. KNAACK. Yeah, go on.
Knack.
Yeah, I struggled with it though. Daniel Knack. The closest he could get me was say, think Kinnock.
Right.
And then just take out the
I.
Knack.
Yeah, Knack or Knack in Switzerland is
Bless you.
a common name. Yeah, I thought that was coming. Let me just wipe my microphone down. Here comes Bamber bowling, tucked into the onside. Quick single taken by Bancroft, wide of mid-on. He'll move to 14, 39 for 1.
How did we never have all those years? Vancouver Winston. Missed one there, didn't we? Good Gowski in Brussels. Had a good ring to it though.
There must be a suburb of Brussels at least that's got... What do we need? We need to start with a G.
Or a W.
Oh, W might be easier because, you know, G in Flemish would be...
Bless you.
So you'd then have to do that with his name as well. Keeper up for Price on 17.
I've got a feeling we're going to drift to much of this conversation.
Yes,
this
I think we
afternoon from
might. And people are going to have to understand. As, that's a good-looking delivery from Bamber, but it doesn't really interest umpire Pratt in an LBW shout.
High.
You sort of got the impression that it was either high or inside edge, and quite obviously so, because not everybody went up for it. We'll have a look again. Well, high and going down the leg side, I think. But he certainly did him for a bit of zip off the surface with Bamber, so... Again, encouraging signs if it's adding to the annoyance of Bamber that he's not yet in the wickets column this innings. Here he comes again, bowls full, inviting the drive, and Price accepts, and that will be 4 runs. Doesn't matter how far in you have the boundary rope from Ashley Down Road, and it's always very quick towards the flats. 4 runs.
What price a Gloucestershire victory at Bristol? He'd be some hero, never mind saving the game against Yorkshire if he could win this one. 6 remains the required rate. Hovered just below, and it's hovering just above now.
Is that loosening at mid-on? Is that
Brooks?
Yeah. Higgins has been doing some warming up. 43 for 1. Bamber into Price, who is forward defending. A ball which perhaps hit more the lower part of Price's bat than the middle of it as he defended it, and rehearsing more of a low position. I suppose this is the thing, when you've been struck on the thigh pad a couple of times, you're expecting basically every ball to be up there, and then Bamber just maybe skids one through a bit. You've got to be a bit careful still if you're getting on the front foot to be as committed as you would be on a pitch where the ball wasn't bouncing very much. Bamber is in, and this is driven in the bounce and into the hands. Two-handed cup this time from Ethan Bamber off his own bowling. Next over, I must see if I can find some Brussels suburb.
We're not there yet, surely. Surely we're not there
Beginning
yet.
with W. Last ball of this over. And Davis is going back now. So just looking to mess a little bit with Price's feet. Getting moving in out of the crease, takes a step down before he takes guard, and then another step as Bamba moves in and bowls, and this is defended again to mid-off, so 5 runs from the over. Gloucestershire 43 for 1, so the required rate has moved from 5.7 to 6.1. It's not an extravagant move, but equally, as the overs tick down, and every over you don't meet that required rate, the rate moves up by more. So effectively, you've almost already had the grace period. Not
The
as
WG?
Yes, I'm going to go there. Effectively, that's it now. Going to have to score at pretty much a run a ball, you know, if not quite, even 5 and over for a while now, to ensure that the rate doesn't really climb.
Well, as I say, it's what can you leave yourself off the last 20? Can you be 3 down with 20 to go? What are we now? 47 to go as Brooks replaces Helm. 2 slips in the gully, and Brooks is in, bowls, and up on his toes. He was in position early for that Bancroft. Felt as though he was almost on the way back down as he played it defensively into the offside.
Stoneman's cap's flown off. Not sure what he was doing, whether he was backing up or whether it is just that windy that his cap flew off. We can hear it again in our microphone, which normally does not pick up the wind, so partly direction but also strength.
Brooks bowls, good line, good length, just outside of the off stump. Back and across Bancroft to that one. He's into the offside, suggesting it was a fraction too short. He was comfortably back and across, but I'd imagine it was the combination of a fraction short and a fraction wide. Saw it early. Blustery conditions continue, and now we have a rather ominous grey cloud creeping over the back of the mound stand. Brooks bowls full, attempting the Yorker. It was almost a leg stump Yorker, and actually Bancroft almost clips it off his heel to mid-wicket, and there's no run, no ball called. He just put a little bit of extra effort into that one, clearly, Brooks, and oversteps. 43, will be 45 for 1. Is that still the hospital to our right?
No,
No.
it is not. It's the City of Bristol College.
Was this ever the hospital? No.
I think you might be thinking of Cheltenham.
Brooks bowls, and this is clipped down to long leg for a single, 46 for 1.
Not too dissimilar in architecture, I guess.
It was
Some of
a
the hospital buildings over the far side at Cheltenham.
Orphanage. Ooh. And that's the brick that I'm talking about, isn't it? This pavilion at the bottom still has that same colour brick. And some of the houses around Neville Road ends have a similar feel. And down into Bristol, I'd imagine. Continue along that.
Yes, you get the Georgian stone up towards Cotton
there it
and
is.
Clifton.
In the background, we can see it over the back of... here's Brooks bowls, and forward goes Price, pushing away into the onside, and there's no run. Lovely shot of it there. Look, there it is. And it looks lovely.
Does it?
It does.
It's supposed to look Victorian and imposing.
Ah.
You're not supposed to want to end up there.
Well, that's true.
This is for the lower section
Yes.
of society.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, part of the pavilion here at this end has a similar feel. That was why I was wondering whether the bottom tier of this pavilion still retained its original feature, or whether it was an addition to match the buildings around. As forward goes Price, pushing back up the track to Brooks, 46 for 1. Once kind of the over.
Yeah, as I say, you get more Georgian-y up over the other side over there. Some ridiculously imposing houses up there.
Brooks, shortish run up. He's in, bowls, and up on his toes. Price defends. End of the 12th, 46 for 1. We have 30 minutes to tea. And yeah, these kind of passages of play, how many down do you need to have them at tea to realistically think about winning the match after tea? to be about 4 down at tee, don't you? And then you've got to think about
Yes.
a couple quickly, and then there's going to be 1 or 2 that hang around for an hour or so, and you've got to go through the rest pretty sharpish as well.
Yeah, well, thinking back, I guess, to that 2021 game at Cheltenham, where Middlesex were 4 down at tee on the final day and lost 6 in the final session.
Yeah, all right. Move on, Ed, move on.
Well, yeah.
What year was that?
2021.
2021.
Yeah, the
COVID.
last time these two sides played.
COVID. That was the game when Simpson and Helm and all the others got called up
Yes,
to the England C
Simpson,
squad.
Helm and Payne, both
Which
starting
trounced.
captains in the game.
Yeah,
No,
which
sorry,
trounced.
it wasn't both starting captains, it was Gloucestershire's.
They trounced Pakistan 3-0, didn't they, in that series? Spin! No, what? Higgins. Higgins into the attack.
Well, he was listed as a spinner for the longest time
Was he?
on a well-known cricket website. Yes,
BBC?
Ryan Higgins off break, but no. Here he comes, Higgins over the wicket. 2 slips in a gully, leg slip, short leg, short mid-off, and turn to short mid-wicket by Bancroft, no run. So a tight net round Bancroft here. And also in that game, Higgins didn't play for Gloucestershire because I think it was something like 4 a.m. that morning. Higgins' wife had given birth to, I think it was their first child. So that's a wide delivery. Bancroft watches it through to the gloves of Davies, standing up. So there was quite a lot going on, as there often is at Cheltenham, in terms of news stories breaking. And Ollie Price, I think, made his debut in that game as well. Yeah, 31 and 33 made on his debut. Running in is Higgins, to bowl to Bancroft, who's, oh gosh, he's looked to clip through the leg side, and that one did come, I think, off the leading edge rather than the bat which hadn't turned round yet. So again, one that really might have gone anywhere. And what all those catches in close are after. Middlesex will not panic whatsoever until certainly this burst from Higgins is done. There's an in-ducker, which Bancroft plays defensively to short extra. It's going to take a long time further than that for Middlesex to panic, but I guess what I mean is, well, they really believe that they can take the remaining wickets, but they'll still think Higgins has got, and potentially Brooks, as we saw in the first innings, they've got that over where mayhem can ensue and 3 wickets could fall, something like that. Higgins bowls, Bancroft plays forward defence into the onside, and we were talking in the lunch break about a game between Gloucestershire and Warwickshire here in the proper COVID season, the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, where Higgins took a triple wicket maiden on the final day to help launch Gloucestershire towards victory. Last ball of the over, Higgins is in, and this is driven. That's a good looking shot from Bancroft off the back foot. A punchy drive through point and away to the boundary, so it spoils what could have been a maiden over from Higgins and brings up the 50 for the innings for Gloucestershire. Probably Bancroft's best shot of the innings so far. Moves on to 19, and it is 50 for 1, with the requirement being 281 from 45 overs. But yeah, he got Rob Yates, Ian Bell and Sam Hain in the same over, with Warwickshire needing a fairly sort of low chase, and Higgins also getting the final wicket of Oliver Hannon-Dolby with, I think, just under 5 overs left to go in the game. It was a real nail-biter, and Higgins took, I think, something like 11 in the match, maybe even 12. Need to look that up.
Brooks has 2 slips in a gully, a point, a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and Brooks is in, bowls, and that's nicely on the spot where Brooks would be well advised to leave that ball.
Did that just stay down a fraction, or did Price just play it as though it did?
Well, he's the kind of bowler, pace and height, that you wouldn't really want to be on the front foot to him if you're suspecting this ball might climb. So, yeah, could he have been forward, perhaps?
And he's a tall man himself, is Ollie Price, but not as tall as Henry Brooks.
Brooks bowls just outside of the off stump, left alone through to Davies. Dot ball. So, yes, the Kookaburra played its part in no results in the first round and few in the second. And sadly, it looks as though the weather may well play its part in this one. With the time we lost in this game, we probably would have had enough for this to be a decent final day encounter. I.e., had we not have lost the time we'd have had, then it'd be a fair while still to go in this game. Wouldn't there? Is a attempted cut from Price fails and the ball goes through to Davies outside off. Well, how much do you think we'd lost? We must have lost at least half a day, mustn't we, in this game to bad light and carry on. And we lost 2 sessions.
Yeah, we lost. What did we lose? We lost from day 2. We lost about. From day 3 we lost 24 overs. Day 2 we must have lost at least that, if not more, maybe about 40 overs from there.
Yep.
Day 1 bit of time as well.
Brooks bowls short. He's hooked. It's mistimed, and Fernandez picks it up all along the floor at mid wicket. But again, you had 60 overs to this scenario now. Middlesex probably would have batted for 20 more, pushed that lead up to somewhere, or that target up to around 360, 370 maybe. But then equally they'd have had another 40 overs to bowl at Gloucestershire to attain victory.
Yeah, we lost about 6-7 overs on day 1, I think.
Brooks in bowls, and there you go, there's that spot again, just full and straight. But there's where the Middlesex bowlers don't seem to have extracted the same kind of pace and bounce from this surface, but then Gloucestershire are the quickest attack in county cricket by far. So
those are your words, not mine.
No, that's the statistical truth of it.
Right.
I have it on reliable, very reliable information. As here's Brooks bowls outside of the off stump, that's left alone through to the keeper. So I was distracted. There was a light in the sky. There it goes again. It must be a plane descending. And there you go. Look at that very bright, bright light. If it starts darting off at all angles, quickly grab a camera.
No, we can't go there.
Yes. Where is that then? Is that Birmingham? Is that just taken off from Birmingham?
No.
I mean, it's too close to be Bristol.
Yeah, but it might. I think what they sometimes do is they come and do a little loop round, and then if you're really desperate to know.
I mean, that is so bright. It's unbelievable, the light off that one.
Here's Higgins bowling to Bancroft. He turns it towards mid-on. There's no run. Well, it must be below 10,000 feet for that light to be on. Because I think that is
actually, it's the sun glinting off it. Look at how bright it's getting ever brighter. Is it the sun glinting off it?
I think it's just the landing lights. But if I can get this
glaring
sight to work.
Oh, here we go.
Should be able to find out.
Ed Martin Emerson Seaborn.
What it's doing.
Should have known. This explains it all.
Ooh, it's a helicopter. As forward goes Bancroft to this next delivery from Higgins. Well forward, playing it back to the keeper.
Shining its lights, is it? Because the police helicopter's been going around there.
Electricity one. It's the yellow. We see that one quite a bit actually. It's the pylon inspection.
That light must be draining half the electricity of the southwest of the country. So bright.
Thankfully, it's not the air ambulance. It's the National Grid one.
Here it comes. There you go. It's nearly with us now.
Higgins bowls and Bancroft pokes this one through the offside, but there's nobody anywhere near that. They'll take 2. They might even fancy a third. They turn but do not go. So just a couple for Cameron Bancroft, who moves on to 21. Gloucestershire 52 for 1.
That was some light from the distance, though. Maybe is there a helicopter landing pad up there somewhere? maybe it had gone straight up, and that's why it was so eye-catching. That light. It really, it doesn't often happen. I mean, bearing in mind we see a lot of aircraft over Lords.
Here it comes into the microphone.
Well, hopefully not.
I could land on the roof, maybe.
It's an expensive microphone, that.
It's got very gloomy now. Higgins bowls. Bancroft steers into the offside again. This might be a repeat performance of the previous delivery. Lots of work for Helm to do. And once again, he will limit it to 2
We're not
54
far
for
off
one.
getting to the point where celebrating that the umpires have a
Yes,
have a bad light
great decision
meter.
to have set
Yeah,
that reading
exactly.
where they did, yes.
You should have said it lower, umps, honestly. We could have been home by now.
I'm amazed they haven't taken a reading now. I mean, this has to be darker than
No,
when
it's
they
just
went
we're
off.
blinded by that light on the head. What did it need that light for?
Well,
I've
you
never
get-
seen anything like it.
Well, they have to have that light on when they're below a certain altitude.
If that was okay.
4 runs off the last 2 deliveries, but still an attacking field as Higgins bowls and Bancroft plays respectfully out into the offside. No run. He's not got the air of a man who's in any particular hurry. Bancroft, he looks more like somebody that's just moving the scoreboard along when he sees fit, but otherwise is content just to do what he does.
Winston says, back when I lived in Brussels, I was about half a mile from being Winston from Woluwe.
This is whipped away through the leg side by Bancroft, and that's 4 runs. He's timed that one very nicely. Crosses stumps, flicking it off his thigh and taking a boundary. So that is 8 runs from that Higgins over, and 58 for 1 Gloucestershire, with Bancroft on 27.
Sadly, I lived in Sharby.
Oh, right. Woluwe.
Do you know that, or are you
Dunno.
making it up?
Well,
Woluwe.
I think I know it from a beer,
Ah.
possibly. I'm not sure, but I've certainly heard of it. I don't know whether they, because most of Brussels is French speaking now. It might be Woluwe or something. If the Belgians could decide what to do over Brussels, it might be 2 separate countries by now.
He goes. Brooks is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside, and there's no. I'm just nodding at this stage. Far too late in the game. Try and engage me on such matters.
Oh, school's out.
Can they just walk through the ground?
Yeah.
How did we miss this on Friday? Were we off by this point on Friday? Oh, look, there's a light shining. Oh, it's the steakhouse burger.
Your shining lights.
Well, it is. It is getting dark now. I think we need to call it off and go home. No one's going to win this from here now, are they? I did tell you I was pessimistic about this match situation today. Brooks in bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, obviously spooked Middlesex a little bit how easily Higgins and Holden batted yesterday evening. That partnership perhaps spooked them. Maybe they felt they needed to go that little bit longer. 331 number of overs.
So I wonder whether we'll still reach a point in this game where, despite the hybrid pitch, are we still thinking even that?
Short ball through to the keeper. No run.
Are we thinking even that can't necessarily make Bristol a place where you can feel absolutely confident that 40 wickets are going to fall in a match? Because it has got, in general, it has got easier for batting on. There's definitely no doubt about that. From now, even having seen the start of this innings, the pitch is doing much less than it was on day one, which should make it all the worse if Gloucestershire suffer the most monumental collapse from here.
So what have we got? 42 overs remaining after this. So we've got 2 2020s to score 270 runs.
3, yeah.
So 273 split in half is 135. So you've got 220. You've got to score. You've got back-to-back 2020s with 9 wickets standing. You've got to score 135 in each 2020. My point being, Gloucestershire are perhaps closer to the victory now than Middlesex. Brooks is in, bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. It's a no ball. 60 for 1.
So they certainly felt Price withdrew late there. Oh, here we go.
Light meter.
The march is on. Surely he's not going to stand over at point. This has got to be a light meter reading, surely. No.
He's going
to stand at point. Okay. Why not?
It's a bit too bright standing at square leg.
That is... Well, it must have a reason.
I'm assuming it's that leg gully fielder he's worried about him running in front of his line of sight. Brooks is in bowls and a forward defence from Price. There's just not quite the same zip. If you think about earlier today and Singdale putting the ball on that spot, that ball was fizzing through, wasn't it?
Well, he bowled a terrific spell first thing this morning, and that was the closest to what was happening on day one that we've seen since day one itself. But there may still be the odd ball that's doing it, but very few are really leaping off a length anymore.
There's another one, which Price happily gets in behind on a length. 60 for 1.
It's just more of a gentle pace, isn't it? I mean, it's by no means is it a typical day 4 Bristol type pace. I mean, that ball you're probably coming forward to, or it's sitting up so much that actually you've got time to play a shot through the onside to it. But it's still, this has behaved like the sort of Bristol surface that loses its pace.
This is pushed back into the onside by Price, and there's no run. One of the great chases that we've seen after tea on a final day of a game, where a side have come out. I mean, what have we got? 15 minutes until tea, so another 4 overs until tea. So after tea, 38 overs to score 250 runs, let's say. Well, they're not going to quite get a 20 run score for the next 4 overs, are they? Well, mind you, they're going at 4s. But yeah, 260 off 38 minimum. 2 20-20s, 130 each T20. It's actually pretty modest. Do Gloucestershire go in at tea and think, lads, we've got 9 wickets?
Oh, throw the bat.
A very short boundary down the ground.
Higgins runs into Bancroft, who stabs that one out into the offside. Quick single, fielder doesn't pick it up. Stoneman in on it. He might have had a close shot at getting Bancroft at the non-striker's end. It felt like a pretty tight one, but everything needed to be absolutely perfect, and the pressure of that caused the fumble. And they're through for that single, 28 for Bancroft. Well, if Gloucestershire are going to have improved fortunes in the T20 this year, they'll be pointing to their 2 Aussie signings, Bancroft and Bo Webster. Could be an early marker for Bancroft to lay down here as Price plays defensively down into the ground and there's no run. Looking forward to seeing Bo Webster as well come to Gloucestershire, the leading run scorer in the Sheffield Shield, who was signed to come here and
do you ever think he'll end up
T20
on a selection panel? Because then he'd be Bo selector.
Here comes Higgins, bowls, driving into the hands of the bowler, and there's no run. Ignoring that, he's available for 2 championship matches as well.
Is it
Webster? Scarborough and Cheltenham. So I mean, if you're going to come over and get a flavour of county cricket, not that he is getting his first flavour because he's been over here before, but still, a couple of pretty good places to play there. Higgins in bowls, and it's a ball that has beaten Price, just shaped away. And I think in the end, actually ended up missing that by, yeah, it's a great big bit of mud that's flown up again, which has put me off. I thought that was the ball.
Mudslinging in Bristol.
Yeah, we've certainly had plenty of that in this commentary box. Higgins in, and forward defence from Price, leaning over the ball, plays it to mid-on. Price himself, be curious to see what he can come up with in the T20. His bowling was actually the surprise package of the T20 from his point of view last year. I mean, for a while, Price was Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in the Blast, but sort of a role he plays in that middle order. Good against spin through those mid overs. Last ball of this over, Higgins bowls, and on the walk is Price because the keeper's gone back, but is only defensively poking into the offside. 1 run is all they've managed from that over, so the required rate has crept above 6.5, 61 for 1.
Corrections from Gutkowski. This rolls back the years for me. Woluwe.
Okay.
In Belgium, and Scarbeck.
Okay.
Scarbeck.
Yes.
Which I think I went with Sharbeek. Scarbeck it is. Here is Brooks. The required rate is nudging. Well, it's nudged over 6.5 as Brooks is in. Bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. 61 for 1. Is there any point where Gloucestershire think, actually, we could have a little dash at this? But it is. It's, if you're in the chase in this situation there, you hold it all back and then go at the end, which then, if it goes wrong, you haven't got as much time to shut up shop.
Unless
So
you've
the
still got a
pressure,
lot of wickets. in
should the
hand.
light hold, you would be very surprised if Gloucestershire don't have a dart. Brooks bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. This ball's in its 18th over, with 41 still remaining, so it's only going to be 30 overs old with 30 remaining, 40 overs old with 20 remaining. So, you know, a T20 against a 40-over-old ball. 9 wickets standing. I went to who's the most likely to save it. Who's the most likely to win it from the Gloucestershire gang?
Well, if Hammond were to sustain what Hammond
Brooks
can do...
bowls a bumper outside of the off stump, and it's called a no ball. It's too short. 63 for 1.
Yeah, so if Hammond can sustain what Hammond is able to do, but Hammond's role for a long time in T20 cricket has been to get to 20 or 30 as quickly as he can, and then it doesn't really matter too much what happens beyond that point. Last year, especially in the period when he was captain, he did bat for some longer periods.
Forward goes Bancroft, dabbing into the offside, no run.
So, yes, I think he might be one. Van Buren would probably be another where you'd say he has that ability to score at a run a ball plus and actually not really seem as though he's going on the full out attack. And Van Buren was a big part of particularly that Surrey chase that I was referencing earlier on.
Brooks bowls up on his toes. Bancroft turns to mid-wicket, no run.
But yeah, you know, you think about, I mean, do you know what a great move would be?
Go on.
Stick Marchand de Langer up the order. I'm always for this.
Pinch hitter.
Get him up there. And if he's off on one, I mean, you haven't lost a huge amount by him getting out early.
You would be better sending de Langer up to be one of the pinch hitters
Exactly.
and one of the ones who are going for it rather than one of the ones to save it at the end.
Yeah, quite.
Brooks bowls, and it's full, straight and watchfully turned just straight of the short mid-wicket. But a tumbling Bamber ensures there's no run. There's one to come at the 18th.
Bamber on ice.
Well, he was, and he did well.
Well, yeah, but he was tumbling.
He was. He was. Light, again, is a problem for us, isn't it, in this game, sadly, which would be a real shame. But let's hope for some brighter skies after tea. As Brooks is in, bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Bancroft on 28, and there's no run. 63 for 1. End of the 18th. 41 remain. We'll have two more before tea, probably. Maybe, yeah, 2 more before tea, and then 38 thereafter, I would suspect.
Yep. Just ticked over to 6 minutes to go until the tea break, as quick as Higgins tends to be, rattling through his overs, doesn't waste any time, really, any point in his overs. I think at the speed that Brooks will need to get back to his mark. 2 remain. I must say I'm actually quite surprised they haven't at least had a look at their meter, but maybe they're waiting until tea. Higgins bowls and looking to jab that one through the offside is Price, but there's not a great deal of pace to work with there, and it goes down into the gully. Still trying to shine up this ball. Never stops. The optimism of just a little bit more work on it, or we can get that swinging round corners. Sometimes I guess it's just something to do. Higgins to the crease, he bowls. Full and straight forward goes Price, holding the pose of the defensive shot. There's no run. Yeah, I'm still looking elsewhere, I think. It really does look as though there's going to be one result from this entire round of matches other than match drawn at this stage. But here's as good a place as any for that to change late on, as Price is forward and playing defensively again. This time it's fielded at mid-off. So basically they might as well shut up shop for tea now, I guess, and then come up with some sort of a
plan,
strategy, yeah.
a cunning
plan. Let's hope it's not
a ploy to outploy deploy.
A deploy, yes, exactly. Higgins bowls. Oh, it's come back, although it did more of its work after it had passed Price, and I think almost left on length as much as line. I think they've just gone over the top of the stumps, even had it moved a bit more. Price obviously concerned enough that he's asked for his guard again and has been told he's a little bit out with his original mark. Higgins already turning, already moving in, bowling again, looking for the in-ducker once more. Did a little bit, but then it hit the pitch and just did nothing. And Price lets it go again. In some ways, though, I guess even just this start shows probably Middlesex were right to leave as many runs for Gloucestershire to chase. I mean, you know, I suppose you could still have the counter argument to that to say, yeah, they might have had to play more shots and might have lost some more wickets by now. Higgins in bowls, and that's driven well stopped by Higgins, who had more than a half thought. He tried to deflect that onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but took too much pace off it. Really smart piece of fielding from Higgins there, and it means that was a maiden over. Higgins is first, none for 13 from 4, Gloucestershire 63 for 1. But again, it goes back to the fact of quite a bit to lose. 8 for the draw, still the chance to sit there in the top 2, or near the top 2. I suppose Leicestershire will have picked up some batting points now, so might overtake Middlesex.
Brooks, 2 slips in the gully, and he's in bowls, and that's punched off the back foot down the ground. There's no mid-on in place, so mid-off to Carey's gives chase. They only get a single though. Didn't make it as far as I thought it was going to. Bancroft's on 29 from 54, and it is 63 for 1. It's going to be 65 for 1, because it's going to be 66 for 1, because the scoreboard hasn't even put up the 1 yet, but there's also a no ball again from Brooks. How many no balls is that now from Brooks? This is set to be the last over before tea. With that no ball making it a 7 ball over, I think it will be 66 for 1. Brooks in bowls. It's clipped to square leg where there are 2 fielders. A fine mid-wicket and a retreated square leg. Fine mid-wicket gets there first. That's Bamba. 67 for 1. Gloucestershire.
No ball.
4th no ball. Gloucestershire require 264 more runs from 38 overs after this at a rate which is just going to nudge 7 by tea, unless there's a few runs clattered in these final 5 deliveries before the interval. As Brooks moves in again, Price on 21. He's up on his toes and clipping off his hip for a single to that deep square that is Mark Stoneman. So one more to total it is. Bancroft, my apologies, is on strike. It's Price now.
Just a small area of brightness, just a small little ring, giving a little bit more light for now.
This ball's just full of length and it eased into the offside by Price, no run.
Oh, there's another plane up there.
Where? Oh, yes. That one's not got its lights on. That was why it was so odd, that light in the
facing
distance.
towards us, isn't it?
I'm still bemused, or confused even, by that light on the front of the helicopter. It was so bright. This time of day, maybe it was bad light. They have to have it on at this time of day. You said below 10,000 feet or something.
Yeah,
for
I think it's something like that for the landing lights.
But
it's staring straight at you.
Here's a full ball. That's a fair point as well, I guess. A full ball from Brooks. He's backward a point for a single, 70 for one.
Yeah.
They're bringing the run rate down. It was up at 6.8 a minute ago. It's down to 6.78 now.
It's been quite a productive over out of basically nothing whatsoever. How many's 7 already? From the first 3 deliveries, legitimate ones.
Yes. Brooks outside the off stump. It nips away from Bancroft. Starts wide enough, not to worry at all though. It's back up now, 6.8.
4 legitimate ones.
Hmm?
Was 4 legitimate ones. Yeah. The scoreboard just catching up after that first delivery. So 1 ball left until tea.
Yes. And then 38 overs to chase. 262. It's just too many. 38 overs to chase 220. Might have said maybe. As this is left alone outside the offside. That should be tea, and it is tea on the final day here at Bristol. We are a session short of what would be a very good match at the moment. Unless Gloucestershire are able to do something brilliant, or indeed Middlesex, but 9 wickets in 38 overs. I think Gloucestershire will be mightily disappointed having been able to see off Middlesex for just the one, and that was a feather down the leg side as Dent fell. But Bancroft has 30, Price 23, and at tea on the final day, Gloucestershire 69 for 1.
Indeed, and you rather suspect that the most likely thing to happen from here, forgetting anything that happens on the field, is either rain or bad light curtails things. It's a little bit of a shame, but there we go. I don't know that there was a huge amount else that could have been done other than maybe we might not have lost quite so much time earlier on in the match, but even then, you know, Middlesex really, I mean, Middlesex lost 7 wickets in that second innings there, but the last 3, 4 of them even, only as much down to the match situation as much as anything else. They weren't snorters of deliveries that got through their techniques. So certainly from the start there, Gloucestershire making it seem pretty much, especially given they were facing the new ball there, pretty much as flat as the Middlesex batters had. So hopefully, I suppose, from the point of view of something exciting, the light holds and the rain holds off. If it does, Gloucestershire will require 262 runs from 38 overs. Join us after the tea break, Kevin Hand and Ed Seaborn, to see whether they can do it or whether Middlesex can pull off something extraordinary. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Hello again, and welcome back to the final session of this championship match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. The equation is that for 38 overs, Gloucestershire must score at 6.9 runs per over if they're going to attain this target. Middlesex require 9 wickets in the final session to win in those 38 overs. But to be honest, I'm quite surprised that they're even starting at all. The umpires went out and did a light meter reading. It looks pretty gloomy out there. But, contrary to what I suspected, the umpires then waved them out and we're ready to go for the final session, with Ethan Bamber bowling the first over and bowling to Ollie Price on 23, who stands tall and jabs towards backward point but won't get a run. The rain's on the way as well, just to throw that into the equation. I'm trying to build up the excitement as much as possible, but it's a bit hard from where I'm sitting, given the state of the light at the moment and the fact that there's clear rain on the way radar-wise. But Bamber's bowling and wafting outside the off-stump is Price and missing the ball. And that could be the issue as well. You'd think from a Gloucestershire point of view there would be enough overs left in hand if they wanted to shut up shop. But equally, these two have not been going hammer and tongs yet. And if they do, does that then cause wickets to fall, and by another means the match reaches a dead, potentially, conclusion? Bamber in, bowls on drive from Price. He's hit that pretty well, but not well enough to beat mid-on, who sends a slightly wayward throw in towards Davies, which threatened to get away briefly, Henry Brooks. But there's still no run, so 3 dot balls to start this session, and just those 3 dots already is enough to push the required rate basically to 7. In comes Bamber, bowls now, and Price lets that one go outside the off stump. So, I mean, again, you're looking for early signs of what Gloucestershire's mentality is. And I know he's played and missed at one that over, but letting the ball go.
5 and over for the next 18 overs.
Oh, 18 overs, gosh. This is, I mean, everyone's got their different numbers at the moment, right?
Leaves 160 to win off 20. With a short boundary, 2 short boundaries.
In comes Bamber, bowls, and this is driven firmly down the ground. Bamber gets enough of a hand on it to slow it down, and another throw which has Davies scuttling around to catch it. But still no runs. Unfortunately, I mean, it is a shame that there's no kind of obvious bubbling up conclusion elsewhere, but this might be as exciting as it gets. We'll see. I mean, it could still get really exciting, but I think we're going to need the weather to change for it to do so. As Price drives into the covers, it's knocked down at cover. In fact, covers deflected it. Stoneman, that is, away from mid-off. And they'll come through for a single.
I think day 2 was as exciting as it got.
Well,
when we went round the grounds to see which ones did tee and which ones didn't.
Oh yes, everybody loved that. 261
the
off
umpires
37 over.
Well, they've had enough.
I mean,
they're not going at 5 and over for the next 18, are they?
I mean, we're going to be here until 7:15 with light meter readings if we do get these 37 overs in anyway. And again, it's fine. It's actually probably brighter by a fraction than when they went out there. Are you getting ready for bed?
The umpire's lost his... Why?
Well, I don't know. You seem to have got a cup of sort of chamomile tea or something.
Oh, lemon and ginger.
Lemon and ginger,
for the man flu. The umpire's lost his hat. It's gone rolling to the feet of Price.
Next time I expect to look over and you've gone behind the screen to change into your dressing gown.
Smoking jacket. His helm. 3 slips and a gully. Bowls to Price. And this is left slow outside of the off stump through to the keeper. 70 for 1 after 21.
We don't allow any smoking in this building, certainly not from jackets.
Smoking. Who still smokes? Honestly. I'm surprised the Middlesex scorer didn't take up smoking. Work he had to do over the years to get the run rates down. How are they doing at the moment? Any issues there? Over 8? +1? Or is that minus?
I think it's +1, yes.
Here's Helm, bowls straight, and that's pushed straight over wide mid-on. They'll pick up a single, they'll think about 2, but they'll settle on 1.
Yeah, the sort of the rule is if it's a clear minus, then it is a minus. If it looks like a minus with a sort of little blob, then it's a plus.
The blob's a plus, is it?
Yeah, it's.
Nice.
I mean, it only looks like there's a blob above the horizontal line.
Yeah.
But that, I think, is the plus.
Here comes Helm. He's in, bowls, and that lifts past. Oh, past the basser through to the keeper, and 2 of the slips have lost their hats in the wind. It's blowing up a hoolie out there.
That has gone like a leg break, hasn't it?
Yep. I just only saw it over your shoulder. Was it late swing or was it seam?
Seam. I think it's
Yeah,
just
I thought
gone
it was
straight
seam.
off the pitch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. Here goes Helm. And bowls, and forward goes Bancroft to a ball that holds its line. Now, you're just waiting for that one to seam away, weren't you? And then it would have been trouble, but...
Yeah. The previous ball pitching leg stump and full, and you've basically got Shane Warne at double speed.
Mm. Yes, fair point. It's Helm. In past the umpire, he bowls, and right in behind that one. Bancroft defends. He has 30, Price has 25, 71 for 1. The required rate is 7.2 now. And yes. Well, there's not much to tell at the moment, is there? It's hard to really see. Something needs to happen apace. Why has Helm got one more? How have I declared over and it wasn't? I declared over.
Did you?
I did. Didn't the umpires here? Helm past the umpire, he bowls, and just full of length. That's driven away through the covers. And Carey's gives a scampering chase. They've taken 2, 3 off the over. 73 for 1. 22 bowls, and 37 remain.
I think this is the problem with all of these possible routes that Gloucestershire might take. All of them involve Gloucestershire scoring at some sort of a rate in the first few overs after tea. None of them really involved Gloucestershire scoring at 3 or 4 and over. So they can't afford, if they really are making a push for this, they can't afford many more overs like this. Stroke any. Bamber bowls now to Price. Edge dropped at first slip. And that was a chance which Eskenazi has grasped. He put 1 down in the first innings. It was a wide delivery. It was shorter of a length. And Price just almost like a late decision to play a cut shot at it. The edge did fly. And Eskenazi, well, he's got his palms facing up in front of his face, rehearsing what might have happened. But Price gets a life. Bamber bowls to Price, who drives. Don't think that was where that was meant to go either. Was looking for the covers and ends up sending it out square to backward point. And what's the culprit? Oh, his arm guard shifted as he played that shot there underneath his sweater. He's batting in the cable knit.
It rather hit Eskenazi, didn't it? I suppose he went for the catch. Whoop, yeah, oh.
It was quite similar to the one in the first
Flashed
innings.
at him.
Bamber in now and bowling, and a defensive shot from Price, taking the bottom hand off the bat. And still 3 dot deliveries. Something tells me that Marchand de Lange is not padded up down to the right, because nobody ever does that anymore. The old pinch hitter's gone. Apart from actually, maybe to some extent, Sunil Narine, he still seems to be doing it in the IPL. There are very few other pinch hitters about. Bamber in, and there's a shout for leg before wicket, which is incredibly optimistic. And Neil Pratt says no. I don't think that...
Narine opened the other day, didn't he?
Well, yes, he's been opening. He's back to opening this season, I think.
If you're opening.
Well, I think, yes, to be honest. I mean, when Glamorgan did it with Robert Croft, I think, didn't they? They had Croft coming up and opening. Pinch opener. In goes Bamber. This is forced off the back foot by Price through the offside. He's timed it pretty well, but it's the long boundary out towards cover. They'll think about a third. Price taps and turns, but doesn't go through with it. 2 runs taken, 75 for 1. Price moved on to 27. And... he's missed the target again with the attempt at the bin. He's celebrating a miss. Last ball of this over. Bamber bowls, turned away aerially, just short of mid-wicket. Fernandez parries it well, but that wasn't far off a catch either. So again, signs if you really want to go for it. Going to risk losing wickets. 75 for 1. Admittedly, at the moment, 9 in hand, but still, I guess it shows he's tried to play 3 attacking shots in that over and nearly been out on a couple of occasions.
Does going in at number 3 as a night watch and then scoring a lot of runs the next day count as pinch hitting?
No.
Oh.
Unless you are, I guess,
Sam Cook.
night hawking, a la Stuart Broad.
Okay. Helm is in, bowls, and this is punched off the back foot, 2 points. There seems to be a little bit more in the play from a few more strokes.
It does. Unfortunately, at the moment,
Price
not produced any success.
Well, it's been about 4 in the last 2 overs. You thought, oh, no, he's hit the fielder.
Yeah, I don't know. Narine's been really successful this IPL, because I think there was some stat going around, the average about 9 or something opening the batting in the IPL, and pretty much every time he bats now he seems to score about 70 off 30 balls.
Helm past the umpire, he bowls, edged. Oh, Deploy's taken an absolute screamer at seconds. Away in front of Eskenazi, he's thrown out a paw, one-handed. Not sure whether it would have carried to Eskenazi or not, but that's a screamer. Now, hold on, is that LBW or is it caught? I think it is caught, but the fact that Helm had to appeal it, maybe he was just appealing to make sure that the umpire was convinced it carried, which it certainly did. 75 for 2 is undoubtedly the score, though, and Bancroft is done for 32 from 63.
Well, glimmer of hope for Middlesex provided by Helm, who has been really the pick of Middlesex's bowlers in this match. We thought that this would be a pitch that would suit Tom Helm, thinking about bowlers with some heights, with a little bit of extra pace, but he's having to work harder in this second innings. And yes, 3 for 102 doesn't necessarily look incredible in the first innings, but he did seem, to me anyway, to be the bowler that was probably the most likely to take wickets at any given moment. And now he's got 2 for 15 and 6.2 this innings. Bancroft playing slightly with that bat coming down at the angle, but it took a terrific catch to get rid of him, and as you say, it wasn't carrying to first slip. He's a really terrific athlete, is Deploy. You almost feel like he could average about 40 in first-class cricket batting right-handed if he had to. He's one of those players, when you see him play all those reverses, switch hits, those sorts of things. Just a really talented sportsman. Brings Miles Hammond to the middle, who made 81 in Gloucestershire's first innings, and well, Hammond might just think, well, my natural game is to maybe score quickly anyway and just see where we get to.
3 slips and a gully are down, and Helm is in. Bowls full straight, clips a mid on by the left-hander. There's no run. Deep backward square and long leg for the bumper. Point and a mid-off completing the field. Where's your money, Ed?
My money,
Oh, tell me that rain cloud
I'm
is not coming this way.
is still
Let's go north of
probably
us, isn't
on
it?
the weather. Well, the edge of it is creeping towards Bristol. It's just a question of whether we catch the very edge of it.
Helm is in. Bowls up on his toes. Hammond defends to point. There's no run.
But the nerves certainly go with another wicket here. Either of these two.
One scallywag suggested Gloucestershire's best chance of victory is Bancroft getting out, which was very scallywag-ish. Little harsh?
Well, given the fact that
He's not a T20.
Bancroft does, well, I was going to say that he does play in T20,
Oh, well,
and
in
he's
which case then
won
that's
the
to be
Big Bash
dismissed.
multiple times.
Well, then that's to be dismissed. It's his Helm. Pushes into the onside. Fielded at mid-on, no run.
Admittedly,
Is he short of runs at the moment, though? What was the...
his T20 game is not exactly a pretty one, but it has been mightily effective over the years in terms of winning matches in the style that particularly his Perth Scorchers team has done over the years.
We can welcome listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Good to have you with us for, hopefully, some entertainment here. On the field, there's plenty of it off. From Ed, more than myself, Ed Seaborn and Kevin Hand here for you. Tom Helm's in and he bowls outside of the off stump. That's left alone by Hammond, and through it passes. Hammond has 0 from 4. Price has 27 from 79. Price of the OJ variety. 75 for 2 is the Gloucestershire score. We've had 24 overs of this final innings of the match. They require a further 256 to win. Middlesex require 8 wickets, but there's a couple of walking wounded in the Gloucestershire lineup, so you never know. Those to go so far. Bancroft was the last out as he fell for 32. A stunning catch by Lewis Deploy, who is skipper for the match in the absence of Roland Jones, rotated out for this one. Dent was the first to go with a little tickle down the leg side to Helm.
Ethan Bamber running in from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Price, who pretty much does not move whatsoever, having set his bat back, and then just allows it to go through behind the stumps. So Price has 27 from 80 deliveries. When he has looked to attack, he has offered up, well, more than half chances. He offered up a full chance to first slip, was put down by Eskenazi when he was on 25. So Middlesex are still creating some chances out here. Light's got a little bit better in the last few minutes as Bamber bowls, and there's movement in there to Price. He turns it into the onside, fielded by Fernandez. There's no run. This match has been spiced up a little by the fact that we've got this hybrid pitch here, which Gloucestershire felt would give their pacey attack, as has been pointed out to me by Kevin Hand, the quickest attack in the country.
Statistically, they're the quickest attack in the country, Gloucestershire. And it was good fun to watch today, Singdale in particular.
Yeah.
But DeLanger in the first innings with his 6-fer.
Bamber bowls to Price, who leans forward and defends. Bamber will field. They felt that this pitch gave their attack more of a chance to take 20 wickets and possibly play to their strengths more so than Middlesex's, and they've also set short straight boundaries and longer square ones to, I guess, do a couple of things really. One, make sure that if the hybrid did prove to be a minefield, that the scores were up a bit, but less cynically, if Gloucestershire wanted to bowl a shorter length, then force Middlesex to hit squarer. In goes Bamber, bowls to Price, who turns it towards mid-on, and there's no run. But I think we have seen over the course of the 4 days that, despite the fact that it is a hybrid, it has lost some of its pace and bounce that we saw early on. It's still doing more than your average Bristol pitch would be doing at this point. So I think on the whole, I'd imagine Gloucestershire would say we feel actually this has been a pretty successful experiment.
Did we ever settle on just how many overs were lost? Because right now, I'd suggest were we to have at least one more session in this game, we'd have been on for a belting finish.
Bambutt bowls, whipped away through square leg by Price. There'll be at least a couple of runs here, sprinting round the boundary. The fielder at long leg will not get there. And it is a boundary, one that Gloucestershire very much required if they are to keep up with this ever-increasing required rate. 79 for 2. Price moves on to 31. That is his 5th boundary.
What do you reckon? We lost at least 2 sessions in the
I think
match?
we've lost at least 2 sessions, yep. We totted it up to about 60 odd, I think, didn't we, at the last count? Last ball of the over. Price hops into line, blocks it down into the onside, and it's fielded at mid-wicket. So 4 from the over. The required rate is 7.6. And it's also the fact that they've got to do that over a period now of 33 overs. 8 wickets in hand. If Miles Hammond has a blinder, then it's possible, but he's going to have to get going quickly.
You might have tossed it up, I guesstimated. What's our producer going for? Higher or lower than 64 overs, 2 sessions?
What are we doing now?
Higher or lower than 64
Bruce Forsyth?
Yeah, exactly. You'll be getting the Ted Rogers in a minute. And
Can
the fingers
still
will
be a
pointing.
good night if you play your cards right.
Higher than 64, I agree.
Oh, we're going higher!
I agree.
Yeah.
Higher than 64. What are the ground staff up to? They've just come and do heavy bails? Yes.
Yes,
Heavy bails.
it is. Because they're not red.
Ah. Does that make them heavier? Is it a light colour? Here's Helm, he's in, bowls and up on his toes. Hammond, 5th delivery, defends into the offside, it's get off the mark. So yeah, in terms of the choice of a hybrid pitch here, which has given us steepling bounce at times, I think it's fair to say, which played perfectly into the hands of DeLange and his 6 for in the first innings. It was a joy to watch in the second innings for Singdale. His pace seemed to just zip through a little bit better in this second innings. Those are the 2 bowlers, but it was a Middlesex declaration that brought us to this 4-4-9. They declared on with centuries for Max Holden and Ryan Higgins as Helm comes in, bowls, forward goes Hammond, eases away into the offside, and all of that after they were out for 203 in the first innings, which Middlesex felt was about 50 light. I felt was possibly 100 lights. Gloucestershire replied with 332 themselves, which required quite the fight back with the ball from Middlesex after a good middle session on the second day by Gloucestershire that really got away from the Middlesex bowlers, but they came back, and Henry Brooks in particular, side from Warwickshire, took 3 wickets in an over to wrap up the Gloucestershire first innings, and it was done in a flash. As here's Helm, he's in, bowls short, and he's hooked fine for just a single. That's a brilliant stop down there by Max Holden, rolling to his left. 80 for 2, midway through the 26th. There are still 32 remaining after this. 251 required, a rate of 7.72. We were trying to tot it up to, as sides do now, let's see where we are when there's 20 overs left. What could possibly interest Gloucestershire with 20 overs left? It's a long shot, but this is cricket, and there are 2, and 1 in particular, very short boundaries here. As here comes Helm, bowls just outside of the off stump, width like that, it doesn't matter how big the boundary is, it's punched away, backward a point, 4 more. Price moves to 35 from 86, 84 for 2, and the target to win is below 250.
And he still does look as though he's mostly in the mood to go after the bad delivery, does Price, but equally we've been talking about how potentially you might not have to absolutely go all guns blazing for a period, but if you can just pick up a boundary every once in a while, still give yourself a little bit of a shot. There's another fielder lost his cap there, by the way.
Helm is in, bowls outside the off stump, that's left alone in the channel from Helm. There's a deep square which is Stoneman. Long leg is the young subfielder, 16-year-old, whose name was handed to us at 10 o'clock this morning and I've lost it. 16-year-old academy prospect who's travelled down with the squad for this one, or for the day indeed, I believe. You're never going to remember it. There's no point squinting like
I
that.
think I know the first name. I'm
Go
just
on.
trying to get to... Well, I think the first name was something like Callum.
Ooh. Something like Callum.
Yeah.
Here's Helm. He's in. Bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Price defensively. Bounce on that one. It's played up towards the splice. Actually, it wasn't him down there. It's Max Holden. The subfielder's gone off. So
we were just trying to work that out for absolutely no reason at all.
But well done, the young 16-year-old who took to the field for the first time for Middlesex earlier. Bamber to continue. That's the, as I called it, the Radcliffe Road end earlier. The Ash.
Not the Ashthorpe end either.
No, not the Ashthorpe down. Ashdown Road end. Well, that was after lunch, and I think we'd had such a good lunch, didn't we, that I was thinking of the Radcliffe Road, because you get great lunches at Trentbridge. We've had fabulous lunches here. Cheesy enchilada today.
Well, you described
The bean
yesterday's
casserole.
lunch as the best press lunch you'd had.
I'd never. That was a brilliant lunch. That was chicken and bean casserole. Oh, yeah, chicken and bean casserole. It was gorgeous. Or bean stew, as you called it.
Yeah. We're not that fancy down here.
The Bristol bean stew.
Here comes Bamber, starts a new over to Hammond, who takes a step down the pitch, pushes into the offside, but there's a fielder at cover. Fernandez, and there's no run.
All it needed was a sprinkle of spinach in there, and it would have been perfect. But it was still, I'd reckon that was right up my street yesterday. That was good. But good today, though.
Quite hard to preserve the spinach in those containers when you'd almost have to have it in there.
No, you would, in the
almost
stew.
not cooked at all, and then it would
look,
steam itself in the container.
I've been in Bristol for 4 days, and I'm calling a casserole a stew already. The spinach in the casserole, yeah.
Bamber round the wicket, Hammond across his stumps, playing awkwardly to a ball that was of good length. There's still some bounce there, played out backward of point, and there's no run there. Floodlights, I should say, for our Sports Extra listeners especially, floodlights are not available, so it is not the case like at Hove last week, where the club aren't using them for the Championship. We are just limited to the number of days that they can be used on this ground, as Hammond drives through extra cover and for 4 on the up, and he's timed it sweetly for his first boundary. Gloucestershire move on to 88 for 2, and if Hammond is driving in that sort of controlled fashion through the offside, then he is a very good player. It's just when he starts trying to hit the ball a bit too hard sometimes with that drive. But it's a nice way to pick up your first boundary.
Gloucestershire haven't won a game since September 2022. If they get this below 200 with 20 overs remaining and 8 wickets standing.
Bamber in, Hammond in line defensively, prodding to mid-off.
Are you telling me they're not going to go for it in any way, shape or form? 20 overs to go.
I don't think I've ever said they wouldn't go for it. I just think they probably would need still to be 2-3 down. We've been hoping, I've been hoping anyway, for a bit of Marchand de Lange action. Just if only, even if he only gets a quick fire 20. Round the wicket goes Bamber, and Hammond is looking to turn the ball through the onside, but it's fielded at mid-on. Even if he just gets a quick 20 or 30, just to take a little bit of the run rate pressure off whoever is at the other end. I don't know. I think I just like watching Marchand de Lange bat, to be honest, even if he did what he did in the first innings, which is face 3 balls and hit the third one probably higher than the floodlights before it was eventually caught by the keeper. Last ball of this over, Bamber in, Hammond again across his stumps, looking to access the onside, but it's just a vertical bat defence really, even from that position. So 4 runs from that over. The required rate is still under 8, but probably will only take one more cheap over for it to be at 8. 243 is that requirement, and it is 88 for 2.
He's like a poor man's Jason Gillespie, isn't he, Marchand de Lange? Well, Gillespie, Ricky Ponting always said, was the best there is on his day. No one better than Gillespie. He said to beat the bat more than anybody else. Just constantly beat the bat. Here's Helm, 3 slips and a gully, bowls, and that's cut away into the covers where De Carey's tumbles to his left to stop the ball. 88 for 2, and I think of that name in particular because he was appointed Pakistan Test coach yesterday.
He was. I thought you were referring to his batting, Jason Gillespie.
Only batter to score 200.
But, exactly.
He drops the next match, yeah. Well, he was in for that series against Bangladesh. I looked it up, actually, when he was appointed. He was in for that series because there was injuries to Tate and McGrath and would it have been Lee as well? They were all out, and then they all returned for the next series, and that was the end of this. Here goes Helm. He's in, bowls, punched away through point, and that will be 4, even with the scampering De Carey's giving chase, and he's the most scampering scamper of all scampers, isn't he? De Carey's, he really does. Yeah. There's not much upper body movement, is there? The legs are going, but the upper body's very still. 92 for 2, 239 to win from 31 overs. Unlikely as it may be, have we discussed just how short the boundary is below us yet?
Well, we haven't completely. No,
moments.
we've mentioned short straight boundaries, but we haven't necessarily put it in as stark
for our
terms.
wider audience, and that's no reflection on the fact we're now into the post-tea session. Here comes Helm bowls. This is bumped back to the bowler by Price, and there's no run. It is, you would suggest, almost club ground length, this boundary down below us. Toby Rowland-Jones, in his pomp, would not have been far at all from starting on the rope itself, I would suggest. Oh, Helm's got a problem with the ball. Shows it to the umpire. Oh, over you come.
Come here.
Another call to the other umpire. The light's good at the moment, actually, isn't it? Quite
It's
bright.
got better, hasn't it? I think the darker stuff has moved to where the lighter stuff was earlier, and we've got lighter stuff overhead now.
Helm's worried. He's delaying matters by getting the umpires to have a look at the ball. Yeah, the Gloucestershire charge. No, off they go. They agree. Yep, new ball, please.
So this is now the third ball change
Is it really?
of the match.
Have
I
you been
think
keeping notes?
I have, yes.
Good man.
But I think actually I might have missed one. Because did they not change the ball earlier today at one point? I'm pretty sure they did.
Oh wait,
they
third of the
did.
match,
They
not
did.
third of this ball.
No, not this ball. No, we definitely had a ball change, didn't we? Because
Oh yeah, we did.
Van Buren was asking for it whilst I think somebody else was getting some attention. Yeah, Singdale was having his finger wrapped up.
Come on,
so
Humps.
fourth ball change of the match.
Come on, you can do it. Let's go. Fielders are freezing out. It's pretty Baltic out there at the moment, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it was actually a little bit milder this morning with the wind coming from the south. Only a couple of degrees, but it would have made some sort of difference.
Day two was the cold one, wasn't it? I interviewed Ethan Bamber that night, and he was perished, the poor chap. So
last night was parky enough.
yeah, we had sunshine yesterday, didn't we? For the most part.
Sunshine at 7:30 in the evening in
Yeah.
April.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, it's a quarter of the cricket season done.
Well, a quarter of the championship
Don't you
season.
turn your
isn't
nose
it?
up at the end of April?
A quarter of the championship season.
Yes.
Not quite. Yeah. Well, we can continue to squabble whilst they're
Ace found a new
changing the ball.
There we go. They're coming back on. Yeah, so we lost time to we lost a lot of time to a damp outfield yesterday morning, didn't we? Which is quite remarkable when you look at the scene at Grace Road, how they were flooded. I remember a game like that in 2007. Ed Joyce, I remember speaking to him, and he said he'd never known a summer like it. It was probably June by then. And it was really we're a long way into the season, I seem to remember, and there was a flooded outfield at Grace Road. I'm pretty sure that was the round, and I went down to breakfast and bumped into John Embry, who was still coach then, and he said, no, they're off for the day. I said, what? I haven't even made it to the breakfast table yet. Here we go with this replacement ball. Now the umpires come, now the batters come together to have a chat. They didn't have long enough while the umpires were looking at the ball. What's wrong now? Come on. People here want to see the cricket played. Not too many in today on the final day. We had a decent crowd over the weekend, didn't we? Here's Helm. 3 slips in a gully, and Price awaits. 39 from 91. Helm's right arm over, and the right-hander rides that bounce, but only just. We've had an advanced square leg in a number of occasions in this match, and may just have had a little bit of interest in that one. Had they been there, they're not. So it's a single, and Price is on to 40. 93 for 2. BBC's Bristol, Gloucester and London together on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
We certainly did get particularly lucky yesterday in terms of all the rain elsewhere around the country. I think Kidderminster was the first on, but we weren't too far
Was it
behind
really?
here.
I didn't realise it beat us.
Just about, yep.
Helm in bowls, and this is driven. Brilliant stop by Bamber at a wide mid-off. That would have been 4 your fancy if it had beaten him. Takaris was ready to give chase from mid-on, but he'd have had some work to do with the short boundary down to us at the pavilion end. Is it? Do you know, one thing I haven't done throughout the game is go to the other end and see if it's as short that end as it is this.
It usually is, actually. One of the things that I was thinking as you were mentioning how short this boundary was is that actually at the far end the boundary can't get much longer than this anyway. It is very short towards the flats. And then there's that area as we look at it down towards fine leg as Hammond's facing that is called by some Klinger corner. He seemed to target that area all the time.
Helm's last ball of the over. He's around the wicket to the left-hander and forward he goes defending to Bamber. Now the mid-off. 93 for 2. That's the end of the 28th. Myself, Kevin Hand and Ed Seaborn taking you through to the close of this one. We've been blessed throughout the days of this match. Rita Green was with us yesterday. Vanessa Story came in on day 2 just to see us, really, wasn't it? Well, you.
No, I think.
And the lunch.
I think it was to see Patrick Dempsey, wasn't it? It mentioned Kevin Hand at a certain angle looked like Patrick Dempsey.
I'll take it, and I'll take it now. We're on Radio 5 Sports Extra as well.
I've brought that up, not you. So
checks in the post.
Actually, yes, yeah. I'd like some credit for that, please. Having been
you can have the last
run through the mill, as it were, for never watching any TV, music, etc. As forward goes, Price defends out into the covers. Never watched a TV series, never seen a film, never listened to a song.
We stumbled across the fact that Price OJ, as it appears on our screen to the left at the moment, which is Ollie Price, but the price of OJ was the plot of Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. Or, you know, it was a big part of the plot. The price of orange juice. So Price OJ, his nickname should be Trading Places. And you've never seen it. One of the greatest movies. Dan Aykroyd.
Bamber to the crease, bowls, and no shot from Price as the sun almost threatens to appear. Or maybe it's just all relative and this is as bright as it's ever been. And it just feels as though the sun is close to peeping through.
What is his nickname? Price OJ? Ollie Price?
We found this at Froob.
Froob?
I think, after some fruit yoghurt business. The exact reasoning, no idea, but perhaps we don't want to know. Bamber bowls now, and he plays a drive that's not timed up towards mid-off. So the required rate with these 3-dot deliveries, over 8 runs per over. He's, in general, not a man, Ollie Price, that as yet in his career is necessarily built for thrashing the ball about. He likes to stand tall and play very straight. He's a correct-looking
I'm with you on the Delanger. Get him up there, have a bash. See if we could take 40 out of this, and then there might be a game to be had.
Running in, Bamber bowling, taking a step down the pitch, but then again just defending into the offside.
How heavily does September 2022 and that victory against Yorkshire, the last for Gloucestershire, how heavily does that hang over the county at the moment? Bearing in mind there is a game to be won. I know it's a long shot. What have we got now? 30 overs remaining. So how many do they need to score in the next 10 to make a T20 of this 238 runs required still? They probably need another 50, 60?
Yeah, let's say 50, and then it would be a real charge. Bamber is in and playing defensively again. Is Price out towards backward point. It's very difficult with the field set as it is,
but we can't
to do anything other than hit boundaries. It's there aren't singles
overstate
here.
Just how short this boundary down below us is. De Carey's, by the way, is warming up the off spinner. Now that could be interesting. I want to go downtown to him.
Would surely not be able to resist the temptation. If De Carey's is bowling to Miles Hammond, he's gonna go after him.
Who put DeLanger out of the ground? Was it Higgins? Deposited one in the flats at the far end,
yes. Bamber is in, edged short of second slip. Quite a long way short in the end. He's played it with soft enough hands as Price, but it's another maiden over. And 30 overs? No, down to 29 overs remaining now. So 238 required from 29. Actually, contrary to what was forecast, it's now brighter at 20 to 5 than it was
Oh, it's beautiful.
An hour
we're
ago.
We're set fair now.
Well,
Won't be able to
I know.
read that.
I've just refreshed this weather forecast, and it has gone from saying 60% for the next 3 hours to 20% in one refresh. The magic of just refresh. I mean, if you just refresh the forecast enough times, it will tell you what you want.
Do you know, I say we're a session shy of a really good game. We're not even that. We're half a session. 16 overs more in this game. The amount we lost to bad light, very few people are happy with, including some of the players. They just thought, why aren't we out there right now? It's not dangerous. But no floodlights. Would they? The other great debate in county cricket at the moment is, do we actually gain any time by having the floodlights on at all? Because the low sun as it is in April and September in particular, and there's a lot of championship cricket played, by the time the floodlights come on, they very quickly overtake the natural light anyway, so off we go for artificial light. So part of the theory was we need to scrap floodlights from championship cricket anyway, and this is from high above. This isn't just a little bit of tittle-tattle in the stands between the members. The greater minds than even yours and mine, Ed.
Wow.
I've been thinking this one through as to whether scrapping the floodlights altogether for the championship would be a far better idea, and you'd actually gain more overs because you'd get the natural light all the way through to the last moment rather than the artificial light overtaking the natural, and off they go.
Use the pink ball.
Oh, stop it. Here's De Carey's bowls. This is eased away into the offside, just in front of backward point off the back foot by Hammond. A single taken. He's on to 7 from 17. We try around the parts of Middlesex not to remember the pink ball experiment at Canterbury in 2017, was it? 17,
Oh,
yes.
but you don't have to play day-night just because you're using the pink ball.
Even still.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. I've seen loads of tests use the pink ball now. There's nothing wrong with it.
Here goes De Carey's. Lots of flight and bumped back by Price, and there's no run.
Just because it's not red.
What was his name? Grant Stewart. Absolutely swung the ball. He swung it pretty much around the square leg umpire and back against the stumps.
Sounds entertaining.
Here's De Carey's bowls, and on the back foot this is tickled fine of Mark Stoneman, who is mid-wicket. In fact, it's not Stoneman, it's rather hirsute Ryan Higgins, who is shorn of locks nowadays. He used to have a huge afro, didn't he? And well, what was it you described it as? Was it? It
was like a mushroom cloud.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, in his early days at Middlesex, though, it was a full afro. Then it became a mushroom cloud, as you say. As here's a forward defence from Hammond to De Carey's, eyeing up the off spinner.
Perhaps a head of broccoli.
Head of broccoli, yes. Slipping a short leg, crouching down. De Carey's steps in. Lovely bit of flight on that. It's stroked away. Covers back. That's young Nathan Fernandez, who made a little bit of history in the second round of the season. The first player in the history of Middlesex, when making his first-class debut for the county, to score a century in his first innings. 3 had done it on their first-class debuts when playing for Middlesex previously, but they'd all been in the second innings. The last was in the 50s. So here's De Carey's bit of flight, a bit of drift as well perhaps on that one, and it's turned backward square on the leg side for a single by Price. 96 for 2, end of the 30th over. Shake of the head from you, what's wrong?
No run. They didn't go for it. I thought there was a single there.
I cast my eyes to one side, sorry, no runs went the over.
I thought they were going for it. There probably was one there, but
well,
again, does that even that sign there, is that kind of a, well, they're not actually really pushing for these singles, we're not really pushing the field?
Yeah, so how's our shaping up of a T20 at the end? 8 wickets standing at the end. How many more do they need off this next 8 overs for it to be interesting, for it to be tempting in the final? It is the way that teams weigh it up now. They say, well, let's just see where we are with 20 overs to go, and then we'll think about it. And they are particularly short boundaries here. The ball, in 8 overs' time, will be 38 overs old. So it'll just be getting to that point where you think, okay, this is going to be an interesting one, though. Brooks.
Yes. He's bowled quite a few no balls from the pavilion, and he bowled 4. Not all of them were front foot no balls, but he's switched now to the Ashley Down Road end. But they're going to have to score at least 4 and over for the next 8, even to require 10 and over for the last 20 now. Brooks bowls, Hammond forces this through the offside. That will be 4 runs, so that will help the cause, if indeed there is one. But again, it just felt like a ball which... First ball from Brooks, not a huge amount on it, but Was stroked neatly through the offside by Hammond. Just a controlled shot again, not really going after things. And it's the 100 up for Gloucestershire with that boundary. Hammond moves on to 11. It's 231 more required. Brooks moves in again around the wicket bowls, and Hammond is playing this one towards mid-on. Another no ball was that. There we go. Umpire Pratt has his arm out.
They could have it down to below 8 and over by the end of this. 100 up.
6
Well, 102 for 2.
Off one ball. Elsewhere, by the way, just to make sure everybody's up to date with the latest that's happening or not happening. Match drawn between Durham and Essex up at Chesterley Street. Brooks bowls full, Hammond drives, but it will be stopped up at mid-off. There's no run. Surrey wrapped up a victory by an innings and 11 runs against Hampshire, which means that Surrey go to the top of the table. Although this doesn't seem to want to update with the number of points that Essex have picked up from that match. I have to source a different table. Short extra cover in place. Brooks bowls short. Hammond pulls in the air straight to mid-wicket and is out. For 11, the short ball from Brooks. Hammond went after it. It's a shot that is going to play probably almost regardless of the situation, but it didn't really get up that much. You felt he could almost have hit that anywhere, but he didn't time it, and it really did loop to mid-wicket. Pretty easy catch. And Gloucestershire have lost their 3rd wicket as Eskenazi takes the catch. And Hammond has fallen for 11, and with that go probably a fair bit of Gloucestershire's hopes of pulling off an extraordinary run chase.
3 and an over would be useful for Brooks in this second innings, wouldn't it? Wraps up the first innings with 3 and an over. Now, out comes... who?
Bracey.
Bracey. Is that expected?
Yes, Bracey came in at 5 in the first innings. So,
my apologies.
Again, this indicates to me...
He did indeed. I thought Hammond and Van Buren, who were the leading scorers, came in together. Hammond got 81, gone cheaply. Van Buren 75, still to come. Bracey 16. This suggests to you...
Indicates to me that Gloucestershire are probably not making a particularly concerted effort to go for this. But who knows? Perhaps they are thinking that Bracey would be able to, I guess, bat at some sort of a tempo for enough of a period to hang in there, and then maybe they could send out some of the big hitters to attack later on. Still got...
He had a good run against Middlesex for a while, Bracey. Remember him racking up the runs?
He did. He scored runs in that game at Lord's in 2021. David Payne got 10 in the match. As he faces his first delivery from Brooks, going forward is Bracey to play out into the offside. There's no run. In fact, speaking of that game, David Payne's first child was born just, I think, a week or something before that, and they were uncertain whether he was actually going to be able to go and play in that game. Yeah. And then he went and took 11, I think, in the match. I wasn't, no. So that's
who'd have been there with
been my only time that I really could have commentated at Lord's in the time I've been doing this. Brooks loses his run.
Who was with me for that one then?
I think it was Alex Winter was doing that one.
Oh, I tell you what, Alex Winter would have had us up on this gantry, wouldn't he, in this game?
Yes.
Winter by name, Winter by nature. Is he on the live text today, Alex Winter? Who's on the live text service for us today? Let's have a look. We've got Jed Scott, Chris Harvey, Tim Meston and Deepak Mahey.
Full delivery. Bracey drives, beats the gully and goes down for 4. I thought that was going to be another one-handed blinder. We've already seen one from Deploy. But Gully diving across. Is that Helm in there again? Just could not quite reach it. And we've seen so many in this match go in the gap between the slips and the gully. But a shot from Bracey's second ball suggesting that actually he did want to get on with it, or at least he certainly wanted to get off the mark in style. Looking to drive through the offside. It's a boundary one way or another, which means 10 runs have come from the over so far.
That'd have been a good grab, wouldn't it? And it'd have been 2 in the over for Brooks.
106 for 3. Brooks in and bowls to Bracey, who comes forward and plays defensively into the covers. So 10 off the over, but the wicket of Miles Hammond, a man who can score very quickly. And he has departed. 3 down, 27 overs remain in the day's play. As a minimum, we could still have more one way or another. Just to finish up on elsewhere, match drawn between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Bad light has stopped play between Worcestershire and Somerset, with Somerset 190 for 4. That's a lead of 48, so that match surely heading towards a draw as well. Match drawn between Yorkshire and Derbyshire in Division 2, and Leicestershire and Northamptonshire are still playing with bonus points in mind. Leicestershire 413 for 8 in reply to Northamptonshire's 453 for 7 declared.
De Carey's is in, bowls, and good drifts in this game for the spinners, mainly because of that strong breeze blowing across the ground, particularly today. It must be the strongest the wind has been. Defended away into the offside by Price. The right-hander awaits again as the off-spinner bowls, a little shorter, and it's turned off the back foot into the left boot of Holden at short leg, who skips across the track to retrieve the ball where it's deflected to. There was a wee whisper, I remember, a while ago that Bracey could potentially be a target for Middlesex, but it was a long while back now.
Well.
Mr. Carey's awaits. It's Eskenazi at slip, who's nattering about something. Oh, they're bringing in another close fielder, are they? Mark Stoneman's coming in from backward square, dons the helmet. Is he going to be a leg slip? Looks as though he will be, and he's going to go right arm around to Carey's. Slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Where's Deploy, the skipper? He's backward points, hands in his pockets, frozen by the looks of him. Carey's bowls now, nice bit of flight on that again, and this is pushed back. I've been really impressed with Carey's flight in this game. It seems as though he's given it a lot of airtime and not wastefully, not just tossed it up aimlessly. Just seems to have found a lovely spot in this match. Bowls once more, and this ball's tickled to the short leg. I'm just trying to cast my mind back. He had 2 particularly good matches last year. One was at the Aegeus when he took, I think, 7 in the match, but Liam Dawson took 12. That was a kookaburra round as this ball's played defensively by Price, deep in his crease, turning it into the onside, and the other one was at Chelmsford. I'm just trying to think which one it was, though. One of the 2 of them, there was a lot of bounce, and bounce in particular is what the off-spinner De Carey's seems to look for. Stoneman has come from leg slip to silly point now, as De Carey switches back to right arm over the wicket. And he steps in now, away from us, bowls, and again, a lovely bit of little late drift on that, wasn't there? Just at the last, as it was dipping, just drifted slightly away, and then turned back in to meet the forward defence of Price. He has 41, Bracey has 4, and will have the strike. That was the end of the 32nd over, Ed. 106 for 3 is the score, 225 more required for victory.
So there were rumblings last season about a possible other destination for James Bracey.
Oh, still.
There were, yes, and Middlesex were a county that were mentioned,
were they?
As well as Hampshire.
By who?
By people who make the rumours.
Folk.
But he signed an extension to the end of next year.
Got a plethora of wicket-keepers at the moment, and under the financial restraints which they must now operate.
Here comes Brooks, starts a new over bowls, and Bracey squirts a defence towards the bowler.
There's no budget left for an overseas this year, having brought in Deploy and this man Brooks.
No.
Which pretty wise signings, I think, to rather than bring in a couple of overseas, allocate your money to a couple of domestic signings who are there for the longer term.
I believe those rumblings happened before the Deploy signing was announced. 4 slips in place, so very much tempting Bracey into a drive as Brooks bowls, and Bracey comes forward and plays towards the gap on the offside created by having those close catches in, but they do not come through for a single. Ollie Price also himself with an extension to the end of the 2026 season, so somebody that a lot of hopes are pinned on in this part of the world. I don't want to be putting too much pressure on young shoulders, but considering he's already made his Lions debut, which he made this winter against India at Ahmedabad, as Bracey is forward, wristily turning this one to mid-on for no run. There's signs so far that he is up to that pressure, and despite having been put down on 25. He is still the man who is chiefly defying Middlesex's victory push here on 41.
Well, there are a few little rumours, aren't there, about deploy for England. Playing as he is as a non-overseas with a Hungarian passport, he becomes...
I think he's English qualified this year, is he not?
Next year in May, I think it is.
Next year, is it? Right.
What is the word they use for it? For English qualified?
In goes Brooks bowling, and this is tapped out into the covers by Bracey, and he'll trot through for a single and move on to 5, 107 for 3. What do you mean? You're talking about...
Naturalised?
Oh, I see, yes, yeah, right.
Naturalised by situation, not neutralised. Neutered.
Neutralised. Target has been neutralised. Yes. Missiles deployed.
Oh, very good.
And neutralised.
Neutralised the threat.
Brooks to Price. There's a short mid-wicket, 2 slips in a gully. And he's in now, he bowls, and looking to force through the offside is Price, but starting to look as if it's not really coming on particularly well towards mid-off. He walks away to square leg does Price, and then sort of bangs his hip and stares off towards the dressing room as if he's expecting to see somebody on the balcony go, "Get on with it!" But I doubt it, to be honest. The run rate required is almost hit 9. Brooks bowls, and again he's off the back foot, just punching out into the offside with no force. And that is the over completed, so 25 overs remain as a minimum. 107 for 3. Oh.
What's going on now? There's a conflab between De Carey's and Deploy. Having a long old chat about that. But whatever it is, they've settled on it, and it's De Carey's who continues. There has been a bit of grip for the spinners on this hybrid pitch, hasn't there? In particular, Van Buren seems to get an awful lot of drift yesterday, and then got a bit of bounce as well.
I think it's the bounce, isn't it? It interests the spinners in the same way as it might interest the seamers. If you can just introduce a little bit of bounce into your pitch, then that's possibly why they produce spinners on bouncy surfaces down under. Because
well, if it seems it'll swing, it'll spin.
Yes, there's that as well.
So we've seen plenty of sea movement on this surface, haven't we? We did see a few from Van Buren that really did turn away from the right-handers, but your suspicion was that was the footholds outside off.
Yeah,
they were stuck quite wide. But no really pronounced footholds out there in this game. We haven't got a left armour for De Carey's to be aiming at, but he does have the right-handed footholds, or the footholds for the left-handed batter on strike now, which is Bracey. 5 from 7. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra here with Ed Seaborn and myself, Kevin Hand, representing the BBCs of Bristol, Gloucester and London. Slip and a short leg and a now silly point. Is that Fernandez under the helmet? I haven't seen him under there yet, but he's sent away at silly point under the lid. De Carey's is in. Bowls, a bit of flight and a forward defence from Bracey. How many overs are we down to now? 25 remain.
24.5 to be precise.
Well,
yes.
224 runs required for victory from this point. 107 for 3. Here is De Carey's. Bowls, a lot of flight in that one, just a little bit too much, and Bracey snaps the wrist on a drive to mid-off.
I did tell you that we would be the last still going, because it is early season, and Gloucestershire are always the last to finish in early season.
De Carey's bowls, a forward defence from Bracey, back up the track, no run.
This has been the case seemingly for the last few years that I've been doing this. They like to be in action deep on the final day, but unfortunately from their point of view it's usually the other side who are pushing for the wickets.
Well, you never know. Middlesex might be looking at it. They've got a best part of a session to take 7 as this ball's punched to point by Bracey. No run once again. We are with the last one standing, are we?
Well, not quite. There's still one left, but I think that will
yeah.
end as soon as they reach the 110 over mark, or
yes,
Leicestershire score some more runs.
Lots of flight on this from De Carey's push back, and there is no run. So where is poor old Kevin Howell sat at the moment? Is he at Durham? the Oval, Warwickshire or Worcestershire? I'm going to guess he went to the Surrey game this week. Surrey-Hampshire's a tasty encounter, isn't it? As this ball's swept fine by Bracey. I think a little bottom edge on that. It goes away for 4. Umpire, yep, it was indeed a bottom edge. And 111 for 3 is the score. 220 more required for victory with 24 overs remaining. Bracey has 9, Price has 41.
Is this like the cricketing equivalent of... And I'm going to say this way round. Where's
Waldo?
Waldo? Yes, because if I said where's Wally, then
Where's
I
Kev?
might be in serious trouble.
Where's Howells?
He was at Edgbaston.
Was he?
Omnipresence, he says.
Of
course.
I mean, that's the way it feels, isn't it?
Exactly. We've got to
Hovering
be
over all of us.
really careful at all times.
It's more like the Mistrons, isn't it? The glare of Howells is going to fall on which game now? Which ground? Hovers around.
Apparently I'm off.
It's one
Sorry,
for
you're going to have
kids.
to do the rest of this game on your own.
You're off.
I'm out. Career over.
2 slips in a gully and a short mid-wicket now for Brooks.
Yep, he's running into Price on 41, who comes down on the ball in defence as the ball trickles towards mid-on. I deliberately didn't say, where's Wally?
Yep.
I just want that to
That's the
be
American
known for the
version,
record.
isn't it? Where's
Exactly.
Waldo?
Yeah.
Why is there a difference? Which one
I
upsets
don't
the other? Is
know.
Wally a particularly upsetting word in America? I mean, there's a few American words that we can't use here, but they use freely over there.
Yes.
Which we don't need
There's
to
one in
discuss it.
particular.
Is there which one?
Well, to do with what part of the body is touching the seat at the moment. Forced through the offside off the back foot by Price. There's a gap there for him now, and he finds it for at least 2 sliding effort from Holden at mid-off and 2 runs taken. That moves the score off 1-1-1 for 3 onto 113, and particularly in these parts. 1-1-1 superstition, I'm sure, runs deep.
Particularly in these parts?
Not David Shepherd.
Okay. Thought you were trying to steal Nelson as well.
Here comes Brooks. In now, bowls, and tucked off the hip by Price, down to fine leg for 1 more run.
That was our former Berkshire cricketer yesterday, wasn't it? Rita Green, who was trying to link absolutely everybody in the world to Berkshire. Nobody was left unscathed. Everybody had a Berkshire link
Apart
somewhere.
from, was it Tom Helm? Was he the only person that there was no Berkshire link to?
Yeah, he was born in Aylesbury, did we discover? That
Yes,
was Hertfordshire.
which is in Buckinghamshire.
Buckinghamshire, bordering Berkshire.
Brooks to Bracey now, and that's let go. Oh, it might almost have hit another set of stumps. That's the one. Set of
Was that the
stumps?
excitement from
No.
behind the...
Yes, well, it did seem quite interested in a ball that
oohs and ahs?
was an awfully long way outside the off stump, but it, I don't know, maybe it's reached that stage
Well, I guess
a
from
little
a
bit.
Middlesex perspective, put 2 on the board now. 114 for 5. 23 overs to go.
Well, they're trying to put pressure on Bracey. He's the new man. Brooks runs in and bowls to him. Cut away and past backward point and flying away to the boundary for 4 runs. 118 for 3. And Bracey has always been strong. Square of the wicket on the offside. And playing on Bristol surfaces, that tends to be the way, really. You don't tend to score an awful lot of runs straight down the ground. Forced to drive square of the wicket.
Although there's been a fair bit of straight stuff on this hybrid.
This
the feeling
one, yes.
is that the hybrid is the way forward for Bristol.
I think it might be. Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and Bracey comes forward, taps the ball to extra cover, and there is no run. So 7 from the over, required rate at 9 1/4, 118 for 3. I suppose were this the IPL, where scores of 240 seem to be massively subpar, then actually maybe we shouldn't rule this out too early. But the problem is there's no impact sub, there's no starting the innings with no wickets down, and there's no fielding restrictions, and there's also an old red ball to try and swat about. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure that if they're going for it, that they can let the rate build much more than about what it is now. I think if it starts hitting double figures, then forget it, unfortunately.
Oh, look at this field. 4 around the back now for Price. Middlesex are on the hunt. They have a slip, a leg slip, a silly point and a short leg. The 4 go down and De Carey's moves in. Right arm around. Bowles. This is clipped through mid-wicket. That's beautiful timing. Chase here for the mid-wicket, who is Lias Deploy. It surprised me slightly because he's usually one of the close catchers, but not so on this occasion. They've taken a couple. And, it brightens up. Nearly a threat of sunshine here. We haven't seen blue sky for a while. It's particularly grey over the 7 at the moment, away to our left, isn't it? Over the back of the memorial ground, which you can see peeking up amongst the houses in the distance. Here's a full one from De Carey's around the wicket. Price, he defends into the offside. Fernandez heads down the track to collect.
You haven't spotted any unidentified flying objects for a while either.
In my defence, there's a lot of flight on this one from De Carey's. It's pushed back and no run. The ascent of that helicopter, which you two believed was an aeroplane as well, to begin with.
Yeah.
But you didn't see it go up at first. So, whoa, look at that. Very bright light. What appeared to be a long way in the distance. And it perhaps wasn't as far in the distance as it first appeared. As this ball's tickled away, back got a square on the leg side for a single. And it's 121 for 3. As it approached, it did turn out it was a helicopter, not a plane. But it looked at first rather odd. One, how low it was and how bright its light it was. And again, we see a lot of helicopter action over Lords throughout the summer, but never do we see the lights on like that. It really was a spotlight. Speaking of the Misterons, it was. You're too young for the Misterons, aren't you, Captain Scarlet? A bit of flight on this and a forward defence from Bracey, pushing into the offside, no run.
I was quite into Thunderbirds.
Yeah, he was he the precursor, or maybe he was the rival of the Thunderbirds?
Not Captain Scarlet.
I like Captain Scarlet. That was a bit more edgy than Thunderbirds, wasn't it?
Edgy.
Here's De Carey's. Drags one down. Really dragged that one down. I don't know whether he was trying something different or just got stuck in the hand. Dot ball to end the over, just the 3 off it. 1-2-1 for 3. 36 bowls. Target's 3-3-1, so still another 210 to win from 22 overs. 7 wickets standing. Look at the trees behind the scoreboard at the moment there, fluttering in the wind. That gazebo's leading a perilous life down below us, isn't it? Which was erected on the first day, but how it's still standing, I'm not sure. They did a good job.
Which member of staff, I wonder, put that gazebo up?
Well, James was one of them, wasn't he? Because I laughed at him on the way past because he was struggling with it. I said it was a laugh of kind of...
Who's James?
Was it not James?
Jack.
Jack, sorry, Jack.
Right, yeah. Ooh, I'm a bit worried. Here comes Brooks bowling, cut away by Price, and it goes out towards the boundary. They might have to run these up because it is not getting there quickly, and they will turn and go for 3, and that is a half century for Ollie Price. It's come from 117 deliveries, 7 fours, and it wasn't easy to start with because he had to face that new ball out there early thanks to the first wicket falling of Dent, strangled down the leg side without scoring. He had a ball which whistled just past the top of his off stump. He was dropped also on 25, but he is still there. Brooks bowls now to Bracey, who drives into the boot in the end. I thought that was going to bowl him. I saw the blade come flashing there from Bracey as he looked to drive through the offside, and all of a sudden the ball going towards the stumps but stopped by the boot of Bracey. That was another shot which suggested getting on with it. Brooks in, bowls full. Bracey drives firmly on the bounce back to Brooks, who fields in his follow through. Well, maybe if they want Gloucestershire to go after this, they might have to misfield a few more here, Middlesex. You know, just let a couple by. You know.
Nearly below the 200 with 20 to go.
Let a couple by, bring that rate down.
Well, again, how often do we say you've got to risk defeats to win a few? And Middlesex's perhaps best chance is Gloucestershire being interested.
Brooks is in, turned off the pads by Bracey, but he's picked out forward square leg And there's no run.
You must have heard them break it. What?
Well, I just noticed your table seems to have updated, whereas mine didn't. So Surrey and Essex are level.
Well, I was trying not to... Yeah, I was trying to move on from that, thanks, Ed.
Were you?
Middlesex
Despite the fact that
commentary,
you've decided to
Surrey and Essex level.
bring the table up, was your way of moving on.
I saw it and I was talking about something else until... What are you doing looking at my screen over my shoulder? Get out.
I'm trying to copy your answers. In comes Brooks, bowls to Bracey, who stands tall in defence, and does an almost sort of fencing style move at Brooks after completing the defensive shot. I'm ready for you.
Surrey and Essex top of the Division 1 table. Middlesex better have a good season in Division 2, hadn't they, with those two top? The two big rivals. Middlesex going to be playing at Chelmsford this year, and of course played at the Oval a few years back. Twice, indeed. The 2008-2020 quarter-final against Lancashire.
David Milan.
Century for Darby.
In comes Brooks. This is full. Pushed out into the covers. Might have had a quick single there, but they decided against it. So 3 from the first delivery and then nothing else. 124 for 3. 21 overs remain as the details of Ollie Price's 50 ring round the ground. Just a few spectators can move their hands still enough to clap. I think you reach a stage when your hands are so numb, you might sort of do a clapping motion, but no sound would come out. No idea how hard to hit one hand into the other.
Try and hit some life back into it. There's a ray of sunshine piercing behind the... or brighter light. Or is it an optical illusion on the cloud? It looks like a column coming down at an angle.
Another UFO been seen.
Is to Carey's over the wicket he bowls. The 4 around the back go down. All I said was, if that darts off at a funny old angle in a minute, pick up your camera phone, because it was a very bright light in the distance. Well, it shot up into the air, didn't it? And then but it did look like an aeroplane. You thought, what on earth is that doing? So here's to Carey's. Lots of flight again. This is eased away into the offside, and there's no... Even you thought it was an aeroplane until the very last.
I thought it was, but
all of a sudden,
it didn't shoot up into the air.
You didn't see its ascent. Here goes to Carey's. Bowls, and a lot of flight in that forward defence from the right-handed Price once more. We do have this panoramic view to our left. Can you have a panoramic view to your left? Wonderful view.
I'm not sure. I think you need to. Yes, it's a half panorama.
A lot of flight on this, and a forward defence from Price, and there's no run. Yeah, over the top of the Memorial Stadium, off towards what must be Wales in that direction. Is that I can confidently say? Is that the right direction?
Yeah,
I've got
well,
my
you know, just
navigation right here.
Head that way far enough. You might find some water in your way, but...
Bit of flight once more, and this from De Carey's, and it's eased into the offside in this round. How did Ed Bevan's boys get on today? Are they in action in this round?
I don't think they played.
Ah. I'm surprised he didn't come and see us, Ed. They'll be tuned in, no doubt. Great fan of the game. Great friend of the game, Ed Bevan, over the years. Here's... De Carey's bowls, that's driven away hard out to the cover boundary for a single. 1, 2, 5 for 3. Bracey moves to 51. Is that the end of the over already? It is. 21 overs remain of the innings. 20 overs indeed. There we go, we're in T20 territory. 206 to win. Short boundary, 7 wickets standing.
Well,
listen to that wind. Listen to it. Oh. It's getting blustery out there. It's getting dark over the back of the mound stand as well, but immediately to our right, if we peek over the top of the... is it still an orphanage, or is it formerly an orphanage?
No.
Formerly an orphanage, and now a... What did we discover?
College.
A college.
Yeah.
It's like that lovely stone, so familiar for these parts of the world, isn't it? Not quite Cotswolds, but very distinctively Bristolian. No?
Well... To be honest, I say my image of Bristol is either more those sorts of rows of houses that we can see off to our left in terms of the north, but then the Georgian stone that you get as you head
the Georgian stone,
more towards the... Yeah, but that's Victorian, isn't it? Surely.
Is it?
It's more Victorian.
No.
Georgian is more kind of sandstone-y.
I think it's the shape of the windows that gives it away as Georgian, that building. It's that very square and rectangle shaped building that was very Georgian.
Change of bowling. Ryan Higgins returns, and he bowls now to Price, comes forward and plays defensively to mid-on. So Ryan Higgins' return to Bristol has been one of the stories in this game, with Higgins making his first trip back here in the Championship since his return back to Middlesex midway through the 2022 season.
This is the Muller orphanage.
Higgins bowls on drive, which has not been timed to mid-on. Yeah, that
was.
Family, I think, is a
Muller with the two German
known sort of philanthropic
dots.
family around here. There's Muller Avenue, which is one of those. Well, Muller Road, is it? Sorry, Muller Road. It's one of those thoroughfares that you can see over in that direction.
That's all very Georgian looking to me. Not having it, you and your Victorians.
Higgins in, and he's tried to really put some force into this driver's Price, and still it's a bit like hitting a pineapple with a rolled up newspaper at the moment for Price, because it's not going anywhere. No matter how hard he tries to hit it, there's not really anything happening, and it's fielded up at mid-on. The required rate, for what that's worth, is hit 10.5. Three fielders back on the leg side boundary. Now Higgins bowls inside edge, and it squeezes away fine. Work to do down there, which is completed, and it is just a single. 126 for 3. Price moves on to 52. It looks from this field as though Middlesex have decided now, are we going to quite take these wickets, so we'd actually better put some people on the boundary in case they do start to go for it.
You millennials in your Victorian buildings.
What's that?
So us generation, what are we, generation, what did we decide I was?
Your Generation X.
X, and our Georgian fascination.
I wish it lived up to its name. No, only joking, only joking.
The Georgian architecture only went as far as 1840. Work on the orphanage began in 1855.
Right, so that's after Georgian then.
Yeah.
So it's not Georgian.
It's a post-Georgian
Yeah,
building.
that's what I said. Higgins bowls, and this has worked wide and mid-on. Racy runs through for a single. The throw goes to the non-strikers and manages to escape the hands of Davies, but the first line of defence in terms of the backing up.
Work did begin in the Victorian era, but I'm very much having it that's a Georgian influence building.
It is Victorian, and it's the giveaway is the fact that it's an orphanage as well, because the Georgians didn't care whatsoever, whereas the Victorians pretended to care about the poor,
on that, you make
struggling
a fair
orphans.
point,
127 for 3, single taken. Higgins bowls for defence from Price. Thought about a drop and run, but Higgins is usually very sharp off his own bowling, and there's no run. So 2 from the over, and the required rate now closer to 11 than 10. And I don't think they're going for this.
You just defamed the Georgians. You're lucky they're all dead. Didn't care about kids, honestly. Preceded by which period, the Georgians? Here's our quiz question of the day for you. What came before the... what era came before the Georgian era?
Well, before the Georgian era, it was Queen Anne, who unified...
was the House of...
Well, she was of the House of Stuart.
Very good, well done.
And she unified Scotland and England, but didn't have an heir, so they had to call up the House of Hanover, and in came George I, I think.
Well done. Well done.
Something like that, anyway.
There are many that believe that the Georgian era is where we must look to rectify architecture in this country. It's our best step forward, our best foot forward. That the Georgians had it right for modern architecture, because we can't build the way we did the Victorian. It's very expensive to build like Victorians.
I think we
But
should make everything out of wood.
the Georgian era, like the Stuart period.
Make everything out of wood.
Here's Brooks, change of bowling at the pavilion end. He's around the wicket, bowls, and this is down the leg side and taken by a tumbling Davies behind the stumps. Bracey on strike. Left-handed wicket-keeper for Gloucestershire, left-handed wicket-keeper for Middlesex. But no longer John Simpson, the Sussex captain, who defeated Gloucestershire last week by 4 wickets with his Sussex side. And
He did.
Pujara. Who's your favourite to go up from Division 2 this year, other than Gloucestershire? We're going to go on a winning run now.
We all did that little preview thing, didn't we? Who did you put in
I don't remember.
Oh, how convenient.
3 slips in a gully. Brooks is around the wicket. He bowls outside the off stump. Bracey leaves alone. Well, Yorkshire had to be one, didn't they?
I did put Yorkshire, I must say, as mine, and I know it's the boring pick because...
Well, it's not really. I mean, they're going to have Brook and Root and Co.
But they've not won yet, have they?
Well, they've played Middlesex, so... They played Middlesex. They played on a non-hybrid at Bristol.
Yes, with the Kookaburra Ball.
So what chance do you want to give them? It's got very gloomy. We must say that instantly. It's got very gloomy out there. There's a leg gully in place now for Bracey as Brooks around the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. This is left alone. Have they brought Brooks back on? Here we go. Umpires are coming together, yes. At this point, 17 overs to go. This could be the end. It could be the end. 127 for 3. Light meter's going to come out. There's part of me that wonders, did Middlesex bring Brooks back on to usher the end?
To be honest, I'm not sure it's that far off raining either, really. It's just got that feel
whistling
about
winds.
it. The wind's getting up and the clouds
There's
just
no way.
lost a bit
There's
of definition
no way
up there as
staying on.
well.
There's no way we're staying on. Little look around from
And
the umpire.
we've got
You all ready,
handshakes as
lads?
well. We've got handshakes between Deploy and Bracey. So I think that the players, at least for now, seem to have decided that that's
the umpires
enough.
have just said, hold on a minute, we only said we're going off a bad light. No, they're shaking hands
They've had
now
enough.
as well. Oh, a draw at Bristol. Goodness me.
Whatever next.
Well, who would have won it? If we'd have had a session more, who would have won the game, Ed?
Well,
50. It would have been 50 more overs to score 200. Yeah, maybe
but
not.
Middlesex would have batted differently,
So
wouldn't they? I mean,
Middlesex-
Middlesex would have batted,
If
know,
we'd have
the
had 2 more
timeless game.
sessions, well,
Timeless
yeah.
game. Then, yeah.
Well, not even a timeless game. We've barely had a 3-day game, have we, with the weather and the bad light and
Yeah.
the wind and the rain?
But I guess
and
what
the
I'm
hail
saying
blowing
is
high.
that Middlesex could have scored, who knows, Middlesex could have got up to 600
Yeah.
and then set a ridiculous total for Gloucestershire. But, yeah, I mean, who knows? It's been a shame because we have seen a lot of really exciting cricket here on the first day
Honest,
when
Gov.
we saw, on the first day when we
Honest,
saw
it was exciting at one point.
some real pace
No,
and
we
bounce
did,
out
we
of
did.
this surface, and that's not something that we've tended to see here over the years. Marchand de Lange with his 6 for 49 in the first innings, and Middlesex not quite skittled for 203 because they did make a bit of a late recovery thanks to De Carey's and Helm. But Gloucestershire, well, they built their lead pretty well. They did lose those 3 wickets late, but as first innings lead of 119 did look as if it might be more than useful, but as it turned out, well, having put Middlesex under some serious pressure early on, removing their openers, Fernandez and Stoneman were both out, and the score was 9 for 2. It did look as though Middlesex could be heading towards a very quick defeat, and even when Deploy cut a ball to backward point was superbly caught by Chris Dent, they were still, 30 odd runs behind and 3 wickets down with one of their absolute guns gone. But Holden and Higgins, with a sensational partnership of 201, have really ended up defining this match, with Higgins making his highest score on this ground. He only scored 100 on this ground for Gloucestershire, and he made 155 from just 174 deliveries. Max Holden with a 111 as he battled hard. And Middlesex, well, so often it's up to the side batting third to decide how they wanted to play it. Middlesex did bat on, and Gloucestershire were never really tempted enough into going for it, and as it's happened, we've now lost, or we can add 19 overs on. We've probably almost lost an entire day to this match. Now, anyway.
2 things are on my mind. 1, it could be about to rain, so we need to go and do our interviews. And 2, should we release Kevin? Or should we keep talking so he's got to stay at Warwickshire? I believe, although I'm sure Mr. Howells will inform the good listeners of Radio 5 in a moment, Middlesex moved top of the table with those points. But for now, while we natter about life here at Bristol and beyond, and Georgian architecture, we'll hand back listeners on BBC Radio 5 to Kevin Howells. And back to Georgian architecture.
for those on the Gloucestershire live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app, thank you so much for your company over the last 4 days. It's been, for the most part, great fun. Just a shame that it didn't bubble up to a more exciting conclusion. Middlesex next in action.
Friday against Leicestershire at Lords, when they will look to cement their place at the top of the table. Did I mention Middlesex at the top of the table?
No, actually. You might need to mention it again. So
Softens the blow of Surrey and Essex being top of Division 1.
from Gloucestershire's point of view, their next action takes place on May the 10th, so they've got a round off, and then they visit Northampton. So
It's been nearly time for the cricket season by then.
game against Northamptonshire on the road. In the meantime, though, just to mark your card, there is, well, first of all, in a couple of days' time, on Wednesday, a Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy match against the South East Stars for the Western Storm at Taunton, and on Saturday there is a game here at Bristol against the Southern Vipers, also a 50-over game in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and we will have ball-by-ball commentary of that match on the BBC Sport website and app, so do listen out for that one. But all that remains from a rather gloomy Bristol now is to say thank you very much for your company, and from Kevin Hand, from Melissa Story, from Rita Green, who we've had with us through the match, this is Ed Seaborn saying goodbye, and we will speak to you again soon.